mean, is the idea to simply give you some kind of vast overview and say, all right, you've fulfilled some history requirements, some GE requirements that you might have, and frankly, I don't know what kind of requirements this course meets. But let's supposing that you were thinking about, well, what's the objective of taking this course, other than the fact that you need to graduate and you need a certain number of courses. So let's, move beyond that level a bit. And then I think you'll have to ask yourself, all right, so what does it mean to do history in this fashion over a period of 10 weeks? All right? And I'm not trying to suggest that you shouldn't be critical and say that, well, there happens to be a character, let's say Subhash Chandra Bose. I mean, there might be a few people in this room who might recognize his name. He's an Indian nationalist of the 20th century who passed away in 1945. And there are still a large number of people in eastern India and the state of Bengal who think he's still alive. And he was considered to be one of the foremost opponents of Mohandas Gandhi, otherwise known as Mahatma Gandhi. Right? Now, someone like him is barely going to get a mention in this course. And the obvious reason for that is that I have an obligation to convey to you the principal trajectory of the past, right? In a course of 10 weeks. So we're going to have to be worried about all kinds of considerations. And my hope will be that you will come out of this course thinking that, well, I've got some insight into what it means to think about India. Because at the end of the day, I don't expect you to remember a host of facts and figures, right? And I'm going to try to minimize those. So one of the ways in which we're going to run this course is that I am very often, not always, very often I am not going to be paying close attention to the chronology. Moving from 3000 BC to 2900 to 2800, 2750, et cetera, all the way down to the present day. We're going to disrupt this chronology very frequently. And one of the reasons we're going to disrupt it is because there are many things in Indian culture which go back really 4,000 or 5,000 years, which is not to say it's an unbroken past, right? Then you can simply write the history of Indian history as a history of continuities. Of course not. There are large histories of discontinuity. Various movements that appeared and disappeared largely without a trace. But there are obvious continuities. And then there are very tricky things which fall in between. A good example, and you'll get a better sense of that when we move into the second and third week, is something like Buddhism. Now, Buddhism originated in India. I mean, India is a land which originates several religions. And there are other religions which don't originate in India, which have a very old history in India, such as, surprisingly, Christianity. Christianity has a history in India that goes back to the 1st century CE, of the Common Era, right? Almost 2,000 years. But Buddhism is a very interesting case of a religion which originates in India and then disappears from the land of its birth. And so then to really encounter Buddhism, you would have had to go to places like Thailand, Cambodia, right, Japan, and so on. And it's only recently in the last 50, 60 years that there's been a revival of Buddhism in India. So you cannot write the history of Buddhism as a history of continuities in India. All right, this is what I mean, that we're going to have to reflect on some of the principal trajectories, and that's really the intent of this course. It's to make you think about this long time span and see what might be some of the principal contours that we're interested in. All right? Now, before I introduce you to the TAs, let me just say a couple of other things, okay? The first is that all sections will meet this week. Okay, so for those of your sections today, you should go to your section. Okay? And I'm going to let you know what the sections are, and I'm going to now introduce the TAs. So we've got 5 TAs for this class, all of whom are graduate students in the PhD program in the history department. All right? And the TAs are people that you're going to be working with very quickly, right? Because they're going to be doing the grading. I'm giving the lectures, obviously. I'm going to be meeting with the TAs to discuss how things are moving along in the course. But I want to suggest to you that, that the TAs have a great deal of autonomy And so what you need to be thinking about is you do in the section as well, not simply coming to class over here, but what you do in section, right? And one of the things that the TAs are going to be doing is they are going to be spending time with you as well on the chronological evolution of Indian history. So when you hear something from me and you're kind of lost, let's say, I'm going to assume that you're not going to be lost most of the time because I'm going to try to think that I'm speaking with a certain degree of clarity, but there may be moments when the chronological narrative may not be entirely clear to you, okay? But that's what the TA will do in his section, okay? And that is to, in part, maybe doing a great many other things as well, but in part what they'll be doing is they're going to be keeping you on track with respect to the chronology. So the TAs that we have for this class are Andrew Kelly. Andrew, you want to just, yeah. And here sections K, which meets Monday at 11. All sections are 50 minutes long, okay? Section N, which meets on Wednesday at 11, and section F, which meets on Friday at 11. Then we have Arnold Degani. So he has section E, which meets on Mondays at 11, section I, Tuesday at 9, and section L, which meets on Wednesday at 1. We've got Daniel Newman. So he's got section M, meets on Mondays at 11, section B, Tuesday at 1, and section O, Friday at 11. And then we've got Moshe Laxel. Moshe here? No, he's not here at the moment. And he's got section H, for those of you, just letting you know, so that in case you have a section which meets Monday at 12, section C, Thursday at 4, and section G, Friday at 12. And then we have Ziad Aboudi. Ziad around? Oh, there he is. He's at the back. Okay? So he's got section A, Wednesday at 12, section J, Wednesday at 2, and section D, Wednesday at 3. All right? And I also want to make a request. Please be sure you turn off your cell phones before you come to class, okay, or put it on silent. All right. Now let me tell you a little bit about the requirements for the class, the books, okay, and then we'll move to a little bit description of this class, and I'm going to sort of go through a little exercise with you towards the end of this class. All right, to try to suggest to you how we might be thinking and how we should not be thinking, perhaps, which is just as important. Okay, because pedagogy is partly about, sometimes it's a very good exercise to get readings that one doesn't agree with. And in fact, readings that are quite bad, I think, to the students. Because then you have to sort of figure out what makes one reading more interesting, more compelling than another reading. All right? So what I want to suggest now, before we move to that, is how you should be thinking about the requirements for this class. Because the requirements are essentially very simple, right? So lecture is twice a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 10 to 10:50. These lectures are being podcasted. Lecture has taken place on the net, okay? Now, you should not construe that as a reason not to come to class. I just want to be very clear about that, because I hope you will see by the end of the day, by the end of the week, certainly within 2-3 weeks, that there is a different dynamic, okay, in classroom interaction, which cannot be replicated on the internet. No matter how much addicted you are to the internet, it simply cannot be. Okay, and we're not going to get into a prolonged discussion here about the virtues or otherwise of the internet. All right, but I'm just saying to you that simply because a class is podcasted or videos, don't construe that as a reason not to come to class. All right. Now, other than the lectures, there are section meetings. The sections are 50 minutes long, and you're expected to go to your section, and it'll be up to the person who's running the section to decide how, they're going to look at your attendance. That's entirely up to the person who's running his particular section. Okay. There is going to be a midterm exam. There is a change in the dates. This was pointed to me by somebody. And I want to alert you to it right away, because if you look at the syllabus, it mentions that the midterm exam is going to be sent to you on February 14th. Now, since I've been married for a long period of time and don't look into these things, I didn't realize it was Valentine's Day. So we are changing that date. Just rest assured that your midterm will not be sent to you on February 14th. It will be sent to you by email on Thursday, February 16th. Please make a note of that. And I will send you a reminder by email, and I will, of course, remind you of that in class closer to that date. Okay? Which also reminds me that I will be communicating with you frequently by email. Okay? So just be sure that your emails are in the system. I believe that is the case with every one of you. But just being in the system is not good enough. You've got to check your email. Okay? Frequently. All right? And when I say I'll be communicating with you frequently, that doesn't mean every 2 hours, every 4 hours, but once or twice a week, you may get an email from me. Usually the day before class. If something occurs to me that you should be paying close attention to two particular paragraphs of a certain reading, then I might send you an email. Okay? Right? So the midterm is going to be sent to you on Thursday, February 16th, and it will be due in class. Okay, that is a Friday, February 17th at 10 a.m. When you come in, you just bring a printed copy of your midterm exam. Right? The midterm accounts for 30% of the grade. Let me just give you the grade distribution. All of this is explicitly mentioned in the syllabus, right? But nonetheless, I'm going to mention it. So the midterm accounts for 30% of the grade, the section accounts for 20% of the grade, and the final accounts for 50% of the grade. All right? The midterm exam has a very simple format. You're going to be given 3 essay questions, and you'll answer 2 out of those 3 essay questions. And you should expect to write about 2 to 2.5 pages. So your total number of pages should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 pages. Sometimes I get asked question, is there an upper limit? No, there's no upper limit, but I think the likelihood that anyone is going to write more than 5 pages in 10 hours or something like that is very slim. All right? There is a lower limit. It shouldn't be less than 2 pages. And you really cannot answer those questions in less than 2 pages. Okay? And the syllabus also specifies the font. It's very important to do that because if you're using Courier 16 as opposed to Times New Roman 12, it makes a huge difference. Okay? All right? So you're going to use Times New Roman, which is a standard academic font, 12. Okay? Times New Roman 12, that's what you should use when you answer your questions. Okay? And as I said, bring a printout with you. And please don't send me an email asking me if if it's acceptable for you to send your exam to me or to the TA by email. It's not acceptable. You really have to, because otherwise the TA is going to have to print out that exam. You have to bring a hard copy of the exam, okay, your answer when you come to class on Friday at 10 a.m. Sections account for 20% of the grades. Your particular section, your particular TA will inform you exactly how they're going to, apportion that grade. What percentage, if any, is going to be based on attendance, what will be based on their sense of how you're doing, etc., etc. The final is 50% of the grade. There are 2 particular ways in which we can conduct the final. Somewhere during the course of the, let's say, 6th or 7th week, a decision will be made on how the final will be administered. I'll tell you what both the options are. But the final is an in-class exam, and you might want to make a note of it. March 23rd, 11:30 to 2:30. So it's a 3-hour exam. Okay? Now, there are 2 ways in which the final can be done. I've tried both ways. Both ways are quite agreeable. Different years, people have had different preference, and eventually the TA and I will make a decision on how we're going to do it. One option is to give you a study sheet beforehand. Okay? And the study sheet will have, let's say, 8 or 10 essay questions. Okay? Then on the day of the exam, you get 4 of those essay questions, and you do not get a choice at all. Right? So for those of you interested in Russian roulette and those kinds of things, you can sort of sit at home when you get your study sheet 5-6 days before the exam and try to make a calculation and say, oh, well, maybe I'll just prepare for these 5 questions out of these 8 or 10 and just pray that the ones that appear on the day of the exam are exactly the questions. Okay? That's one option. The other option is to not give you a study sheet beforehand, but on the day of the exam, give you 8 questions and say answer any 4 out of those 8. Okay? So those are the 2 options. And as I said, in the long run, you get the same kind of exam. You get basically essay questions which account for 80% of the final, and 20% of the final is very simple ID. It's going to be about 10 IDs, 10, maybe 12. And, you write 2, 3 lines on each of those. And I will give you a sample ID well before the exam. Okay, a couple of sample IDs so you know how to answer those IDs, what's really expected of you. Okay, any questions so far? Any questions at all? And incidentally, when I'm lecturing, if you have a question, you want clarification, feel free to interrupt me. I may or may not be able to take the question depending on my train of thought at that time, but I may answer it 2 minutes later. But if you want to interrupt me, you should feel free to do so. Obviously, the disruption or the interruptions of the questions become so frequent, then we may have to put, some kind of limit to it, some kind of stop to it, but I've never had that problem in this class before. All right? So this is how the grade is going to be apportioned. Now, let me move on to the subject of the reading. The books, what books you should be buying. So there are 5 books that have been ordered for you at the UCLA bookstore at Akron. Okay, one is a book by Romila Thapar, who's one of India's most conventional historians, right? She's been around for a very long period of time, comes from the left tradition of Indian history, so the Marxist history, material circumstances. And so looking at ancient India, religious tools, which is what every interpreter of Indian history always did. But she's also looking, for example, at social and economic formation of Indian society. All right, she's looking at a group of people called the for example, who are the equivalent of the atomists in some ways, materialists. So it's a densely layered work. This book is published by the University of California, and it's been around. Although what you have is a substantially new edition. I mean, when it first came out about 40 years ago, it was a very different work. So she's really reworked that entire history. So that's one of her texts. Then we have, we have a short rendition. Okay, it's not a translation of the Ramayana. The Ramayana is an Indian epic. I'm not going to write down the names right now because you become familiar with them over the course of time, and this is introducing material. Okay, so you've really got 2 great epics. There's actually a 3rd epic from South India, which is seldom taught, seldom used, partly because it doesn't have currency throughout the country, right? It did not circulate in the same way in which the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, which is the other great epic, circulate. Right? And the Ramayana and the Mahabharata are very good illustrations of things that are really living in Indian culture over a very long period of time, right? I mean, if you look at India's literacy rate, right, and forget about government statistics, they're always exaggerated. So the government in India will tell you their literacy rate is 70%. I don't believe that remotely from my experience of Indian history. Probably closer to 50. Okay? All right? But the issue there might, we're saying that this is not that. Of course, there's great distinctions to be made. So if you come from the upper crust, from a highly affluent family, and you're upper caste, etc., 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 the chances of being literate are much higher, obviously. And then if you come from one of the lower castes, you happen to be a woman, you live in a small village in Rajasthan. I mean, there are parts of Western India where the literacy rate right now is 8%. And this is not my government figure, which means that it's closer to 5%. Okay? 8% literacy rate among peasant women in certain districts of Rajasthan. Right? And then obviously there are other sections of Indian society where the literacy rate will be 95%. Right? And this is one elementary lesson you're learning right now, is that when we start speaking about India, and you could say that's true of every culture, but I think this is spectacularly true of India, that generalizations, which we're going to have to make, we have to be very cautious. So when we speak about literacy rate, the Indian government and the Indian state and the Indian middle classes have had this campaign going on for the last 15 years. It's called India Shining. India is really shining. It's really progressing, right? It's got an 8-9% growth rate, etc., etc., right? Well, and then you try to reconcile that with what you know about certain districts of India, where, as I said, the literacy rate is 8%. 20% of the country is still electricity. 20%. 20% of 1.2 billion is about the population of the U.S. Roughly, give or take a few millions. In India, when we speak, it's a give or take a few 10 millions or a few 50. You have to keep that out, right? So you're going to have to think about how you're going to reconcile these kinds of figures, right? Some things that are really living. Okay, I remember very good illustrations of that, and this is a relationship with literacy that even people who are background, it will become even more clear to you as we move on over the course of the next couple of weeks, right? And people who might be Christians or Muslims or Sikhs or Jains, right? Virtually everyone in India has some familiarity with some of the stories drawn from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Okay? I mean, there's a television serial on the Mahabharata and on the Ramayana. I know that some people here already, I can tell from the expressions, are familiar with it. So when it was first screened on Indian television, 15, 20 years ago, right? If you want to see the whole thing, I would not recommend it unless you're prepared to squander 2 entire weeks looking at very bad television, very, very bad television. Okay? But if you want to squander your time, that's your privilege. Okay? And I give you some insights, obviously, with Mahabharata and the Ramayana and so on. But when they was first screened this, you couldn't find a soul on Indian streets during the time of the screen. And this has been amply documented. This is not one of those tales that you hear. It's been amply documented by sociologists who are interested in what is the relationship between popular television, public media, and society at large. Okay? So these are epics that are really living. Now, we can't read the epics in their entirety. You would need a whole year because the Mahabharata is, as is conventionally said, 7 times the size of the Iliad and the Odyssey put together. All right? And it's 200,000 lines of poetry. So, what you're going to be reading is really a very condensed version, and that's what these are, these versions in a way. They're not really translated. Right? And there's a great difficulty always in finding the right kind of translation, right kind of text for a class of this kind. So you're really the beneficiaries of the fact that I've been experimenting with this for the last 10, 12 years, and I think the editions that we're reading are the editions that are the most readable, right? And the ones that are the most interesting. So the Arkin Alliance version of the Ramayana is, something on the order of 125, 150 pages. It's a quick read, done morning, you done by night with it. Okay? And then there's Buck's version of William Buck's version of the Mahabharata. So those are the 2 other texts. This book by myself, okay, and it's a part of a series that came out. So the series like introducing Shakespeare, introducing Lenin, or introducing quantum mechanics instead of a film. Right? And there are about 30 titles, and I was commissioned to do one on Hindu. It's no longer called Introducing Hinduism. The title has changed a little bit, but it's exactly the same. It's quite difficult actually write a book of that kind because we have to condense everything about Hinduism in 3,000 words. So you can see it like a pilot where you condense, about Indian society, Indian history in 10 weeks. You have to condense everything Hinduism, which has 330 million gods and goddesses, supposedly, right, in 23,000 words. Right? What are the main features of Hinduism, of society, some of its principal texts? How one would do a political reading of this religion? Because there is something called political Hinduism. Right? If you look at the development of is really concentrates on early India, right, and does not move into the period associated with the Mughal Empire and then British colonialism in India and all of that. Okay? So those are the 5 books that you're going to order, but those are not the only readings for the course. So if you look through the syllabus, and I'm not going to go through the syllabus obviously in great detail now, since you have the syllabus with you, but if you go through the syllabus, you find that there are many other supplementary readings. And you're not reading, by the way, the Romila Thapar, you're not reading the entirety of that book. You're only reading some pages from that book. But there is a work by Jawaharlal Nehru Discovery of India. There are quite a few pages from that book. There are shorter excerpts. And some of you might look at the syllabus and you might say, well, there happen to be 6 or 7 weeks in a particular week. Isn't that rather heavy reading? But then you have to look at the exact pagination, because some of those readings are only 5 pages long. Some are 8 pages long or 10 pages long. And the intent here is to also make you familiar with some of the different kinds of sources that one uses in order to study it. So in part, you should view it as a kind of a historiographic exercise where you try to see, okay, how does one use the work of poets? And these poets are going to become exceedingly important in our understanding, in our assessment, because all the way from roughly around, the 8th century until the 15th century, 16th century CE, okay, you have a movement. It's called the Bhakti movement. Bhakti is a word which can be translated as devotion. Right? The devotional movement of Indian sons. Sons, the equivalent in English would be saints, although it's not quite an exact translation. That's a problem we're going to run into quite often. Right? Very often. And the problem can be very, very serious. I'll give you an illustration of that in just a moment. Okay? That is a question of translation here. How do we render terms? Right? But just to finish my thought on the question of poetry, so these sons largely wrote works of poetry, verses. Right? And these are people who collectively constitute a group of great revolutionaries that tried to effect some fundamental transformation in Indian society. Right? And so this is what I mean when I say that you're going to find an array of sources. We're going to be reading selections from folk. Right? Because I don't want you to just read the works of a few professional historians, but I want you to get a sense of what are the range of texts that one can unravel the contours of Indian history over this long time. Now, on the question of translation, and I'm not going to expect you to necessarily agree with what I'm saying on this point. And some of you might say that we're not quite sure what I'm trying to say next. But I'm just going to lay out this proposition so that you understand some of the hazards of this kind of work, that is studying history. And the subject could be Chinese history, Japanese history, or African. But the question that you have to before your mind is, how does one study a culture that is different from one's own without doing it some kind of grave injustice? All right? The illustration that I want to give you is religion. As far as I'm aware, and somebody here can correct me, and I'll be happy to be corrected on that. I mean, I can limit myself and say, as far as I'm aware, this is true only of Indian languages, but as far as I'm aware, this is true of all languages, really east of the Suez Canal, frankly. So you can get into Japanese and Chinese and Korean and whatever you wish. Right? There really is no word for religion in any of these languages. There just isn't. There is no word for religion, frankly, in any Indian language that I am aware of. Right? And yet there are dozens and tons of courses and books being written on something called religion. Okay? And we ourselves are going to use that word all the time. But this is where I think you have to keep this caveat in mind of what on earth do I mean when I say religion, when I'm saying that there isn't even any word for religion. In Sanskrit, in Hindi, in Bengali, Oriya, in any of these languages that you find in India. Right? There is a word called dharma or dharam, which is what we very often think is equivalent to religion. But then if you look at a Sanskrit dictionary, okay, and you look up this word, you'll find it's a one-page long description, and it means law, morality, conduct, righteousness, virtue. Well, are all of these words the same as religion? Obviously not. If they were, why would we have all of these distinct words? And there's a fundamental problem here. And that fundamental problem is that when we speak of religion in the Indian context, and now I'm going to just confine myself to the Indian context, right? That fundamental problem is that Hinduism was starting to become dominant in India, many Indians accepted Protestant Christianity as the template for what is a religion. Okay? And I'm not simply speaking about the fact that they were missionaries who were working. I'm not adverting merely that fact. It's interesting that Indians began to think about their corpus of philosophical texts having to do with Dharma. They came to the conclusion, particularly because they were helping another society, that India did not really have a proper religion. And what is a proper religion? The proper template for a religion is Protestant. And for those who are interested in, let's say, Irish for a moment. Now, you know, Ireland is predominantly Catholic, but of course we know that there are portions of Ireland which have a Protestant and so on. We don't need to move into a complex account of the history of Ireland here. But Ireland is predominantly Catholic. And one of the interesting things that you find is that English Protestants were just as contemptuous, if not more contemptuous, of Ireland as they were of Hinduism, which they found to be a barbarous religion, with its multiple gods and goddesses, and the goddess Kali with a necklace of skulls around her. They didn't have the foggiest idea of what was going on. They looked at something called Hinduism. All these monstrous deities. Now, the Catholics didn't have monstrous deities, but they still had deities. And in fact, from a Western point of view, the Popish Irish were in fact just as condemned as the Hindus, or the Buddhists, for that matter. Because there was this template of what constitutes a proper religion. Now, my submission to you, and this is where I don't expect you to go along with me, because in order to really accept it, a huge amount, but my submission would be that this template of Christianity is the template for every so-called religion in the world. It's a difficult point. And I don't expect you, as I said, to understand it necessarily in its entirety or to go along with it, but I'm trying to only give you an illustration of some of the problems that we may not be able to do much about, right? Because I'm going to have to use the word religion when I'm going to speak about certain things in the Indian past or even in the present. But just keep in mind some of these hazards, all right? And the last thing I want to mention by way of an introduction and all of that, and then I'm going to spend about 5 minutes with you on an exercise, and that'll be the end of the class today, is there is a website that I developed. It's called Manas, and I only mention it to you because it's a pedagogic website on South Asia. Okay, so there are 2 points to be made here. Number one, this is not really a course on South Asian history in its entirety, because South Asia includes, right, if you look at what is today called South Asia, it includes Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, for example, has a very complex history of its own. And for those of you who have any interest in contemporary affairs, you know that there was a long, protracted, bitter civil war that just came to an end 2 years ago. And frankly, it hasn't come to an end even now, because there's a large part of the population of Sri Lanka that's been completely suppressed by the state. Okay? But we can't get into the history of Sri Lanka. This is really a course on India for various reasons which have to do with how the division of knowledge took place in America and the post-World War II period. So these areas we call them, Middle East, South Asia, Latin America, and so on. And so generally when they do courses in Indian history here, it's called South Asian history. But by and large, it's history of India. And that's what we're really going to be doing. We're not really going to be looking at what happened in Nepal, for example, in 1500 AD. All right? And secondly, this website, Manas, is called South Asia and its Neighbors. That's a subtitle. Again, it's largely on India. There are about 400 to 500 articles on that. There are no pop-up windows, no ads, nothing. You can just go to it, and all of those articles with 2 or 3 steps there are some sections that are really well developed on Gandhi. So if you find the lecture on Gandhi not sufficient, let's say because we're going to spend 20, 30 minutes on him perhaps, right? Then one of the things you can do is you can supplement that with what appears on this website called Manas. So if you just type that into Google with my name, it will immediately come up. It's also mentioned on the syllabus. All right. Any questions at all at this point about the requirements, the books? You are not required to buy them if you don't wish to from Ackerman. If you can find a used copy somewhere, or you want to get all of your books from Amazon, together it will work out cheaper for you. By all means, so I'm completely indifferent as to where you get your books from. Right? All right. Now, I just want to take 5 minutes and go through a little exercise. All right. A chance for some interaction. And think about what I'm posing. I ask for a moment. What are the words that come to mind? More than anything else, when somebody asks you about Japan, there was a French writer, his name is Roland Barthes. It's a fascinating book, and it's some problem. The book almost, right? I can't think of a single word that has some problem, including my own. A French novelist, he wrote a book called Empire of Science. Emperor of Science. And it's kind of a guide. Not a travel guide. This book, if you go to Japan, you expect to find a hotel in Kyoto or whatever, right? It's not a travel guide, but it's a guide, a signpost. What are the signposts of Japan? Right? So, for example, I've been in the U.S. off and on since the last 35 years. And, I remember in my initial years here, if I spoke to somebody about India, so they would say, the land of Taj Mahal. Okay, or, if you look at National Geographic, it's a great source for this. Wonderful. You look at issues of National Geographic going back to the 1930s, 40s. India, the land of naked fakirs, and snake charmers, right? Those are the things that would come to mind. Snake charmers, something called caste. Nobody has any idea what it is. Something called caste. Okay, and then in the 30s and 40s, Americans associated India with Gandhi. And I'll show you in a few weeks' time, I'll show you facsimiles of postcards. They've never been published, but I've had access to them. Facsimiles of postcards addressed to Gandhi. So Gandhi would get a letter or a postcard. It would be addressed to Mahatma Gandhi, Emperor of India, Delhi. I don't have a chance in the world to get a letter addressed to me 50 years ago, without a street address, nothing. And he was not Emperor of India, or Mahatma Gandhi, deity divine of India. India, not even a city, because it was understood if you were writing to Gandhi, well, there's only one person called Mahatma Gandhi, and it's going to get to him, this letter, this postcard. Okay? So, in the 30s and 40s, if somebody said, well, what do you associate with India? And they would say, Gandhi. And today, they might say Taj Mahal, maybe the Ganges River. If somebody is a little sophisticated or really sophisticated, they might say outsourcing. Okay? So that's what you associate India with outsourcing, I just came back here and I made a call to Time Warner Cable, and I could tell right away from the accent that my call had gone all the way to some call center, which is probably 5 kilometers from where I live in Delhi, and I just come here to set up an internet service. Okay, right? Outsourcing, right? So, there are these few. So what did Empire trying to suggest was, Roland Barthes, so, you're thinking about Japan. What are the 10 things that come to mind? Sushi. Okay. Sushi, ramen, Disha, Toyota, right? Okay. Honda, right? There are a few key words that would come to mind. So what I don't want you to do is to create an empire of science for India where you simply say that, there are these 10 words, and this is going to give me a capsule of this. Okay, so we're going to stop here, and be sure you do the week's reading for that week by Mondays, if possible. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to begin with a discussion of Orientalism, and then I want to spend a little bit of time, very briefly, discussing the physical geography of India, because you'll need some sense of what we mean when we talk about, let's say, something called the Deccan. All right, and what might have been the role of the Himalayas in shaping the environment. You have to keep in mind, for example, that India is the only country that has an ocean named after it, right? The Indian Ocean. So obviously, India being a peninsula is a significant factor in the development of India. All right. And then finally, towards the concluding part of my remarks today, I'm going to start discussing the Indus Valley Civilization. We'll continue that discussion just so that you know what we're going to do for the rest of the week. We're going to continue with that discussion on Friday. And then in the second half of Friday's remarks, I'm going to start talking about the coming of the Aryans to India. All right. So let me begin with Orientalism. I've written the word over there, obviously derived from the word Orient. Its opposite, purported opposite in any case, is something called the Occident, also known as the West. Okay, and the word Orient itself is actually a rather jumbled up word, if I may put it this way, right? Because it can mean almost anything east of the Suez Canal. But it's included the Arab world quite often, and in fact, the key text that we're going to be reading, we're reading short excerpts from it, and that's what I'm going to discuss today, is a book by Edward Said, a literary critic, who died in 2003. He was a professor at Columbia University and wrote what possibly is the most influential book in the humanities in the second half of the 20th century, possibly. Certainly one of the 3 or 4 most influential books in the second half of the 20th century, right? The word orient is also a verb. One orients oneself, right? Goes in a particular direction. Okay? So now the question for us is, what is the Orient? And for our purposes, of course, we're interested in India, and India would have been included in the Orient. The American usage of the Orient actually has referred largely to the Far East, China, Japan, and Korea, principally China and Japan. But there have been American usages of the word Orient which have included India in it as well. Now, Edward Said proposed a certain thesis, which is called Orientalism. Okay, that's not really the thesis as such, but because the word Orientalism refers to a number of different things. What he wants to make is an argument of the following sort. All right, and to keep this argument in mind, just go back to my concluding remarks on Monday. Remember where I started talking to you and I said that just imagine that you had to think of 10 key words when you were thinking of Japan. And so somebody mentioned sushi, and I said maybe ramen, maybe kimono, okay, maybe Toyota, Honda, so forth and so on. Manga might be one of them. Particularly if you go to Southeast Asia, I mean, manga is Japanese comics, as you know, right? So they are sort of signposts to something called Japan, and we want to probably avoid having such signposts, because what these signposts do is they essentially reduce a complex civilization to certain key elements. And there may be a difficulty in doing that for every civilization, but for some civilizations, this enterprise may be much more hazardous than it may be for others. Right? So in the case of Japan, we would say that probably it's a very hazardous enterprise to try to reduce all of Japan to 10 or 15 or 20 of these little signposts by which we try to understand this complex civilization. Okay? Now, in the case of India, these signposts would have included such things as I said, the Taj Mahal, snake charmers, right? If you're living in the diaspora, I mean, almost every South Asian, every Indian, certainly they'll probably have some familiarity with something called a samosa or bhangra, right? These become the real signposts to something called India. And obviously, what we have to try to do is try to understand what are the enormous problems in reducing civilization to such signposts. And now let me use a little more complex word, essences. The study of India, right? So before we actually start looking at something called Indian history, we have to be worried about something else. And what we have to be worried about is how do we actually study another civilization, right? Particularly if we're studying it from the standpoint of a civilization that is quite different. Right? And so the first proposition that Edward Said makes, this particular proposition is not novel to him by any imagination, but then we're going to see what he's going to do with it, is that there is a particular relationship between power and knowledge. This is the first proposition. There's a particular relationship between power and knowledge, and you're all familiar with this proposition in very casual ways. One of the casual ways in which you're familiar with it is you've heard the expression that history is written by the victors very often, most often. And that is that those who have the power shape the discourse, okay, of a particular society, of a particular phenomenon, right? And this need not be a power-knowledge relationship that is simply confined to relationships between different cultures. There is a similar relationship, you could argue, between men and women. I mean, for every 100 books written by men, let's say, on the nature of women, okay, there's probably one such book written by a woman about men. Now, that's beginning to change, obviously, with feminism, women's studies, so forth and so on. But there's been obviously an enormous inequity of representation. So now, there's a second word that you have to think about. Representation. How do we represent another culture or civilization? Okay, and how do we do it without doing it enormous injustice? Who represents whom? With what right? With what authority? With what consequences? Okay, so there are two propositions you need to keep in mind. One, that there is a relationship between power and knowledge. That generally, we have to understand that bodies of knowledge are shaped under certain socioeconomic material situations. And they're very often shaped by people who have the ability to shape that body of knowledge. Okay? And secondly, that when we're speaking of bodies of knowledge with relation to culture or civilizations, then we have to say who represents whom. So if we look at the history of India, now we're going to find that throughout the 18th and 19th century, the bulk of Indian history was actually written by the Europeans. Right? Now, this is where we come to Edward Said's particular contribution to this problem. Because, of course, some of you might say, well, why should we assume that this is a problem in itself? Right? That if Europeans are writing the history of India, why should this be a problem? And would it be any better if Indians were to write their own history? And I can tell you the answer to the second question, no, it would not necessarily be any better, notwithstanding what Hindu nationalists might say, or what Indian nationalists might say. And might not be any better because many of these historians might in fact be replicating European models of knowledge in their work. Okay? And this is what Edward Said, in the conclusion of the book, which we are not reading, referred to as what he called second order Orientalism. So let's say 70 years after independence, India acquired independence in 1947. Okay? But 60, 70 years after independence, you might say that, well, there's a large body of Indian historians who are working on India, and they are the primary authorities. Well, not necessarily for the study of Indian history. And they may not be because they may still be replicating European models, European paradigms. So then we have to go back to the 18th century to understand what Said's own particular contribution is going to be to this problem, the study of this problem. That is, how does one represent another culture? What are the circumstances in which one does that? And what are some of the hazards of those kinds of representation? So now what Edward Said is going to say is the following. Okay? In Orientalism, he's going to say that it's not simply that there's a relationship between power and knowledge. We know there's a relationship between power and knowledge. What he's going to argue is this particular form of representation by which Europe represented the Orient. And for our purposes, India is what we're interested in. All the examples that he draws upon in Orientalism are largely drawn from the Middle East, also known as West Asia. Okay, most of the examples are drawn from there. I mean, there's some examples drawn from Africa, a few, some from India, but largely from the Middle East. So Edward Said is going to argue that in the 18th century, and the 18th century is not an innocent age for studying this question. Why is it not? Because by the 18th century, European colonialism is to be encountered in its full form. Okay, so if you look at the history of India, we know that by the second half of the 18th century, Britain is going to become the dominant colonial power. Now, we know that before Britain, Spain and Portugal had empires, and we know that in the 18th and 19th century, it's going to be not only Britain, but it's going to be France is going to be the other dominant colonial power. By the late 19th century, we're going to have countries such as Belgium, okay, coming into the stream here as well. Germany, not much left for it to acquire in the world. It'll take whatever it can get by the late 19th century. All right? This is a scenario you have to keep in mind. So we're not speaking about an age of innocence here. So what Said is now going to argue is that this form of representing the other became institutionalized in the late 18th century. Okay? This is the key point. Now, let me be very clear about what I'm saying and why you should understand that, and I'm going to elaborate on this point. Edward Said is not saying merely that people often have prejudices about other people. We know they do. In fact, I think if you encounter anyone who says they're completely free of prejudices, you should be very suspicious. Because prejudices may be tacit, they may be implicit. They're not always explicit. Okay? You know, people may have prejudices about others on account of race, language, religion, sex, sexual orientation, and so on and so forth. Okay? But Said is not simply saying that the Europeans had prejudices about Indians. I'm sure that Indians had prejudices about Europeans. But there's a difference. The difference is that Europeans are not writing about the Europeans. Indians are not writing about Europeans. They are not representing the Europeans. And one reason they are unable to do so is because they don't have the power to do so. India is a subjugated country in the late 18th century, and certainly by the early 19th century, much of India is going to come under colonial rule. Okay? And this is true, of course, of the other colonies as well. So, if somebody said, well, what's so special about the 18th century? Because there is something special about the 18th century with respect to Said's thesis about Orientalism. What he's really arguing is that what's special is that it's not simply that the Europeans had prejudices about the Indians or the Chinese or the Arabs. Right? I mean, if you read Herodotus is writing in the 5th century BC. Okay? It's full of prejudices. In fact, actually, some wonderful prejudices, which is why reading Herodotus is a huge amount of fun, frankly. Okay? Right? Okay? Full of prejudices. But is Herodotus an Orientalist? No. Not in the sense of the term. Because a systematic way of institutionalizing difference had not arisen in the 18th century. This systematic form of institutionalizing difference arose under conditions of colonialism. Okay? So Orientalism, therefore, is an entire intellectual and cultural apparatus for discussing, defining, evaluating, and interpreting the other. A civilization that is not your own. Okay, and the other interesting thing about this, which is very often not understood, even in many discussions of Orientalism, is that Said is saying that when Europeans start writing Indian history, they're writing Indian history not just for themselves. They're not saying that, so, for example, you have a historian called Elphinston, and he writes his huge history of India. Okay, I could give you 20 examples of histories of that kind, written in the late 18th century or early 19th. Or Alexander Dow, who's writing in the 1770s about Oriental despotism, as he calls it. Now, these people are writing these histories not just for their own people. They're actually writing these histories for the Indians. Because the argument is, we know India better than Indians know their own history. We know them better than they know themselves. So we're going to represent India not just, for ourselves. We are going to represent India for the Indians. All right? This is, in essence, what Orientalism is about. So therefore, the reason why you should really be aware of this thesis and think of it constantly as we move along in the next 8-9 weeks until we come to the end of term is when we look at a work of history, and we're looking at many secondary works. I mean, there may be some principal documents, principal sources that you might look at. You might look at an inscription written at a temple in the 4th century BC, for example. And that's not what I'm referring to here. What I'm referring to is the work of interpretation of that inscription. Okay? That's a secondary source, right? So what I produce, or the history that you're reading by Romila Thapar, these are secondary sources. So now the question is, what is the intellectual epistemological presumption with which a writer writes his or her work? Okay? Is that work infused by a certain kind of Orientalism? That is the assumption that I am doing some work of representation, which cannot be done by these people, number one. And this work of interpretation is now informed by certain presuppositions, and those presuppositions obviously arise from conditions of hierarchy. Because in the 18th century, obviously a hierarchy is established between the Europeans and the Indians, right? Or between the Europeans and the Arabs. There's a hierarchy that's going to be established. This hierarchy is going to be critical in shaping the nature of historical work. That's what Edward Said is saying. Now, the work has been heavily critiqued by many who say that, Said is saying that it's impossible for a European to offer a fair assessment of Indian history or Indian civilization or the Arab world. It may be that critique is fundamentally true or close to what Edward Said's position is. I think Said is saying, in effect, that it's actually very difficult under conditions of colonialism or neo-colonialism now, under conditions of enormous inequity of power. Okay? And there is an enormous inequity of power even today between the West and the Arab world. Just no question about it. Okay? I mean, the United States can contemplate thinking about, should we be bombing Iraq? Should we be bombing Afghanistan? Should we be bombing Iran? I mean, Iran doesn't have the luxury of thinking that way. So there is an enormous inequity of power. Let's not forget that. And we're saying there's a relationship between knowledge and the knowledge that is produced and the enormous inequity of power that exists. And that has existed since the 18th century. And as a consequence of this, since the 18th century, there has been an institutionalized form, in which representation of the other, in this case, the representation of the East or the Orient, has appeared. Now, I'll give you one illustration to make the argument very clear. Okay? And this illustration will reappear. All right? Will reappear when we come to the 18th century, when we come to that part of history from where I've drawn this particular illustration. In 1757, There's something called the Battle of Plassey. You'll hear about it because it's supposed to be the foundational moment of modern Indian history, right? The word battle is a misnomer, frankly, but we'll find out later on why that's not an appropriate characterization of what happened. The key point is simply this, that in 1757, at this so-called battle, Lord Clive, right, or Clive, let's not dignify him by calling him Lord, that's what he's known as, but Clive, okay, he is going to defeat an Indian Nawab. Nawab is a Muslim ruler in the state of Bengal, and this is going to become the foundation of British rule in India. Now, the justification for the British entering into this conflict was that some months preceding this, the Nawab, okay, and the Nawab of Bengal, his name is Siraj-ud-Dowla, you don't need to worry about the name right now, we'll get to it later, okay? Some months preceding this incident, the Nawab had apparently, okay, confined several hundred Europeans as prisoners in one small room. That incident is called the Black Hole of Calcutta. The Black Hole of Calcutta. Google it or look up my site and you'll see some information on it. Now, what is the source for this particular incident? The source for this incident is one English man by the name of Howell who claims he was an eyewitness. Okay, and so I'm going to call Howell A. He is source A. Okay? 6 months later, another man comes along, we're going to call him B. And he says that this incident took place, and he cites who? Howell, because that's the only source. And of course, we don't know if Howell was actually there. That's what he thinks, that he was there and he saw this. And he saw that when the door was open in the morning, because several hundred people had been crammed into a very small room, they suffocated. And when the door opened next morning, they fell like flies. Okay? And this is going to become partly the justification for the attack by the British on the Nawab. Okay? And the battle. Now, a couple of years later, another bloke comes along, we're going to call him C. And C says there are two sources for this incident, A plus B. And then a few months later, D comes along, another writer, all of them English, of course, and he says what? Now you should be able to guess what he's going to say, right? He says there are actually three sources. Three sources. Well, they're not three sources. There's only one supposed source. And these sources are A plus B plus C. Right? And then you can go on ad infinitum. Right? So you can go to C, and it's going to be, there are 25 sources. Right? Now, this is one of the ways in which Orientalism works. Iteration. Iteration means repetition. Orientalism produces certain devices by which you interpret other. In our own times, some of you may know this, because already this happened about 8-10 years ago, what I'm referring to, but you might have read about it. Exactly the same phenomenon happened in the United States with respect to Iraq. Weapons of mass destruction. Some bloke called Powell, the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, gives a presentation in the UN, says, we've proven that they're weapons of mass destruction. And then like a bunch of parrots, everybody else comes along, the administration, and they say, oh yeah, he said that, and then third person comes along and says, Colin Powell and X are saying that, and then of course the next day someone else comes along, so on and so on. And we know that there were no weapons of mass destruction. Complete concoction. And that's been demonstrated, that's been proven endlessly in the last few years. How this one of the devices. Okay, because Orientalism, I'm explaining in the abstract. Now I'm giving you an illustration of how the work of interpretation takes place. So some historian comes along and says something, right? And then, 10 other people repeat that. Well, that doesn't mean that it's true. And in fact, one of the ways in which discourse works, if you say something often enough, it might just become true. Okay? And this is an argument that was made by somebody who was very influential in shaping the thought of Edward Said, a French philosopher by the name of Foucault, right? Who basically talks about what he calls truth effects. That's going to be my last point for this portion of my observations about Orientalism. Foucault says that what discourse does, discourse is what we produce. It could be oral, it could be, but here we're looking at written discourse. What discourse does is produce not so much truth necessarily, but truth effects. Okay? So this is what Orientalism is going to produce. It's going to produce certain truth effects. And it will be for us to be extremely vigilant when we read colonial texts in particular, or even when we read modern Indian texts, because many of the modern Indian histories are based on colonial presuppositions, even when they think they are defying those presuppositions. Okay? This is what Orientalism is about. Does anybody have a question? It's a relatively complex matter in some ways, but I've tried to put it to you in what I think are terms of clarity. Does anybody have any questions about Orientalism? All right. Now what I want to do is, before I move into the Indus Valley, is I want to just talk to you very briefly about the physical geography of it. Okay? And before we do that, if you could turn your attention to these three words I've written over here. India. Okay? India is not the term by which Indians describe their own country. See, we've already got a problem. I mean, we're studying the history of India, and we're using a word that Indians never used themselves to describe their own land. If you go to Indian postage stamps or Indian currency notes, right, because those are the two reliable places you can go to for determining how a country defines itself. So now it uses two words. On every Indian postage stamp, you'll find two words. One is the word Bharat. Okay, and this is a Devanagari script. You'll find out later on what is a Devanagari script. It's a script in which Sanskrit is written, in which modern North Indian languages are written, such as Hindi. Okay, right? So you'll find the word Bharat and you'll find the word India. Because, of course, if they say Bharat, when this letters, nobody's writing letters, it's all internet anyhow, but nobody would really know what Bharat is. It would be a private conversation. So they use the word India, which is a word that has now been used, of course, for several hundred years. There are other words by which this land mass was designated. Aryavart. Aryavart is the land of the Aryans. Okay, and there are going to be some real problems there because, of course, there are people who are not Aryans. And then the word Aryan is a form of mystification, frankly, by now. And particularly after Hitler and World War II and all of that, and the whole ideology of Aryan supremacy, there are real difficulties in using this word. Okay? But the designation by which Indians would have known their own country would have included the words Bharat, okay, Aryavart, the land of the Aryans, and Hindustan. Stan means place, as in Baluchistan, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, same endings, right? Stan, place, right? So the place of the Hindus. And of course, there's a real problem now in using this word Hindustan today, because we know that there's a significant percentage of the population of India which is not comprised of Hindus. There are Sikhs, there are Jains, there are Muslims, there are Buddhists, and there have been many other groups for a very long period of time. But of course, you could argue that perhaps this word is partly justified on the grounds that perhaps, and this is what we're going to have to see, whether this is the case or not, that most of the principal contours of Indian history were shaped by those who would then later on become known as the Hindus. Okay? Or that in some way, this is a substratum of Indian culture. But we have to be extremely careful about that because we do not want to elide Hindus in India and India into Hindus and imagine that these are synonymous words. Not even remotely. Right? So we are going to use
There
the
he
word
is.
India.
There's that fucking slut. This motherfucker was sucking dick so goddamn late into the night that he is still in hibernation mode. How you living, pimp? Dog, I'm firing on all cylinders. You ready to hear all the news of the overnight hours? Nothing. Absolutely fucking. Fell asleep. Well, here's the most positive thing that I can tell you. The Discord hasn't been banned, and I haven't been thrown out of iShowSpeed Discord, which is really important because I'm starting to pick up fucking momentum on this bitch. Why? I don't say anything to anyone, which is so fucking annoying to everyone, which is kind of hilarious to me, especially because I it's so easy to do. Like I don't have to interact with anyone. I don't have to make anybody happy. I don't have to make anybody upset. And then they come to my fucking YouTube channel, which is what I want them to do. YouTube is where it's at, and they fucking message me and stuff like. So that's good. Um, and so that's my plan. It's just literally live in the fucking thing for like I do an Aiden Ross's. Why do I think that this one's better than Aiden Ross's? Aiden Ross's isn't open to anyone anymore like this one is, and the people in here are nicer, even though they're Aiden Ross's. I felt well. I shouldn't say they're. No, I don't want to say that. I mean, the people in Aiden Ross's are nice. We got off to the wrong foot because I was spamming so much, so they didn't like me. But I get that. But the people on iShow Speed, since they're on YouTube, they don't really know. So I'm just like a normal, I mean, kid, who's just living in there. So I've got that going for me. My bots, I've got these fucking bots to a point where they are almost like fucking perfect. I just hit like, I have to hit the button maybe once every like 4, 5, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. Like, it's very rare that they mess up. And if they do, I'm like a fucking hawk. I added some quotes to my already long um introductory um letter that comes out. And why did I add them? I just they kind of shaped my worldview. So what are they? Um, well, I added my own app. Okay, so I have this theory that like, okay, so there's the universe, but then there's the multiverse theory, which is tight as fuck. I don't really understand it all, and anyone who tells you that they do, I wouldn't put a lot of credibility in them. If they said, "Look, I know something about it," but like anyone's like, "I understand it all," okay, fine. So then, I want to talk about all the multiverses as one thing, and so I call it the omniverse, and that's how I refer to the universe. It's like all of the universe, or all of the multiverse. Okay, so I call it the omniverse, and the reason why I like that, believe it or not, in the future the letter O, because it's like a circle, is like a very thing that people get around, and like shapes are really important. So, omniverse is big. So, what is my quote of myself? Everything in the omniverse is subjective except this sentence. So let's break that down. Move away from the omniverse and just say the universe. Okay, everything in the universe is subjective except this sentence. What the fuck do I mean by that? I mean that somebody can say that the sun is big, but that's just your opinion. It's big for us, but it's not necessarily big in comparison to other stars. So that's just your subjective opinion on it. I mean, it really goes back to the Big Lebowski. That's like your opinion, man. Like, so, yeah, I think that that is an important point about life that there are no objective truths to anyone. Because anyone who's like, this is like that, I'm like, okay, is it the same if you're an alien on another planet? Is it the same as if you are perhaps in another dimension? Like, so basically, everything is subjective, is what I'm saying. Everything is subjective, except that fucking sentence. And it bothers me because I want everything period to be subjective, but it can't be. One thing has to be objective, which is that's the statement that says everything is subjective. Anyway, it's kind of paradoxical, and it's something that I just I've always been dealing with. Okay, next, in the whole of nature, there is nothing purposeless, trivial, or necessary. This is by Maimonides, and I wanted a rabbinical quote that didn't deal with God or the law, because there are going to be people who come in who don't want to get into that, and I understand that. But basically, everybody can get around nature, and I just want people to know that everybody matters. There's nothing purposeless, trivial, or not. Okay. Next, I had this on here, but all I know is that I know nothing, and that I think is just as the older that I get, I recognize that's true more and more. Knowing yourself is the beginning of wisdom. Aristotle. Next is any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and we want Mashiach. Oh, Arthur C. Clarke with any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And then, so it's super long, but nobody reads this shit anyway. And anyone who does is gonna read it. Like, okay, you sent me something, I read it. But I get those welcoming things all the time, and do you know who becomes really big in the future? What band? You know what band becomes really big in the future? Well, Coldplay. Coldplay becomes like the biggest band, bigger than. And this. Well, my brain is fucking turning on. I thought you were talking about what is going to be like bad in the future. My brain a whole bunch of shit, man. A whole bunch of shit. No, I should have enunciated. Band. Coldplay. No, you said it right. I heard it wrong. That's okay. Um, Coldplay is gonna be really big. Coldplay is already big, but I mean, when people like for the next generation talk about who the biggest band will be, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, they'll say Coldplay. And no, I think going on tour again. I like Coldplay. Dude, there we are. They're already one of the best 90s bands of all time. Perhaps the best 90s duo of all time. All that can happen now is older the animosity between the brothers seems like they might answer quite the resurgence. They should. Also, the other, the normal video that I watched, the one that juxtaposed way, the one that I'm screening, but as good as the video you have, broken video-wise. Oh, yeah, that happens after like 12 hours. Of the 5 streams that I have on Rumble, over the course of 12 hours, 1 or 2 will go down after like 9 or 10 hours or something. Like, it's just, it's actually, it's not my. Here in Discord. Oh, here in Discord. You're saying one of them you can't see well. I see. One was yeah. The other one. Yeah, I see. I gotcha. We'll get about that. I able to see. Can you see it now? All good. Yeah, there. Yep, all better. It's I'm telling you, I know I'm gonna get famous from I Trust You. I always thought it would be Kick, but I'm telling you, like this thing is a very popular flavor, and so long as I don't say anything, I have said something. I said some guy was in here and like I just want to say this person's a prick. They just came in here and they're like, hey, I know what you're trying to do. I'm like, I like barely listen. I'm like, what? You're just trying to get um you're just trying to get VC time so that you can become a moderator. Well, it's not gonna work. I'm like, huh? Dog. I've had jobs. I don't work jobs for free, aka moderation, for large creators who could be paying you. I want nothing to do with the world. Get the fuck out of here. But I basically just said to him, dude, I don't want any of that. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he left. But that's the only shit that I've really gotten. Everybody else comes in and they're just like, they either say the N word, they say, what's this dude doing with his cam on? All the other bullshit that happens. But nobody's been mean to me, so that's cool. Sure thing, good.
Accepted word. But I'm just beginning on that note to indicate that, well, when we start writing the history of India, studying the history of India, we will encounter this problem at the very outset. Now, the physical geography of India, basically, so you've got a peninsula here, okay, and this is over here Gujarat, and this here is going to now be Bangladesh, right? You'll hear a bit more about that later on. And so this is over here is what is called the Bay of Bengal. This is the Indian Ocean here, so this is all water, and this is the Arabian Sea. Okay, this is the Arabian Sea. Delhi is somewhere around here, roughly. Bombay, now known as Mumbai, okay, is over here on the west coast. And then if you've got, of course, many other major metropolises, we're not going to look at all of them for the moment. You have a huge mountain range over here, okay? And this mountain range is going to run for several thousand kilometers, the Himalayas, okay? The Himalayas. Now, the Himalayan region has its own distinct culture, history, identity. And one of the things we cannot do in this class, I'm letting you know right now, is to look at the various cultures that together comprise this area. You know, in what way is it a distinct region? Okay, what are the linguistic groups that flourish over there? And we're going to find that there are connections between different Himalayan groups, right? And that some of these connections certainly signify the difference between these Himalayan ethnic, linguistic, cultural groups and what you're going to find in the heartland. When people speak of the heartland in India, what they're really referring to is very often, this is one of those prejudices. Now, here the word prejudices is different than the word Orientalism. Okay? They very often are referring to this portion over here, roughly. Okay, and the river Ganges flows over here. Okay, it's called the Ganga in India. The anglicized form is Ganges. And this is where you're going to find the most fertile land, and you're going to find a large number of cities that this historically developed along this part. We're going to find that there is an earlier civilization before the civilization that develops along the Ganges. Okay, I'm going to come to that later on. But this is very often what is referred to as a heartland. Now, there are many other terms that are used for this area. Sometimes it's referred to as a cow belt, for example, which is not to say that there are more cows there than there are in the rest of India, but there is a politics around the cow and the protection of the cow, right? And this is something, again, that you won't understand right now, but you will understand it in due course of time when we get to the Aryans, all right? This portion in the south here, okay, and it's not like you can draw a line like that, so, you know, but roughly, you know, somewhere, this portion over here, this is called the Deccan, okay, South India. And one of the things that distinguishes the Deccan from North India is that the four principal languages that you find in the Deccan belong to a different linguistic group than the languages spoken in North India. All right? Now, the geography is significant for the following reasons. And there are many others, but just one or two things that come to mind and that you should be aware of is that the Himalayas introduced a barrier in some ways between India and the rest of the world. Which is not to say that this barrier could not be infiltrated, because you've got foreigners coming in to India for a very long period of time, coming in from Central Asia, Turkey, West Asia, particularly Central Asia, and they're coming through what is called the Hindu Kush Mountain, okay, which is a portion of the Himalayas. Right? So they're coming there, but by and large, we're saying that the Himalayan range, the Himalayan range, is a kind of barrier. Again, you know that when we speak about the Himalayan range, we're speaking about obviously a huge number of peaks, beginning with obviously Everest, which is the tallest, but there are hundreds of which are over 20,000 feet in height. Okay, so the lower foothills of the Himalayas means 10,000 feet or less. That's the lower foothills of the Himalayas. All right, that's what you have to bear in mind. Now, the other interesting thing, of course, is that India is a peninsula, and we're going to find not through the land, they're going to come by sea. That's going to introduce a new phase in Indian history. But one of the interesting things that we have to think about is what were the kind of linkages that India had with the rest of the world by sea. Okay? And this is when we start to get into the Indus Valley civilization, we're going to find that this is going to be exceedingly important. All right, so this is roughly what you should be thinking about. All right, now let me move into what is called the Indus Valley civilization. Okay? And let me begin by saying that, if you're looking at the Indus Valley civilization, I mean, we're going roughly back to 3000 BC. There are obviously human settlements in India long before that. And the Paleolithic age, as it's called, begins in India somewhere around 7000 BC, roughly around 7000 BC. The Paleolithic age here refers to the fact that they were largely as opposed to the Neolithic age, where they're using more advanced tools. Okay? And you've got better stone implements and so on. So we're not looking at this pre-history, which goes back 7,000 BC and maybe even earlier. There's a place in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh is a state in central India, okay, where they have some cave paintings that date back to roughly 15,000 years, 20,000 years. So we're not looking at the history of human settlements in India right from the outset. The reason we go to the Indus Valley civilization is that the first period for which we have sufficiently concrete evidence. I mean, this is all relative because it's still going to be very, very sketchy what we know about the Indus Valley civilization, but we do know something about it. Right? And secondly, we're going to find the development of and that's because there is a particular relationship between city and civilization. Right? So this is why we go through something called the Indus Valley civilization. Now, the Indus Valley civilization. So if you go back to this map, here, but just to give you some idea, it's going to develop along the northwest part of India. Northwest part of India, and there's a river here called the Indus. Okay? The river Indus, it has a number of tributaries. One of the tributaries is a river called the Ravi. And for those of you who have some familiarity with India, today this land is the area that we call partly the Punjab, and then partly it's in Pakistan today. All right? So the Indus Valley civilization developed along the Indus River. Okay, and as I said, it goes through over here and empties out into the Bay of Bengal. River empties out into the Bay of Bengal, and there are these tributaries, one of which is a Ravi. And this is important because we're going to find that there are two cities which are of supreme importance. Now, before I tell you a little bit about these two cities, which are actually quite few differences here and there, but very similar. These cities, their existence was largely unknown until the early part of the 20th century. In 1926, they started doing excavations. And before that, the general view was that the earliest Indian cities had developed along the Gangetic Plain. So remember I mentioned to you the river Ganga, also known as the Ganges, and that plain, that area named after the river Ganges. Then the general idea was that the first Indian city that developed along the Gangetic Plain, a city called Patna, and then a city which today is known as Banaras or Varanasi. It's got two or three different names. It's got another name here called Varanasi, but it's usually known as Banaras or Varanasi. Right? So the general impression used to be, until these excavations were done in the 1920s, that the earliest cities that developed along the Gangetic Plain, which is a very fertile area, and then in the 1920s, our understanding of the plants began to change very significantly. Okay, with the discovery, in particular, of two cities. Okay, one of them is called Harappa, and the other one is called Mohenjo-daro. Now, let me, as a little footnote, say something here before I move to a substantive discussion of that. These sites are today in Pakistan. And it's not insignificant. It's not insignificant because if you read Pakistani history, they'll tell you that the history of Pakistan goes back to 5,000 years. Now, there's something rather funny about it, if you think about it, because Pakistan is created in 1947. But of course, there are some sites which now are in Pakistan. These happen to be older sites of the Indus Valley civilization. Therefore, the Pakistan is carved out of in 1947. Right? And the reason I mention this is because for a moment, before we start discussing Indus Valley civilization, I want you to keep in mind the distinction between three things: a nation state, and a civilization. These three are quite different things. As a nation state, India has a history that goes back to 1947. That's when India became a nation state. Okay? And what is, by the way, the definition of a nation state? Anybody want to venture a guess? How do you define a nation state? Sorry? Constitution? Did I hear the word constitution? The room is so big that I don't know the show where it's constitution. Okay, maybe constitution might be one way to think of it. And what is a sense of national identity? But okay, so okay, backed up by certain kind of infrastructure, right? What does a nation state have the ability to do that, let's say, a nation may not have? In other words, let me ask you this: what is the distinction between a nation and a nation state? Can you think of people who are a nation but are not a nation state? Yeah. Okay. So can you give me an illustration of a nation that's not a nation state? Fine. That would be the first example that would come to mind, right? Because the Palestinians have some kind of shared history, some kind of notion of a shared past. There are all these mystifying things such as blood, okay, which go into the constitution of what we call a nation. One way to think about a nation state is a nation state is a nation with an army and a navy. Okay? Basically muscle power. And then we get into such things as constitution, the enforcement of borders, right? Passports, and so on. Yes. Sovereignty. Yeah. Sovereignty would be another way to look at it. Okay? So if we're looking at India, we're saying that let's keep one thing in mind. Its history as a nation state is very, very recent, going back to 1947. Now, when the British come to India, they are quite convinced that there's no such thing as a nation called India. They're quite convinced of that. And this is going to be one of the grounds on which they're going to try to impose a certain, because they're going to try to say that, well, there are all these people, they're called Bengalis and Gujaratis and Punjabis and Tamilians, right? And what makes them all gel together, right? And by the way, that's not quite the same as saying there are people who are from Florida and there are people from Massachusetts. Not at all. Very different, because you have to keep in mind that these people called Bengalis and Punjabis and Tamilians, okay, and so on and so on, right? That all of these have very distinct linguistic identities as well. Many of the languages that we're speaking of here, because Gujarati is not only a group of people, it's also a language. A Bengali is a person, but Bengali is also a language. And many of these languages have histories that go back hundreds of years. They have distinct literary traditions that go back several hundred years. All right? So, the British view is that there is no such thing as an Indian nation. And of course, there's no nation state. Nation state is a modern creation. And even in Europe, nation states are relatively, I mean, you have to go back to the 17th century to something called the Treaty of Westphalia, which is going to inaugurate the nation state system. And then you have something called a civilization. Okay? And of course, India can be spoken of as a civilization. Right? And then we're going to have to see what are the various consequences of using this particular word. What are the ramifications of speaking of India as a civilization? Now, in Pakistan, and so this is why I've been led to this, because this has become a very interesting site of contention. You see, the Hindu nationalists in India are extremely upset about the fact that the two most well-known sites of the Indus Valley civilization, which is the earliest civilization, frankly, of any consequence in India, now happen to be in a nation state called Pakistan. So who's going to claim the legacy of the Indus Valley civilization? This is where you get into the politics of history, right? And we shouldn't assume, by the way, that you can divorce the politics of history from history itself. Okay? So this is why I'm mentioning this as a little footnote before we get into a description of what is Indus Valley civilization. Now, the Indus Valley civilization began roughly around 3000 BCE, okay, before the Common Era, so about 5,000 years ago. And it has distinct phases, which I'll get into later on. And there are some very interesting features of this civilization. One, it's an urban civilization. And it's exceedingly important to keep that in mind, because throughout the colonial period, and this is where Orientalism comes in, the impression that was sought to be conveyed by the British was that India had always been a predominantly rural civilization. In fact, the Indus Valley civilization was a highly urban civilization. Its two major cities, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, both developed along the banks of rivers in an environment that is very dry and arid. Okay, there is this interesting question. Now, why did these civilizations develop along these cities, develop along these rivers in such a dry and arid environment? There is, by the way, a comparable example elsewhere in the world, which would be the Nile and the Tigris-Euphrates complex. You've got similarly dry, arid kind of environment, right? And civilization developing along the river. And there are lots of reasons. The river is, one, a source of fish, a source of food. Secondly, if they were trying to develop a civilization in the interior, it would probably have entailed the clearing of dense jungles. Now, here, they didn't really have to do much clearing. It's a dry, arid environment. In order to do, by the way, clearing of dense jungles, you need a plow, which they didn't really have. Okay, so now we are beginning to see what are some of the features of this civilization. It's an urban civilization, and I haven't described the features of that. What are the features of this urban civilization? What makes it urban? You've got cities, extremely good town planning, wide streets with subsidiary lanes, the streets meeting at right angles. In fact, some historians have argued, and I actually share that view, that the town planning that was displayed by Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, both these cities are in ruins, by the way, but you can tell quite a bit from the ruins, that the town planning displayed by these cities is probably better than the town planning of most Indian cities even today. No exaggeration. Certainly when it comes to sewage and disposal of sewage. Because if you've been in India, and you've been in many other parts of the world, like India, you know that it's an absolute mess. When the monsoon rains come down, they have no idea what to do. Okay? Now, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa had extremely good sewage from what we can tell, sewage disposal, from what we can tell from the structure of the city. They used bricks. These bricks were produced on the fast wheel. All these bricks are of extremely regular size. So they're not irregular in size. Standard uniform produced in a kiln. And the kiln is a few kilometers away from the city. Okay? Now these are some of the features. We're run out of time. I'm going to continue this of the Indus Valley civilization because I'm going to focus on its urban features, its links with the world, and what we can talk some of the topics. You know, you've got these sites, Harappa, and further, if you go along the river Indus. By the way, below the Indus, you see what's called a Ghagar Hakra, which in fact actually that dried up. I mean, so the Punjab incidentally means the land of five, five. All right, but it used to be 7 rivers over there, and then you have the Sarti, which are 2 rivers that are supposed to have dried up. And you'll see to the left, to the west over there, Mohenjo-daro, and then in its proximity, you see a number of other important sites as well. All right, just to give you a basic layout, and you notice it says Thar Desert sites. How many sites are we talking about? Basically, roughly about 1,000, something on the order of about 1,000 sites. But 2 really major cities, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, and then if you go further south, you see a place called Dholavira, and then there's a place which you don't see on this map. It's called Lothal, which is in Gujarat, right? And in fact, there's been extensive excavations over there. There's supposed to be in a dry dock over there, according to some archaeologists. And as you'll find out in a couple of minutes, there were extensive trading links between the Indus Valley people, right, and Mesopotamia or modern-day Iraq, right? So just a few different maps to give you a sense of what we're talking about, and you can see that these sites are either along the rivers, right, or in close proximity to water. That's the critical thing, but the general area is dry and arid. And we know, I think, quite reliably, can't be absolutely certain, in fact, can't be absolutely certain about almost anything probably, with having to do with the Indus Valley civilization, because what you really have is you have these archaeological deposits. But I think it's reasonably certain that all of these sites were, as I said, very close to a body of water, either on a river or otherwise close to a body of water. All right, and that's something that you need to keep in mind when you look at this area, and reasonably certain that there was no canal, even though the Indus Valley people, in fact, actually did domesticate a number of crops, wheat, barley, wheat, among others. All right. So here's another map now, and there you can see, the clusters a little bit more. If you look at the red dots over there, and then again Harappa, further north, and then to the southwest of that, further down along the river Indus, you see Mohenjo-daro. And on this map, you can actually see Lothal. So if you go further down, all the way to the last sites, you see a site marked Lothal, which is in modern-day Gujarat. They've done actually quite a lot of excavation in Lothal in recent years. And now here you've got a very simplified map, which shows you like 3 or 4 of the major sites, just so you have a sense of their relationship to each other. The roughly about 1,000 miles north to south. Okay, and one interesting question is why the civilization did not develop further along the Gangetic Plain, right in what I call the heartland of India. That's an interesting question. Right? And that may have to do with the nature of this civilization, the fact that it was largely waterborne, if I may put it this way, that if you had moved further inland, you would have had to clear dense jungle, among other things, and so on. Okay? And now you're going to see a few slides of the sites that we're talking about. So this is Mohenjo-daro. You can see the citadel on top. There's a mound over there. Right? This brickwork is original brickwork. Right? And so when we're talking about the Indus Valley civilization, remember what I mentioned to you, that roughly it originates around 3000 BC. By 1750, 1800 BC, it's going to disappear. Right? And the reasons for its disappearance are not entirely clear. One, there are 3 or 4 major speculations. I want to enter into that question right now, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the civilization. Why did it disappear? Well, it may have disappeared because of flooding. One of the things that the excavations have revealed is that the street level continued to rise over the years. Now, that's very good. A very good sign of the fact that probably was flooding over the years. And over centuries, people became accustomed to that. And at some point, there was some kind of cataclysmic flooding, which they couldn't be. That's one point. It's also been argued, and again, it's the archaeological evidence here indicates some degree of burning in some places that the city of Mohenjo-daro, for example, might have been burned down to the ground. Now, if it was burned down to the ground, it was probably done by somebody else, and this is, of course, we are going to eventually start talking about the Aryans in the second half of the lecture today, the coming of the Aryans. Right, that there was some encounter between the Indus Valley people and the people that are known as the Aryans. The other possibility is that the river dried up, or that their course significantly became different, and therefore there was no food supply available to these people. Right? That's another theory. So you would need some kind of ecological narrative in order to understand exactly what happened there, and as I said, this is largely based on speculation, especially by people who have actually studied early Indian history. And what you're seeing there is actually a photograph which shows you one of the great bits here, which is the Great Bath from Mohenjo-daro. I'm going to talk about it more in just a moment. But just sort of go through some of these slides over here. Here's you've got a different idea of what the Great Bath looks like. And when we talk about the
I use an old Amazon Fire, and they don't have the best browser. It's known as Amazon Silk, SILK. Like it's a different kind of browser, like Opera, Chrome, Safari. Amazon has its own. It puts absolutely no money into it, or they do, and it's just dog shit. So, every 24 hours or so, it'll crash, and I just have to restart it. Or not restart it, just reload the browser. It just like gets over. It's the absolute worst technology. I'm telling you right now, this fucking. I cannot wait to be famous to be able to tell all these dumb motherfuckers who own these fucking technology companies that their shit sucks and it needs to improve. We need better user interface, we need better user experience. All this shit sucks. Everything about technology, iPhone, sucks. Everything about Windows nowadays sucks. Everything sucks, and I'm here to fix it. Alright, would you please take a look at Music Biz Marty? Does it work? Can you see it?
Back in.
Yeah, so just like once a day or so, maybe once every 12 hours, I have to just click it. And sometimes it's for a long time. Sometimes it'll be 6 days, 10 days, and I won't, maybe not 10 days, but like maybe 4 or 5 days, something like that. And I won't have anything, but eventually it just fucking be really. Under normal circumstances, that's fine for a person because nobody's using shit as hard as I do. I use technology than maybe anyone on earth. Nobody else is like, okay, you have knowledge 24/7, 365, and it needs to work all the time, and it needs to remain connected, and it's like nobody really does that stuff. But I don't give a flying fuck. That's how it needs to be because people will start to do this. They're already starting to do it. You're doing it. I saw you went live today for like 29 minutes. Is that correct?
Plus like 2.5 hours later on the other channel.
Oh, so you created another channel. Hold on, why did you create another channel?
Yeah, I sent
Okay, that's that. Okay, wait, hold on a second. So when you went away, you went to go stream with Ian, right?
yeah.
That's what. I just didn't know what it was. I saw that you had sent a message, but I wanted to talk to you about it because I was, I was, and frankly, I had just awakened and I looked at my phone and I didn't really pay that too much attention. Okay, so
That's humble. I think the bad not try to control work very just like better.
let me ask you: is Kian Archon agency?
Let me end
Okay, what's Kian himself?
so there's on analysis but now he goes like your
Who's Big Lenny? Who's Big Lenny?
about the white belt.
Oh, Fred, right. The two of you were in, right? That's right.
Yes.
All right, 2.5 hours. Wow, that's really good. Okay, so after you left from your plane, you went to do this. Very cool, man.
Because well,
Great.
have it set up. Unbelievable.
Dog, I am so dog shit at these Halloween courses or whatever, the fucking dark ones. I am so shit at them. Just absolute positive dog shit. And I can tell you why. I can't see the contrast really well. And you had a good suggestion. Turn up the brightness of my phone, and that works a little bit. But even still, when it's black on brown,
Oh my goodness. There we go. All right. Finally,
for Archon,
yes.
I saw it. You sent it to me.
The link tree.
Yep. Let me double check
I
that.
sent.
You just
I sent.
Yeah, you did, dog. You sent it yesterday at 10:18 p.m.
Well, well,
Oh wow, I'm featured on that. That's amazing.
showing you that. I did. Look at that. My dumbass.
Okay, well you don't have to feature me there.
You like that?
That's very nice, but
I thought it was, you talked about your. Yeah, we told everyone to join here.
we're starting a movement, baby. It is a world
But
peace
yeah,
movement. I am just delighted that I didn't get awakened for the fourth day in a row by a fucking um chainsaw.
or chainsaw or something.
No chainsaws. Yeah. Now I want to think you were not here all night, so I was just
I
in.
showed up at about 3:50.
Okay, so you were here, but I mean you didn't like stay in here. When I awoke, you weren't here, which is absolutely fine. Um, so he had the opportunity to get me alone, and he did
Yeah.
not, which is hilarious. It's like he's a chainsaw. It's like the chainsaw massacre when he's trying to get me, and I'm just like, fuck you, ban son, dude. These fucking bots that I've developed are so good that they're almost like too fucking good. And here's why I say that: they um they work to the point where the people are no longer streaming. It's like they just work for a really fucking long time. And I'm shocked that more people don't. It tells me that Kick, their numbers are just so fucking inflated. Just absolutely inflated. And in my opinion, Rumble's numbers are they're interesting. I can put it that way. Did you see? I'm sure you didn't. Elon Musk has hinted that Donald Trump will do the Joe Rogan experience before the election. Did you just say something?
Alright, say that again.
That's okay. I heard myself in the in another device. I think Elon Musk. I saw on Twitter. Somebody had said that he has hinted that Donald Trump will do the Joe Rogan experience before the election, which I think it's not going to do anything, but it might be the biggest Joe Rogan experience, the biggest one ever.
Yeah. Well,
It will be the biggest one.
absolutely.
I really mean this. I absolutely fucking mean this. I know this sounds absolutely positively self just self absorbed, but I really mean this. I think it will be the biggest one. This is my if I had to make a prediction, it would be the biggest Joe Rogan until I went viral, and then Joe Rogan and I do a Joe Rogan experience because I would be the person who had seen more of his content on video than any person in global history. And that would be a fucking really interesting experience. And plus,
Documented himself number one.
pardon me?
Documented.
Exactly. And I will say this: there are bigger Joe Rogan fans. I'm not even his biggest fucking. He has a lot of content. That's what I like. I don't agree with everything that he says, by any means, but I do agree with a lot of it. And but but I think everyone does. Like there are if like there are some people who dismiss him, but he is a he is a he is an industry changer. He changed comedy. He changed the UFC. He changed podcasting. He changed like those are three really big industries, and he is solidified in all of them. On top of that, he's really good at some other things that I just appreciate. Archery, billiards. He's really good at mixed martial arts himself. Like he's a very, very talented individual, and I think that that is just fucking fascinating. And he's an actor, like host of shit, a really good one too. He has a fascinating statistic. Joe Rogan has ever gone for two castings in his entire life, two auditions. The first
Yeah.
was for the show Hardball, which he got with Jay Moore, and the second was for News Radio, which he got. He's 2 for 2. He's like the one guy in Hollywood who went 2 for 2 and then just fucking never had to interview again. Then he's just interview only, and then he's his own thing where nobody says, "Hey Joe, will you audition for this anymore?" It's just, no, you go to him and he's gonna say no. But with whatever it is, it's like you. I just know very few people in Hollywood have that kind of career where it's just boom. The thing that really helped him, though, in my opinion, I mean, I don't know everything about him, but he does have some like things that he keeps private, which I respect, particularly like with his family, and I understand that. Like they don't want to be public people, so he doesn't necessarily like reference them all that much. But like for the other stuff he talks about, um, from what I understand, he was the United States Open champion in jiu-jitsu, not jiu-jitsu, in taekwondo. Yeah, and that's a huge thing to be the national champion. So, and he doesn't play that up that much at all. And I understand he's achieved a lot, but I would tell you what, I would still be so fucking proud of that. I'd be like, I did best in the fucking country when I was 17 years old, whatever. Like no one could fucking touch me. I was better than anybody. Go fuck yourself. But he doesn't play that up. He's done a lot of other things, but that then gave him, I think, confidence in some other things to get a development deal with Disney. So he got a development deal with Disney very early on. He got like $100,000. So that allowed him to buy all the shit that he wanted to buy. And like, when he would go into a an audition, they already knew, hey, we signed this guy. So but he's just he's an industry changer, and he's like gonna be like Elon Musk. I know that sounds when you can say Elon Musk changed the electric car, solar, Neuralink, going to space, all that shit. He's like four different industries in his own way. Joe Rogan did a lot, and believe it or not, have you ever heard of the company Audio? If you watch it, on its side to the Amazon, you heard it here first.
the Great Bath here. Let me give you what it dimensions for an idea. 11.88 meters long, right? 7 meters wide, and about 2.5 meters deep. Right? This is what's called the Great Bath. And there's an interesting divergence of opinions about what this Great Bath may have represented. A.L. Basham, who wrote a book. A.L. Basham is an Australian scholar. He wrote a book which has a title called The Wonder That Was India. Notice the past tense, by the way, right? Was. Why was? And then, of course, you have to see where his history stops. And it essentially stops with the coming of the Muslims, right? So, in effect, you can put two and two together that once the Muslims come, well, basically the India that we knew is no longer the glorious India that everybody thinks about, right? I mean, in effect, that's the point of view. I'm obviously simplifying it, and I don't want to minimize his work as a scholar because, in fact, he had lots of interesting things to say, and is quite a vigorous scholar of Hinduism in particular, right? But this book was a classic for many years. I mean, it was used widely for 30, 40 years, and I just want to tell you what he says about the Great Bath, just so that you have an idea of what is some of the controversy. If you read Nehru's Discovery of India, he's quite clear that the Indus Valley was a highly secular civilization. Okay? A highly secular civilization. But if you read Bhasham, and I'm going to quote, you get a very different impression. Like the tank of a Hindu temple. So if you ever go to South India especially, you're not going to find this quite often in North India. You will find it in some places, but you don't really have, for example, in the Gangetic Plains, you don't really have temples that have survived. I mean, most of the temples are relatively recent. Some may go back to 300, 400 years. But if you want to look at the older Hindu temples, you really have to go down into South India. Okay? And if you go to these temples, you'll find usually that there is a tank, a body of water alongside the temple. All right? So this is what he means.
I hope you're amazing.
Like the tank
I hope you're having the best fucking day ever. I don't even mean just like this week, this month of this year. I mean in the history of mankind, and not just your lifetime. I hope ever. Well, guess what? You're getting one of my fucking welcome messages, and you get all the good shit. Welcome, welcome, bitch. Alright. Who is that? Who is that? That was the Black Dot. They were the 1,000. And 7 and 8 thing. But boy, did they get a lot of shit. They got a lot of shit in their inbox. Like what? They got my live streams link. They got everything. Holy shit. They got social media. They got the blog. They got the backup server. They got the appeal server. You are the 1,378th beautiful baby to join the place to be. Oh shit, I've got a fucking typo. Oh, this is some horseshit. Dog. This is absolute garbage. And everyone knows it. I like how I speak for everyone, just in life. There you go. Everyone thinks this shit sucks. This welcomer thing is pretty fucking tight, though. I think it's pretty neat. Except the temp channels thing. I still can't get that bitch to work. Hey, does yours work? Your temp channels? You know how you were like, hey, we can use my Discord for a little thing? Try it out on yours if you would when you have a chance. In Welcomer, on the left side, there's the temp channels. Can you put one in your Discord? Because I can't get it to work. And I don't know if it's something on my end or their end. On the left side, it says temp channels. And then you have to choose one. Okay.
Voice. Oh, audio.
Okay, just one moment, and I'll get there, and I'll walk you through it. Okay, so you go to temp channels, and then you should see the options: enable temp channels, and then temp channels category. So which one did you choose? It's a voice channel, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then I think it's a good idea to enable auto purge,
Alright.
and then lobby channel, no channel selected. I think that's all fine. And then you hit save, and then I don't know, is it like magically supposed to open up a feature in your Discord? I would think it would, but it doesn't work for me. So what I would suggest is close Discord, reopen it, and look at where you would have put that and see if it showed up. But it doesn't show up for me, and I don't know why. There he is. Yo, dog. What? That's what I thought it was. How you living, pimp? Dog, how are you? Oh, can you hear me, dog? Hope you're doing well, pimp. Dog, I'm gonna send you my new welcome. It's gonna blow your fucking mind, dog. I just sent it to you. Dog, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you. If you can, if you can hear me, let me know. Catherine, can you hear me? Dog, I see you just adjusted your microphone. It doesn't show that you're speaking. Caspian C. Dog, if you're having an issue, leave and come back. Close the app and come back and see if it works. Dog, if you can hear me. Dog. Oh, wait, now I can hear you. Hold on. Just one moment. Hold on. Not yet. I'll be. Caspian C.
Okay.
Now I can hear you. Dog, how you living, pimp?
I'm chilling, man. I just moved into the crib. I just been couch surfing, and I was staying at family, like my mom's friend's mom's place for a while. She's like 80, which was very nice. I appreciated it a lot, but it was just interesting. I lived with the old one for a little while, but now I'm in my own crib. Pretty nice, man.
Very cool.
It's good. Yeah, very nice.
Excellent. I just sent you
Kind
my
of
new.
place.
I just sent you my new welcome message. Take a look. It should be.
Let's go.
It should be like a little message of Discord.
Yeah. Okay. Is it just a link to the Discord?
No.
Oh. What?
It's like a little guy with like a top hat, like a little.
Oh, I see it now. Shalom, all live.
Yeah, there you go.
Welcome to Rabbi Rothschild's Ohel. Is that how you say it? Ohel?
Yeah.
What is an Ohel?
Ohel's a tent. This is like my tent. Like
what is the significance of it?
Essentially, when we were nomadic people and someone needed advice, they'd go to the tent of an elder. And so that's what this is. When people want information or they need advice, they come to a tent. And it's my like little place of the world where I can teach and learn with others.
That's pretty epic. I like how the cloth on your wall gives vibes as well.
Exactly.
That's funny.
It's 100% like that. It's also like a circus tent. You never know what's going on.
That's pretty funny, man. Rabbi Rothschild streams life 24/7, 365 for world peace, relevant.
Yeah. So what do we
Your
have?
blog. I've never seen your blog before.
Dog, my blog is so huge.
Right?
It's so huge. It's the longest blog entry like anybody's ever put out. It's all my chat GPT conversations. So you can go in there and find out like 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light, 100 types of computers faster than quantum computers. You can find out like 100 different facts about the kind of cars that the men in black drive, like the people who go and silence UFO disclosures. Like,
So you have to go to the archive, August 2024.
yeah, that's the only thing.
I'm kind of confused, to be honest, how to navigate.
Everybody
Oh,
is.
it's all one.
It's all one thing.
All one post.
It's all one post.
Got you. Okay, yeah, I can see from the scrolling thing how long it is. Wow. Interesting.
Just read some of it. Take 5 minutes and just scroll through it, and you'll find the secrets of the world. I really mean it, Og. Like, just read through it for 5 minutes.
Do you have anything clipping your content and posting on TikTok?
Well, believe it or not, I've done that. Yeah, I have. I've done that in the past. Do I have anything currently doing it now? I overwhelm. I have more TikTok clips than any person in the history of mankind. Why?
I don't doubt that.
I have more than 1,100 TikTok accounts, and at one point I just spent like a few months creating a bot that just automatically uploaded my shit automatically. I have so much content on TikTok. It's pretty overwhelming. No one wants it. Absolutely. Why? Because once you get shadow banned in the TikTok algorithm, nobody new comes in. I can tell you when you're not shadow banned, you get hundreds of people a minute coming into your stream. Once you're shadow banned, you might not get one for 12 hours.
Is it your device that's shadow banned? Is it every account that's shadow banned?
It's your device. It's your IP. Yep, absolutely. It's your device that's shadow banned. Your IP shadow banned. Your username is shadow banned.
And your Wi-Fi shadow banned.
Oh yeah, definitely. IP is the big one that they do. So anything else that attaches.
Wait, is your IP your Wi-Fi, or is it your specific device on the Wi-Fi?
It's your Wi-Fi.
Oh, it's the whole Wi-Fi. I didn't know that's how it worked. I thought it was device related rather than Wi-Fi.
No, but they can.
You know what's interesting? Recently, I tried. So I don't know if I told you, I've been. Not my Instagram account is banned, but I am banned from using the Instagram app. I think. Oh, we talked about this. I remember talking about this. You were trying to help me with it. Did I tell you about how there's a device trust score now?
No, I mean I imagine there would be, but I've seen it for other. I've seen it for other platforms. I've seen it for other platforms, but I haven't seen it for Instagram. Talk to me about it.
No, it's for not for Instagram, for iPhone. I tried making an in-app purchase a little while ago, and I had a screenshot. It wasn't even like an accept or deny thing. It was just like, this is what we're doing now. It only said learn more or continue. It said App Store and privacy. Your searches, browsing, purchases, and device trust score may be used to personalize your experience, send you notifications, including for Apple marketing, to improve the store and prevent fraud. But isn't that so interesting that I guess my personalized experience with my device trust score is that I cannot use it.
Wow. Okay. I can tell you this. There's something in your phone that is the thing that tracks you across the internet. It's known as your advertiser ID. And while you can reset your advertiser ID,
I've never heard of that.
I know. No one knows. But this is what's going to be used for facial recognition in the future, to be able to follow you in public, to have cameras see your face so that it gives you personalized advertisements on billboards and at the mall, and whatever that is. Basically, wherever you look, there will be personalized advertisements based on your facial recognition, and it's all based on advertiser ID. So you can find it in your phone. I'll tell you this. I believe you can frankly just go to and people are going to say advertising. Yeah, so targeting information. No, that's not it. That personal right. Okay, I'll find it. What is my where to find my advertising? And there's a way to reset it. It doesn't do anything. Where to find?
So you can't. So if resetting it doesn't like actually reset it, so basically you can't.
So basically, it's like this. It gives people peace of mind that, oh, I can reset my advertising ID anytime. Okay, there's just something on the other side of that that says John Doe changed their advertising ID on this date at this time. So it used to be this, now it's this. This is still John Doe.
That's so odd. My name?
Sure. Um. Okay. So I mean, I could be wrong. But identifier for advertising. Unfortunately, iOS does not provide a direct way to view your IDFA. So I've seen it because I've worked in tech on the iOS side, like when you're using it as an advertiser, and every single person is linked to it. Some popular options, okay, my device ID. So you can find it. You just have to use a third-party app. It's the same as Google advertising ID. All this shit is linked, and you can change reset the number, but it just says Jane Doe changed her advertising ID on this date, blah 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 blah, and that's going to track people from birth until death. Basically, um, that is a number that you won't be able to get rid of. Basically, everything that you ever look at when it comes to advertising, and essentially, marketing will, which can be very, very intrusive, will use to track you, and it'll be.
So basically, just be very careful when you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. We're at a certain point, where the haves and the have-nots, and I'm telling you what, I'm gonna blow up. Do you know who ISO Speed is?
I do know. I know you're. I know.
I'm
the biggest. And you're gonna be the trillionaire. I already knew it as soon as my friend introduced me to your content.
You're 100% right, and I'm gonna tell you this, you are going to be my fashion designer, and I've told you that before. But you're passionate about it, and you have the background in it, and we've been able to document your story from really while you were in school. And I've seen your designs. I like what you put out, but I think it will even have more mass popularity because I'm more of a traditionalist. I don't like a lot of like things, but yours is simple and really, I would say it's cool designer stuff. So I know you have that goal.
I appreciate that. I'll send
Absolutely.
you some stuff. Sometime could you send me your address? Because I actually would really like to send you some stuff. And yeah.
Yeah, certainly. I want you to know that as I kind of predict the future, that you're gonna blow up yourself. You better be ready for it. You better be ready for your brand. Your brand is fire.
Bro. It's big. I think it's happening this year.
Well, that's amazing. Okay, so what can I tell you? What else can I tell you? I am going to. Uh, okay, so I'm live in iShort Feeds, and I did this thing the other day to be able to get.
Oh, I remember you telling me. Are you still live in Ross's Discord?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Can they hear me? Can they hear everyone else on the stream, or is it just you that they hear?
They don't even hear me. They just see me. I don't want them to.
Oh,
I mean, they can hear me.
How does that? So how does it work? I mean,
sure. So I have a camera on, basically a portal into Aiden Ross's Discord, and I have for the last 6 months. He knows who I am. He talked about buying Harry Potter Obama coin, all the good stuff. And I can tell you as well that he is he has had his people approach me about an interview, and I'm excited to do one. It matters.
Dude, I think you're definitely getting the Aiden Ross interview like this year.
It could happen. Another, I think a major influencer. His name is Sam Bond. His people.
I've never heard that guy.
That's okay. He's big on Kick. He's big on Kick. His people reached out to me yesterday to do an interview. I did a recent interview.
No way.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, definitely. And so it's
Wait, how do I find him? Is it on kick.com?
Yeah, you just go to kick.com and you can see he's a big streamer. Yeah. He hasn't streamed though in 3 weeks. I don't know I don't know what happened. But he's a big streamer when he streams. And
Interesting.
Yeah. And he wants to do an interview, so that's cool. I did an interview recently with another streamer, Black Soy, You can find that live on my YouTube at Rabbi Rothschild, the most recent post. And I started a podcast. I've done 15 of them. So it's not. I don't want to say it's as good
Wait, most recent post on what?
at Rabbi Rothschild, my main YouTube account, youtube.com forward
Oh, on
slash
YouTube, yeah.
at Rabbi Rothschild.
No, I follow you.
Excellent. And
Or subscribe, I mean.
I appreciate that. And so it's my most recent upload, and you can see when I start talking how many people jump into the Discord, and it becomes overwhelming. And that's a really exciting opportunity. At least in iShow Speed's Discord, I recently got privileges to be able to stream my camera, and I have now been streaming in there live for like 3 days. Right now there are there are like 10 people in there, and I don't say anything to them. The reason why is because I'm a natural salesman. I'll go in there and tell people I stream my life 24/7, 365 for days. I'll tell them all about my project, my platform, etc., etc. And I'll get banned for self promotion. And I don't want to do that. So I just shut my fucking mouth in there. I keep myself muted. And then I don't have to worry about that. And then I'm just like a picture in there. But you have to understand, I'm utilizing a type of a type of psychological strategy known as mere exposure effect. Basically, the more and more I can expose a person through impressions of to who I am, the more they are going to see me in a positive light. It's a psychological effect that you just become accustomed to things. Advertisers do this all the time. This is why it's advertisers feel it's so important to show you their products as often as possible and their logos as often as possible. So you become acquainted with these and you're more likely to purchase them in the future. Well, I'm just doing the same thing with people. And so I show them as much of myself as possible and I give them as much opportunity to interact with me as much as possible to the point where even if they see me in a negative light, they know who I am. I basically, Catherine and I were talking about this recently, but I came up with a term. I don't know if it's a real term. We couldn't find it, but we were asking ChatGPT and some other sources. This is what I call the point of recognition. Basically, yeah, basically psychology, there's a certain point where you start to be able to differentiate someone from the rest of the crowd, so to speak. So, like right now, before you didn't know who Sam Bond was, but you might know who that person is in. Like, I remember a time when I didn't know who Aiden Ross was. I remember the person who introduced me to their channel, and that sticks out in my mind. There was a time when you didn't know who Rabbi Rothschild was, and your friend introduced them to me, and it was very easy for me to uh, surpass the point of recognition with you because your friend brought me. But let's say that didn't happen. If you just saw my stuff enough, you would begin to start to recognize it given enough time. And thus, what I've been able to do with a lot of people, particularly on Kick, is pass that point of recognition, especially because of my kickbox. Do you know about my kickbox?
You told me I've seen your kickbox. They haven't been on my stream,
That's okay.
but they've been on.
That's okay.
Anytime I've looked.
That's right. You saw them.
Look at other people's kick streams,
that's fine.
Anytime I've like looked at a random kick stream, I've seen kickbox.
Absolutely, and
which is pretty funny.
The thing is, the big one is the clips. I create about 50% of all clips on the entire platform of Kick. 50% of them say, join Rabbi Rothschild. Exactly. Like, statistically, basically, I'm creating 50% of their clip content, which means long term, their servers are, since they don't store the VODs for more than like 30 days or something like that, but they do store the clips, like 50% of all their stored data has my name on it, which is incredible. And it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time until that blows up.
That's pretty epic.
Absolutely.
How much money do you think they're spending on?
Exactly, exactly.
That as well.
At least being archived. Um, how much do I think that they spend
But
on?
I think like with your name on it.
Yeah, I could tell you over the course of the year. I mean, it's been 6 months now that they just had this daily assault. Um, and it probably is at least
I
one
mean,
one
your
full.
life is coming up already on overtaking the actual file name as far as like file names. I mean, already be the winner of how many file names have your name on it.
Absolutely. Another thing about which,
You see what I mean? Like just
yeah,
clips
I
alone
do.
may have been
I
like
know.
where I was.
Right. And then
So there
what?
you go.
And then when those clips start to, you may in the future be able to search them in like Google, they'll be everywhere. They'll just be absolutely everywhere on every fucking streamer. Right now, they're not archived to Google or to like YouTube or anything like that, but they will be in the future. And they're everywhere. And the funny thing is, people fucking watch them. Why? Because it's like if there's content that you can't see, and I clicked a quick 30 seconds of it, 40 people watch that. And that means 40. It's a great metric for me to understand are people actually getting these impressions. Look, I can tell you, I have purchased, I've worked for companies that purchase media all over, arguably the biggest media city in the world, Los Angeles, and I can tell you everything is based on impressions. How many, like basically, what is it? If you want to buy a billboard in a part of Los Angeles, they're going to base it on impressions. You could get more impressions in a higher visibility area, like right on the freeway, versus maybe tucked away somewhere. Everything is based on impressions. And so I know if I just keep firing impressions at people, everyone will know who I am. Look, I use the same strategy that I've used in buying billboards. At one time, I a startup that we turned into a very successful company. Um, and I can tell you that it was done essentially through advertising, and we just blew up and advertised everywhere. And over the course of 3 months, I could go somewhere in Santa Monica and ask someone, "Hey, do you know what my company is?" And they wouldn't know. And then I would ask them 3 months later, "Oh yeah, absolutely, they're everywhere." They knew they knew our company on television, on the radio. They saw our billboards. They saw digital ads. We even had like some really unique types of advertising, which were the dividers at like the grocery store. We did everything like on receipts, everything. And I'm doing the exact same type of strategy in social media, just fucking blowing it up everywhere, multi-streaming in many places possible. There are places I've been multi-streaming that I didn't even fucking know we're still working. I was on D Live yesterday, seeing myself live streaming, not even knowing that I connected this thing 6 months ago and it's still fucking working. It's gonna be really exciting when I
That's
saw it.
pretty funny. I didn't know D5 was still. Yeah.
Exactly, I didn't either, and it was fucking live streaming yesterday. He's live on it right now. Trovo, same shit. I've been live streaming for so long that I've seen some major, when it comes to streaming, major platforms shut down, including Caffeine shut down, and another one. I can't even think of the name of it, and I bought the premium version of. What was it called? Man, I can't even remember it anymore. I mean, that's how long I've been streaming. So, we're moving more and more, getting more and more data, which is really, really exciting. It's just a matter of time. Dude, right now, I think earlier in this conversation, I said there were like 10 people in iShow Speed thing. Now there's one, two, three, four. There are like 25. I think we're at the max. We're at 25 people. And so all these people come in and they're like, who is this? What is this person doing? And a lot of them just hop in here and I put this thing, it's called a logger on this Discord. So now I can see so much more information about who joins, how long they joined, all their shit. There's a lot of stuff that you can find out as like an admin, and I'm getting a lot of traffic from Discord just organically. A lot of people just know me. There will be people who be like, "Yeah, I saw that you were streaming in Aiden Ross's Discord, and I see that you have these kickbots all the time, and I had to see what this is about." It's like I'll get them in multiple ways. Once they see me on one, they'll be like, "Okay, I make that impression in mind," but then they see me on another. It's like, now I have to see what this is about. Just
Podcast rabbi. At this moment, that, I have a login.
Exactly. Oh, perfect. Yeah. So what do we do with this logger and welcome? The logger. Well, the reason why I got it was, I sleep in here and I sleep live on camera, and people like to come in and keep me awake, and they will use all kinds of loud noises like car horns and car alarms, and the big one recently for
But they're like join the Discord and
join
just like do as loud as
for
they can.
for 10 seconds. I
How,
can't.
how much sleep do you get every day?
I mean, I try to get like a normal 8 hours, but sometimes it's like longer or like
Do you actually go in all at once, or do you like spread out just
it can be anything.
interesting stuff here?
It
Also, so how often do you leave the room?
every day, like 5 times, 10 times.
But for how long do you leave the room? Are you still like on camera? Do you bring a live stream with you, like on a phone? Do you leave the room?
It
Do you go on a walk outside at all?
Yeah, all of yeah, you can see IRL on Instagram.
Gotcha.
And yeah, that's it's like too much to do when it comes to YouTube. You have a stream. Instagram you can do it very easily on the phone live. YouTube is not the same. Like, if you're gonna do a YouTube video, you have a longer period of time. You can do shorter videos or whatever. The question I invest as much time online as possible. I don't say that I go sliding. That's somebody else, and that's cool. I have more data online than any person. That's what's important. Data is what's important. Why do I say that? But the longest live stream is important too. I'm not saying that doesn't have important aspects, but eventually, essentially, people are going to want more. I have that essentially for 8 different streams, 24/7. There's a person in Russia who live streams from multiple cameras, 24/7 on YouTube. However, their streams aren't cut up, so it's just one long stream. So if you want to see something that they did last week, you can't. You can't go back that far in the video. With mine, you can see what I did 3 years ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 days ago, 3 minutes ago. It's all archived.
What is your regular diet these days? I remember you at one point telling me you just had one large pizza every day.
Yeah.
Is that still the case, or have you other stuff?
Yeah. Well, I love pizza. I'm not gonna deny that. No.
What kind of pizza?
Just like cheese pizza. I like cheese pizza. I like vegetable pizza as well.
Are you vegetarian?
No, I eat meat. I like to eat. I love pasta. It's one of my favorite foods. I love fruit. So I eat a lot of vegetables. I have some like guilty pleasures. I could just eat this basically all the time. Cottage cheese and tomato. I just fucking love that. I love watermelon.
I love cottage cheese.
Yeah,
I love it.
and it's like not something that people normally think that they like, but it's something that I do like. What else do I like?
Did you grow up eating that, or how did you find it?
Um, yeah,
I guess specifically the tomato combo.
I've done that too.
yeah.
I've only had that with my Bulgarian friend's family. They eat that often. It's pretty good, but I never.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like a European thing. I really like chocolate.
Are your parents European?
Yeah.
Or are they American?
No, they're American. But, family European. I would say that I
Gotcha. What country?
Hungary, Germany. Yeah. So, and just like Eastern Europe generally. So I do have some family from Western Europe as well, but we're all European. I would say that I really enjoy chocolate, and so I eat maybe a chocolate bar. Not that I should, probably maybe I would say one every other day or so. I really like chocolate as like a little sweet. And I like ice cream. I like ice cream a lot. So ice cream. What else do I eat? I like sandwiches. Honestly, I can eat sandwiches. Like I like
What's the best sandwich for you?
well, that's different than what I normally make.
Well, for both, I guess.
Okay. I really like if I can eat unlimited amounts of it. I could almost eat. like really good tuna sandwich, I could fucking have a lot. I also like chicken salad sandwiches. I like salad sandwiches. What else do I like? Um, my favorite food is probably straight protein.
Green.
Yeah.
Do
I
you have a favorite? What's your favorite cut of steak?
question. Um, Probably.
I haven't had that much steak in my life, but tenderloin is fire.
I like brisket, honestly. Like brisket is very good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like but as far as steak, I would prefer ribeye.
I
Also,
enjoy.
the other guy, what is your name?
Yes.
Are you a streamer as well? Oh, that's what's up. Are you on Twitch?
When I might get candle next to the sun over here. Like, am I a
I mean,
streamer?
oh no, that's the same here, bro. I feel the same way.
I mean, am I really a streamer if I'm not streaming right now, but I'm hanging out with Rabbi, and Rabbi is kind
No. He totally is. Especially really well on that camera. You can see that camera right there, and it catches all this shit. When you show your face, that camera in the future will be able to document all this. Okay, I know we've talked about a lot of future technology, but especially specifically when it comes to cameras, we'll be able to use augmented reality to be able to see like what my heartbeats per minute are, what my blinks per minute are, what my like swallows per minute are, what words per minute, all that shit will be documented in the future. We'll be able to eventually remove different layers. You'll be able to see just what I look like in different clothing. You can see what I look like without clothing. You can see what I look like just my muscles or my skeletal structure,
of sorry, Rabbi,
muscular
tuna
structure.
sandwich is my favorite.
Pardon me?
Sorry,
Oh,
tuna sandwiches are my favorite as well.
excellent. And you'll be able to also zoom in. So we think like a good zoom is like, I don't know, 50 zoom or 100 zoom. You'll be able to zoom in 10,000 zoom if you want in the future. Additionally, all the video will be 8K or better. After 8K,
Do you have any 4K cameras?
yeah, I kind of want to buy my ceiling.
Oh, the 4K cameras on your ceiling. That's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
You'll be able to see. You'll be able to see. So the human eye cannot perceive much better than 8K. So after 8K, there's no need to improve the definition of video anymore, at least for the human eye. So that is a very important aspect that basically will, by default in the future, everything will just be automatically adjusted by AI to be as high definition as the human eye can see. And then we don't need anything better, basically. The only time you'll need something better is perhaps if you're doing like perhaps
You're
in
saying for low quality videos, there's gonna be AI to make it
8K, yeah, 100%, especially for old videos.
I've never thought of that before. That kind of makes sense.
It
Though.
totally
I
makes sense.
believe it.
It totally makes sense. Just think about it. With how technology will improve in the future, that if you want to watch, let's just, I use it as an example. An old episode of I Love Lucy is like generally not in HD or anything like that. You'll be able to watch that in 8K. They'll just run it through a converter to go from standard quality of 1965 to 8K quality of 2030 instantaneously using quantum computing.
Do you still do your podcast?
Well, yeah, I do. I mean, I've got 15 of them. I just wanted to be able to have a little bit of a foothold in the podcast world. Say I have one. I'm always open to doing them, certainly. But right
I'm
now,
down to do it if you're still doing them.
yeah,
I remember that one time I was walking home from my shift at the club and you were interviewing that one guy who then after he was like, "Oh wait, I don't want to be recorded." Like as soon as it ended.
right. Well,
I think one of the best podcasts I ever listened to. You and that guy arguing, saying you're not real Rothschild, and just all the stuff. That was so funny.
excellent. Well, I can tell you that I've had some interesting podcast. I really just asked them the same 73 questions.
Wait, hold up.
I ask everyone the same 73 questions, so it's not necessarily anything that I'm going to bring up differently with anyone else. And I can tell you that if anybody doesn't want to answer any question that I have on my podcast, they're able to answer anything that they want. Uh, they can always say pass. They can always say I don't want to discuss that topic. They're very simple questions. I don't go into any of the secrets of the world. I don't go into anything that anyone doesn't want to go into. If you want to talk about your innermost demon on this, you have the opportunity. I'm not going to cut you off. But if you're done telling me about, the challenges that you faced in life, let's move on to the next topic. So it's pretty simple, and I can tell you that I don't have any surprise questions for anyone. You can literally view the question list beforehand, which I feel is very fair. You're not going to be caught off guard that way. You're not going to be surprised. There's no gotcha moment.
Yeah. Well, if you're still open to doing the podcast, I would love to do it with you. And I have other people who I think would be good for your.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you're trying to transition to content type, but I've told other people about your podcast.
I appreciate that. We'll do it.
I mean, I told lots of people about your content. You were content.
I appreciate that. Yes, we'll do it. We'll do it. When it comes to me doing it, I'm using those devices that I normally use to do them right now because I've got different robots going, and I'm focused on getting these bots doing everything that they can. I'll eventually, within the next week or two, find some time when I'm not going to use the bots. I'll be able to take an hour, I'll be able to do an interview perhaps, and then the other thing is it's the uploading that takes me a long time. So it's not just like actually doing the recording of the podcast is super easy. It's like 30 minutes, but upload.
What is the streaming software you use? OBS or Streamlabs or what?
We usually do it in Discord, and the way that I've been doing
interesting.
The way that I've been doing actually. Oh, now I remember. Okay.
Oh, did you do Rumble? Is it Rumble?
No, it's Kick. Actually, I would just. This is what I would do. Normally, I had. It's the RabbiRothschild podcast, but it was really just with Kick creators. So what I would do is say, start a Kick stream, and we'll go into a Discord together, and we'll record it. And then when you're done, I'll get your VOD, and I just cut it up, and then upload it to Spotify, Apple Music, iHeartMedia.
Oh, you put it on Spotify, Apple. That's what's up. That's so funny.
Oh yeah, so I wanted to have like the biggest footprint possible. So I'm on Amazon, like the things that I didn't have before. I had everything: YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, you name it. I had it, but I didn't have Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Podcasts, or iHeartMedia because I'm visual. I'm not really audio, and those were audio only generally for a long time. But then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do a podcast, but I don't want it to be like the Joe Rogan experience. I don't want it to be really long and all that. I want it to be like I'm gonna ask everybody the same talking questions. And what questions am I gonna ask? Vogue magazine has a famous 73 question series, and I'm gonna listen. I'm just gonna use those questions, and then people have the questions in advance. They don't have to worry about, very low pressure. I want to be the most low pressure podcast anybody would ever do. And you can make it high pressure if you want, but generally we're asking you.
I think you should have a secondary high pressure version.
Well, that's what this is. That's what this is. If you want to have high pressure, come into my Discord,
that's fair.
and we'll hash it out. And all of that is recorded. I'm not gonna make a special deal though. Hey, here's our fight. We're gonna upload it. If that happens, that's fine. We can certainly have that discussion, and I'll upload whatever gets recorded. But I'm also someone who doesn't necessarily fear.
But what is your dream? Like, what is the best studio setup you can imagine for the Rabbi Rothschild podcast?
I'm gonna use
just the Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna tell you what it is.
I'm going all around your house, like when you have a big.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
Or what would it
So the podcast, I'm gonna take Joey Diaz's old studio in Burbank, which was the podcast, The Church of What's Happening Now, and I'm just gonna take that exact studio and we're gonna do it right from there. I'm gonna rent it for exactly what he rented it for from his fucking landlord, and that's gonna be ground zero. For podcasts. Now, there's also a Podcastville in downtown LA, where like a lot of podcasts just go well with it they can do as well. Then there's I'm gonna have a house. It's gonna be a TikTok house in um this area of LA south of the 405 in West LA, and we'll have cameras all over the house. It'll be a Big Brother house, but it'll be sponsored by TikTok, so it'll be known as the TikTok house. And it'll just be me with a bunch of like 18 to 30-year-old people, like a Real World. Did you ever see the show The Real World?
No, what is it?
The Real World is like it's like the first reality show really ever. It was on MTV, and it would just document the lives of like eight basically people in this age range, 18 to 30 or so, and their life in a city, what they go through. You know the show Big Brother?
No.
Okay, so
I think
Big
that
Brother.
might be before my time.
No, it's still on. It's a show on CBS.
Oh, it's still on.
Yeah, exactly. Where they put.
Oh, is it? It's like a dating show or something?
No, it's just a show where they put cameras all over a house and then they have the contestants do kinds of things. Well, it's essentially the same
Gotcha.
idea where we would rent out a house in West LA. That's what they do for Big Brother, and we call it the TikTok house. And we put cameras all over the place. And instead of it airing on CBS, everybody can just tune into it on TikTok whenever they want.
That'd be lit.
Right. So
I hope you can get your own platform eventually. Like how things are going.
Yeah.
You're gonna be you're gonna be a trillionaire. So hopefully you are.
I don't want that.
TikTok,
I don't want my own
Rabbi
platform.
Rothschild app.
I don't want my own platform. I'll have enough money that I'll just be able to buy the stock of all of the companies and be able to sit on their board of directors and tell them how I want things done. So, like what? Look, I understand I'm not going to be able to control the whole world, perhaps, but I will have some influence, and I'd be able to perhaps sit on the board of directors at Alphabet, perhaps be given an honorary spot on the board of directors at Alphabet that owns Google and YouTube, because I have so much interaction with their organization, and be able to say to them, look, I understand that not everybody's going to survive the purge, essentially. Like, whatever is upcoming, I understand not everybody's going to survive. I want as many people to survive.
What is the purge going to happen?
Probably a massive, massive economic depression that we'll see over the course of the 21st century. And that will
How
be,
soon do you believe this is going to happen?
could happen tomorrow.
And
It could happen tomorrow. I would tell you that we've already seen the start of it. In 2008, we had a global recession, and we never really technically pulled out of it really well. And actually, technically, the depression, 2 consecutive quarters of negative economic growth is considered a depression. The United States experienced that, but nobody did talk about the term depression because that destroys an economy. You can say recession, it'll strangle the economy, but when you have a recession, it destroys an economy. So from there, we had the instance of basically the movement into globalism, even more so, to the point where all the companies now are by hedge funds and venture capitalists. That's why I said, I know you couldn't have looked at all of the stuff that I said in that blog, but it puts on there the 100 owners of BlackRock, the 100 owners of Coca-Cola Corporation, the 100 owners of Apple. It puts in there exactly how much stock they own and exactly what percentage of the overall company that is. And so I'm telling you, like, the secrets of the world are in that blog. And what does it tell you? At the end of the day, all of the companies are essentially owned by a handful of venture capitalism or hedge fund organizations, and these hedge funds are owned in turn by not technically the people who run the world, but they're run by trusts that run the world. And then those trusts are controlled by boards of directors that are the people who control the world. And if you want to know the names, they're essentially at the top 15 or so. Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Lee. We have the Merovingian bloodline, which is like the royalty of Europe. We have the um, Reynolds, Russell, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Vanderbilt, Van Dunn, and Warburg, like those 15 families or so. If you control those 15 families, you control the world. And then on top of that, they just need to be friends. Each one of those families has to be friends with uh, like another 5 families to give you the council of 300. And what's a level at that? That's like the Disney family. That's like the Pillsbury family. That's like perhaps the Firestone family or the Goodyear family, the Michelin family. Those are all like higher companies, but they're all like mid-level. It would be like companies like the Ford family. Uh, who else would it be? Like people richer than Bill Gates. Elon Musk and those kind of people, they might be in the top 1,000, but they're certainly not in the top 3. And then on top of that, you have the House of Saud, the House of Kuwait, uh, the different um, the different emirates. You've got the different sultanates, like the Sultan of Brunei, and you've got some like city states. But like essentially, if you could be friends with all those people, and let me put it to you this way: the reason why I'm going to be by that group of people in particular is because most people hate them, and they shouldn't be hated. It would be as if we were playing a video game, and they won the video game. Life is a simulation. If I'm sorry, if the world from an economic standpoint were run in a simulation 1,000 times based on human nature as it currently is, 1,000 times a small group of people would take over the larger group of people. 1,000 times out of 1,000 times, if given enough time. So at the end of the day, these people, and I embrace them as my family, some of these people, because we are related. It may be distant, but nevertheless, and really everyone on earth, I guess, is related to some extent, but distant cousins, essentially, of some aspects of my life going back generations. And I will be embraced by not just that segment, but a larger contingent as well, because I speak the truth that these groups at the top should not be hated. They essentially won the game. If anything, they've embraced. They should be embraced that they won. That we won is essentially because I will be perhaps the top dog in all of it. And if that's true, then people won't necessarily hate those at the top as much. Uh, I think that I may have the ability as well to explain to the world that if we were to run the world 100 times, 1,000 times, every single time a small group of people would take over the larger group of people. So this is just human nature, what has happened. And I want to influence these people away from a capitalistic system where essentially, if given a long enough period of time in a capitalist system, all the money will end up with one person if you give it enough time and embrace socialism, because there are a lot of people at the bottom who need help, and they essentially can be aided through many of the philanthropic organizations that the people at the top have or control. So what do I want to see? I want to see an embracing of all aspects of society, whether rich or poor. And I would really like to see those at the top do what perhaps their forefathers did when it came to becoming exorbitantly wealthy. What did Andrew Carnegie or John D. Rockefeller once they essentially controlled an industry in the United States, they gave back to society, and I'd like to see that again. And we don't currently see that. We don't currently see libraries being built or parks being built by these organizations. Essentially, they are money pots. And I'd like to open up some of these funds to the greater good. How does that sound, On?
That's what's up. That sounds epic. I respect it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm excited to see you on top. What is the beanie you're wearing?
This? It's a cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you, I'm sure you're aware that.
Was it
Better Obama
thing
stuff.
you
Yeah,
talked about?
absolutely, dude. It is doing really well. It when I started with it, it was
Really?
worth
Do you have much money in it?
well, it depends. Like it's part of my net worth. I can tell you that. It's a little bit, but
Interesting.
I can tell you that it was given to me, so it has more um it has more sentimental value than anything. But it started at less than
That's what's up.
it started at less than a penny, and it's at 22 cents. So
Whoa,
that's a
that's
22
epic.
that's a 22x, and I know it's made some people in the community millionaires already. So that's really fucking cool.
Interesting. What is your best financial advice for right now?
Great question. Don't ever go into debt. Debt is slavery. So that's first and foremost. After that, I would say if you want stock picks long term, Skynet is going to be built using powered by Siemens, which is a German nuclear company, German energy company, but like the generators that will power the computer of the future, Skynet, will be based on Siemens. It will run on Samsung hardware corporation. It will run an operating system of Windows, and also will be heavily integrated with Salesforce. And then finally, its cloud storage will be Amazon Web Services. So I can tell you right now, and these aren't the only companies, but your major tech companies are going to be good investments. But notice I didn't say Google. Notice I didn't say Apple. So what are they going to be? Good investments, I would say, would be Microsoft, would be Samsung, would be Salesforce, would be Amazon. Um, Now, when it comes to other good long-term stocks, those stocks will be good. But if you want to get you don't have a lot of money to be able to just buy a ton of shares of Microsoft. I get that. So how can Og get rich? You can get rich using the penny stock system or cryptocurrency. So how do you do it? It's all about X. It's all about your return on investment, your ROI. So what am I talking about here? Let's just say you have $1 to invest in something, or let's say you have $100, and you want to buy, I don't know, let's just for simplicity purposes say that all major stocks cost $100. Okay, so you can buy Coca-Cola that's $100, or you can buy Amazon that's $100. You can buy Siemens that's $100. You can buy Ford that's $100, or whatever. Okay, you buy $100 of one share of stock. Okay, over the course of according to Dow Jones Industrial Average, I believe it has like a return every annually of something between like 6 and 16% generally, something like that. But a lot of that is lost in inflation, and isn't that great of a return on investment? Meaning, over the course of a year, you want to be able to earn some money. You want to get more money and make more money. So over the course of a year, if you buy, let's say, Apple stock at $100, after 1 year with the Dow, at best, it's going to turn into being worth like $116. So you return like 16%. Not great. Okay? When you can go with cryptocurrency. Now, here's the thing. That chances are it's going to continue to go up long term. But you never know. It could go down. There's nothing guaranteed in any of this. But when we talk about the opportunities in cryptocurrency, you take that $100 in cryptocurrency and you invest it in 10 shit coins. because you can buy a bunch of these shitcoins for absolutely nothing. You can buy 10,000 shitcoins for $1. Why? Because they're worth nothing at the beginning. So if you get into these things early, like I would advise you to do, if you really want to get into the cheapest kind of coins that you can and buy as many of them as you can for the least amount. So you'll be able to buy $10 worth of shitcoin A, and you'll be able to buy maybe 1,000,000 of those coins or 100,000 of those coins because they're worth less than $1 or less than a penny when you buy them. And you put it into shitcoin B, same thing, $10. Shitcoin C, $10. Shitcoin D, $10. Shitcoin. You do this for 10 different shitcoins. 9 of them almost guaranteed are going to fail. 9 of them. But one of them, they have a 22x return. So you put $10 into this shitcoin, and you got a 22x return. That means you make $220. When if you would have put it in with Apple, you made $16. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Technically, you made $120. Great question, but yeah, great question. This is all really good. You should know this is the central hub of not just the internet, but cryptocurrency as well. Nobody else is live in the Telegram of a cryptocurrency 24/7, and I am, and have been for more than a year. Sorry, 10 years. How do you find out information on cryptocurrency? The battlefield of cryptocurrency is Twitter Spaces. So if you want to get the newest information on shit, you just get on Twitter Spaces and be on them all day. And you can make money doing
recommend.
yeah anything cryptocurrency related. So what do you mean? What do I mean? I can
a specific.
yeah I can tell you different ones. There's one. His name is David Goldstein. He's a big influencer. He does a Twitter Space once a day, and it's a cryptocurrency one. He gets like millions of people to watch him on Twitter and Kick, and all kinds of, or not Kick, but like Rumble, YouTube, and Twitter, and or Twitch, and all that other shit. He's a good one. But what I would tell you the best thing to do is in the I can just show you in Twitter where you have the X or whatever. You you go to um okay, if you have an iOS device, do you have iOS or Android?
I have iOS.
Okay, so on the left side, in the menu, you should see spaces. Do you see spaces?
I actually don't have the X app right now.
That's okay. That's okay. So you want to get it?
I'll remember.
You want to get it on the left side. It says spaces. You press spaces, and then it like gives you like a welcome message. So check out spaces. And what do? There's a search bar on iOS, and you just type in there Bitcoin, or you type in there NFT, or you type in there crypto, and it will search every single Twitter space that's going on that has that. So let me go to one of my accounts that I can tell you. So I'll go to spaces, and I'll just type in Bitcoin, and right now there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 current Bitcoin conversations going on. One's Bitcoin and chill. It has 74 people talking. And what do they talk about in there? Bitcoin. What else is there? There's Bitcoin. One of these is in. It looks to be like German, maybe, or it's some language I don't know. It's not. It's something. What is it? What is it? Anyway, then there's 24/7 Global Town Square on X Bitcoin. That's a nice one. That one I listened. The previous one has 429 people listening. So even though it's not in English, there are 429 people listening. A huge amount of people. And then there's another one not in English. This one must be in. It's a link. To be honest, it could be Icelandic. I don't know. Anyway, and there are 370 probably not us. So what am I telling you? There are people. That's just looking up the term Bitcoin. So what else is there? NFT. NFT is a big one. Do you know what an NFT is?
Yeah, are those still popping? I have no idea if that's
NFTs are always going to be popping. long term. So maybe not right now, and maybe I think they'd be awesome, but just know digital art is going to have a value indefinitely. Why? It'll be like an antique. You know how like there's some shit that you have maybe in your house, in your parents' house, or grandparents' house, or someone you know that's old and nobody can wants it anymore, but then goes through a period where then it becomes valuable. It's old. Well, guess what? NFTs are going to have the same kind of value. It cares what the NFT was. This is from 2019. This is an NFT that was launched in 2019. It it rugged. It went to 0.0001 cent for each of them, and it lasted like this for 30 fucking years. But guess what? There was some kind of retro video that came out that people were watching, and they mentioned this old cryptocurrency in it, and now it's gone viral, and everybody wants this NFT again. That shit will happen. So, and there's that saying, what was once, what was once, what was once cool. Well, that's not the phrase, but like what was once trendy will be trendy again. And like that, you know that with fashion, Og. So people's fashion
Yeah,
tastes
it's all
change,
cyclical.
but it's all cyclical, exactly. And people's tastes are the same with art. They're not very different. Fashion and art are so closely related. There's so much overlap there that you can see that when people will fall out of favor with a certain art piece, give it 10 years and it can be very popular again. Simply from the fact that people would be like, wow, this is from the early days of the NFT world. It's old. That will make it valuable. It's like an old cracked pot from the Roman era didn't have any value for like 1500 years or 1800 years or 1900 years until archaeologists started embracing these types of artifacts. And now some of this can have much higher value and be seen and be displayed in museums because it's an artifact. Well, essentially, some of these NFTs will be seen as artifacts of the primitive days of the blockchain.
That makes a lot of sense. You changed my perspective on it. I
Yeah,
did not think about
think
that way
about
at
it.
all
Um,
previously.
absolutely.
But
Think of
the
that's
idea makes a lot of sense.
that's the analogy, and I give that, and everyone I tell that to, they're like, "Wait, so you mean that all my worthless NFTs that I spent like hundreds of dollars on are gonna have a value in the future?" And I say, given enough time, absolutely. Why? Because people will want the early shit. Like, what's an example of this? Video games. Video games are something that came out like popularly in around the 1970s, and then the home consoles in the 1980s and 1990s and 2000s and 2010s. Now, if you look back at old Nintendo Entertainment System games, even though some of those
Oh
games
yeah, those are expensive.
exactly, even though some of those games aren't necessarily we're seeing that basically were the shitty NFTs of the day, they're still there. Many of them are very valuable today, and it's only been 50 years for a lot of those things. And NFTs will be the same. When I talk about a world, I talk to you about life extension technology and mind uploading technology, where we can take your consciousness and essentially be able to know what every atom is in your central nervous system, upload that information like a CAT scan or an MRI into a computer, like an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, a robot. So just know that if you're living a life that is much different than the previous evolution of humanity that you've had, you're living indefinite, perhaps digital immortality, then you have to look at these investments long term. That you're not going to die. It's not like I need to have a quick turnaround on this because I'm going to die at age 80. No, using technology like life extension technology, such as ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps using types of technology like cold shock therapy, tropics, and using types of technology like perhaps human growth hormone and stem cells, you may be able to live much longer than 80, 100, 120, but eventually your body's going to break down and you're going to need to upload your mind into a new capsule. And I want you to know that you'll be able to, and you'll be very appreciative if this world that I talk about is true, which seemingly will be, that you held on to your very early investments. That I really think that the older an NFT is, the more value it's going to have. Just like anything in society, anything in the world. The older it is, the more value it
Very true. I'm about to grab some food real quick. I'm just gonna mute my mic. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
is. Absolutely. Og, can you hear me? Og,
Yeah, I can hear
hey,
What's up?
download the Twitter app while you have time.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
Excellent.
she's got bangles going all the way from nearly the top of her shoulder to the middle of her arm, it's more than that, and she's got a necklace. All right? And you have some figurines of this kind. Let me show you some others now. This is supposed to be the head of a man known as the priest king. Okay? And by the way, when you say priest king, this designation was given essentially by colonial writers, who I think were thinking of Plato's Republic, where you have somebody called the philosopher king. Okay? And so they took the idea of the philosopher king and they turned him into the priest king. But we don't really know whether there was a class of people there called priests, right? And if they were priests, what religion were they presiding over? Because I'm assuming, unless, they're high priests of finance or something like that, which is unlikely at that point in time, right? So what are they priests for? And the priests of some religion. But then you need some idea of what the religion may have been like. And frankly, we don't really know that much. Right? I mean, you can take the figure of a woman and you can say, well, she represents the fertility goddess. Right? And you know that there's this idea that has been floating around in certain kinds of circles that all prehistoric civilizations were fundamentally feminine civilizations because you had the fertility goddess. Right? That feeds into that strand of thought. Right? But what I'm saying is that when we designate this person as a priest king, this designation appears to have been taken from somewhere else. Right? And now you're seeing the sites of Harappa itself. Okay, so before what you saw was Mohenjo-daro, now you see Harappa, and you're seeing the layout roughly of that the excavation has shown. As I said, extensive drainage, and in fact, many modern historians, to repeat something that I mentioned in the previous class, have come to the conclusion that the drainage facilities were so good that perhaps modern India might want to emulate these drainage facilities, given what happens in India when you get the monsoon rains. Here's a toy cart. All right.
Yo.
This toy cart was recovered from a couple of different sites, and roughly would date to around 2000 BC. And now you see the sea. So there's an elephant.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Let me say something, by the way, about
what's up?
How are you?
That's so funny. While I was gone, someone was like, "Yo, I like watching this stream a lot because I'm streaming as well." And I just wasn't on the stream. It's a bot. Dude, it's so funny. All the bot people on Twitch and Kick.
Totally.
Do you get many coming on your stream and they're like trying to sell you their graphic designs?
100%.
I get that so much.
Yeah, that's a concept, especially on Discord.
Really?
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like they always present or say they're women, but it's like I'm like 90% sure all of them are Indian dudes.
That could be.
But they always say they're like British or American. Got some cheese and baked crab right now. Wait, I need to see if my mic's okay for this work. Oh wait, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, so the meeting doesn't. Okay. The green border didn't show up when I. What are the most common scams you see in streaming?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I don't know if they're all scams, to be honest with you. I don't like to use labels like that immediately off the bat because a lot of those people will do whatever you want. They're saying what they're saying they'll do, they will do. So what am I saying? If you ask for them to create a banner
That
for
is
you,
true.
you know what I mean? They'll create a banner for you. I know that it seems scammy, but really they're not
I guess
scam.
what's the common like marketing thing like people coming onto your stream?
Yeah,
I guess it's not a scam, but
it's
like
not.
I don't know what I'd call it. It's
Look,
weird marketing technique.
It,
Like
it is.
weird,
It is. It's viral marketing.
I don't even.
It's grassroots. It's viral marketing, and I can tell you that the biggest one is buy free viewers here on Twitch, and I shouldn't say buy free viewers, buy viewers here, and I have used those. I have literally used random links that people have sent me in Twitter and put my credit card in there, and it worked 100% correct. And so I can tell you, even those aren't scams. Um, where you're gonna get scammed in this world from a influencer standpoint is someone who says this. There are certain levels. The first one is someone who says that they will promote you for a certain amount for whatever it is. Um, let's talk about this. This isn't that scam, but it's similar. Okay, so you know who Jack Doherty is?
Yes, I know who Jack Doherty is.
Okay, so he,
I forgot about that guy.
yeah, so, well, he recently crashed his fucking, plan and all that bullshit. And, I can tell you that I spam that motherfucker all the time. Spam all his shit. His shit all says RabbiRothschild. It does when he's streaming. And, I can tell you that
That's awesome.
he is a scumbag. This is what he does. So this is a scam that you don't really have to worry about, but people do. So what is it? He finds out that a bunch of Instagrammers who are 17 years old are going to turn 18. And so he throws a yacht party in Miami and invites them on their 18th birthday to come out. And maybe they drink, maybe they don't. Who knows? They're on a yacht in like fucking.
Was he trying the OnlyFans shit? Like, you trying to get him signed up?
And that's what he does, allegedly. And
I've heard about that. That's like disgusting.
absolutely. And so 50% of all their earnings go to him, and what he does is he promotes them. And he may be a good promoter, he may be a bad promoter, but to me, that is a scam. Basically, right when you turn 18, he wants to get you because there are guys out there who are desperate for that kind of shit. Okay, cool. That's a scam, but you don't really have to worry about that.
Is that only with women, or does well, that's not OnlyFans?
I don't get too much into it. I don't know if he does do, but I've heard him doing this to
Sure.
women.
I don't know much about the guy. So,
Agreed.
I've
Okay.
seen clips of, like, fried.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, so then what else does he do? Or what are the? But that's like a big scam. Basically, that's like that's that's a big. But when it comes to the streaming world, that I see are people who say, "Hey, you're a small-time streamer. Get with my friend. He will promote you for X amount of dollars." Now, again, that's not necessarily. None of the things that I've said are like, well, maybe the Jack Doherty thing, but that's more illegal, which can be considered a scam. But um, but it's like it's it's perhaps grooming, it's perhaps a few things. But when it comes to just like the people who are offering something usually deliver. I would say there aren't a lot of people who will just sit there and ghost you, because they have an online presence. They don't want you hassling them. Now, there are people who will do that. So one of the big scammy places to avoid, anyone who doesn't have like verified um uh friends experience, they don't have an account that has a long history, that kind of stuff is scamming. I can tell you the people I've seen scam the most though, it's not going to be influencers. It's on the cryptocurrency platform. That's where people get scammed. I don't see people get scammed that much as influencers. Why? Because normally the people have a brand that they need to protect, and so it's very easy to say, hey, this person scammed me, and you're going to destroy that person's brand. In the crypto world, people can hide behind all kinds of shit, and you can never get them back. The one that in particular that I know, there's this guy who was obsessed with this um with this like this infamous crypto person. There's an infamous crypto person, and I knew someone who was obsessed with this person. And it just so happened that um, someone came in and impersonated this person in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email community, and then got to know this person who I knew, and took I think like $10,000 from them. And we all told them, don't give this person any money, but he did just because he was stupid. Now that was a straight up scam where the we look and checked it, like the guy's Telegram account is gone, he's gone, you're never hearing from this motherfucker again. I can, yeah. So that's where I've seen people get scammed, but that's a big one. Where I see what is more common is people not delivering on that which they proposed. So what would it be? Hey, I think I can get you 50,000 new followers, and they only get you 40,000. Is that a scam? It gave you 40,000 followers you didn't have before. Maybe it didn't deliver 100%, but it delivered 80%. That's still pretty good. I mean, I'm not saying that it's correct, but that's how it is.
That's much less of a scam than a lot of
100%.
stuff.
100%. But one guy will say, this motherfucker scammed me because I was supposed to get 50,000 followers and I only got 40,000 followers. And then other people will say, well, that's actually probably pretty good. I mean, I know you were saying that you should have gotten this amount, but things happen and you have to have some understanding of what goes on. And so you still got 40,000, you got 80% of what you wanted. Another thing that I'll see with people when they say scam is, in my own personal experience, people are so untrusting on the internet for a lot of reasons that they're just gonna label you with whatever. Like what I spam my shit all over, um, all over Kick. I want everybody to know about it on Kick, but I don't mention anything about cryptocurrency in my in what I spam. There's nothing about cryptocurrency. Yet people think that if you click on my Discord link, it's a drainer link for a crypto. You know what I mean? Like they they've just heard.
That's
Well,
is it something that drains your account?
yeah, that can happen. Yeah, and you should.
That's crazy. I've never heard of that. That
Yeah,
sounds scary.
dude.
What the fuck? Just from
Yeah. So let me tell you this. The camera link, or the drainer link. You should know this. I didn't know this until I got into the crypto world. I assumed it, but I just didn't. It didn't. I'd never heard anybody say it, and then I picked up that this was. I joined the crypto game. I had no idea. I had very little experience, and I'm not an expert. I'm the public. So if you want to be in,
no, I got spent on my stream, like 10,000 followers.
exactly, exactly.
That's so funny. Like as we were talking about this,
That's
and I wasn't getting these chat messages before. That's so funny.
no, that could be. That could just be coincidence as well. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just funny.
Right. The thing that could potentially be a drainer link anywhere. What do I mean? Like basically the fact that you click on something, a lot of shit can happen to you. And I used the example of Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos a few years ago had clicked the link randomly as I think it was when he was CEO. Let me get the actual story for you. Okay, so Jeff Bezos clicked the link for, and it became like a, and it was an event, and it happened around 2018. And um, okay, yeah, it was a phone hacking incident. Bezos clicked malicious link based on the okay. Uh, okay, this is what it was. It was a WhatsApp message sent by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to Bezos. So like the Prince of fucking Saudi Arabia sends this message to Bezos. Well, hold on. It allegedly contained a malicious file that infiltrated Bezos' phone. So he didn't even click a link. So this is the thing. You don't even have to click a link. It can just be a fucking malicious link. The findings.
So if someone sends you a message, like you,
Exactly. The message was sent in
that's
exactly 2018 after Bezos and bin Salman met at a dinner in the United States. The malicious file was encrypted. It may not have been a traditional link, but rather a file transmitted to WhatsApp. Forensic investigators with medium to high confidence that bin Salman was directly involved in the hacking incident. The hack allowed for intrusive surveillance of Bezos' phone, resulting in the exfiltration of large amounts of data. Okay, so he didn't click the link. He just was sent a link. So, I mean, that's even freaky that you just have to get a text message and they can see everything on your phone. Okay, so
yeah, that's insane.
I don't know how to defend against that. But what I can tell you is you just really have to be very careful of whatever you click. And when it comes to the Twitter world, or when you get into the crypto world on Twitter, you have to be.
So how
You,
if you're crypto on like a physical key, fine.
So here's what you want to do. The best way to do this is you have multiple wallets. You have what's called a cold wallet and like a warm wallet. Uh, your cold wallet is like your archive of all your money, and you don't give that information out. You don't. You just keep that to yourself.
Like you only transfer stuff into
Into that, yeah, exactly. In only, no out. And basically that's just like your main safe uh your main savings account essentially. And then you have like your checking account, which is like your warm wallet, which is where you do purchases. And if you if that if you did press a drain or link, it's going to drain everything in your warm wallet but nothing in your cold wallet because they're not linked. If they were connected,
But
then
is there any way to like make it so like what where is it draining from? On your actual computer? If you had it on a physical wallet that wasn't on your computer, would you be fine?
not well, I mean,
I don't know how any of this works.
you say a physical wallet. That doesn't really do anything for you. Oh, digital.
But can't you have the crypto on a physical crypto wallet where it's a USB thing?
Okay, so
And then it's just on there. It's like whatever. I actually don't know how this works. But my friend has a physical wallet.
yeah,
I'm just wondering
you
if
can do that. You can do that.
protects at all in any way.
You can do that. Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Gotcha.
The thing is, though, you just have to you have to have backups of that. But so long as you have backups of it, and you ensure that the data remains preserved, you're going to be good to go on that. And yeah, that's a secure way to do it. It's the best way to do it. Um, it's a weird thing. You have to have what's called um, it's your password, and the passwords for the crypto world are much different than normal passwords. It's called a what I can't think about what it's called.
It's like long as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. It's not normal. So instead of it being like your password be like password 98765, it would be it's like boat, dog, trailer, mansion, water,
Yeah,
ocean.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, it's called a passphrase.
I've had something like
Or
that
key phrase.
for a
Passphrase.
crypto thing because I've never wallet, but it might have been I was it was like for a crypto site or something.
Right. Right. So then you have a passphrase. And then the thing is, you have to like if you lose that passphrase you're fucked. So that means it kind of it's redundant. Now you have to have like a physical thing to remember it. So then a lot of times what happens is people will sell different things to remember your passphrase. Like what? Like they make these like metal things that people put in their house that are fireproof, so that if you ever have a fire, you can still see what your crypto password is. That's the big one. If you have a fire, God forbid, how are you going to preserve this information? If all of your hard drives are burned and your friend's passkey burned, like hopefully that stuff's in a safe. But if it's not, if everything's burned, everything in your house is burned, what will survive?
Some people just memorize it. ASI just bro.
Hi. Chinese merchant.
Yeah, no, I'm just
So you want to make sure that you have all the information as archived and preserved as possible, particularly when it comes to any kind of fire or theft. So they make these special things that you can make and put in your house or put in somewhere really safe. We kind of go against some security protocols, but then again, at the end of the day, if your brain is wiped clean, which can happen, you can have traumatic brain injury or something, or you just misremember a password, which happens very often. How can you ensure that the information that you had was correctly stored if something catastrophic, such as a fire or a mudslide or a flood or something happens to you? Maybe not a mudslide, your house is going to be gone, but a fire, these metal plates will survive. And so, what is it? It's just these random lists of words that allows them to get in their crypto wallet. That's all you need. It's not like you need a whole lot of stuff to have a crypto wallet. You can have a crypto wallet and have nothing on your person if you can remember your password. but it just
It's just like making a secure crypto wallet you should probably take.
yeah. I mean, it's like this. Let's say you have $1 billion in a crypto wallet. You could leave all up that up to your memory, but sometimes that shit your memory fails, or sometimes you are in a coma and you may need, or something can happen where you're not able to get, or you just forget the phrase. That's the most common one. It's so complicated. It's like 12 different words that none of which make sense. So it would be me like dog, frog, mansion, money, square, yellow, just random words, and you can't really make anything too much out of it. You can, I mean, people could remember it in a certain way, but then if you create another crypto wallet, now you have to remember 2 passphrases, or 3, or 4, or 5, and that just becomes too difficult. And
Damn, yeah, that's fried.
right, and also let's say you really trust your family, and you say, I mean, which you should, but like you have kids, and you're like, look, if anything ever happens, you should know you can always find the passphrase for our cryptocurrency in the safe, and then other people can get to it too. Now, if you don't want people to have that type of access, you don't tell them that information. But it's basically saying, like, look, if something happens to me, I want you to be able to get to this money so that you can either help me or help yourself, whether I'm gone or I need it and I can't get to it. So, I would tell you that the whole passphrase world is kind of interesting, I think, because it's just so complicated. Not really. What is it? It's a piece of paper that you can have. You write down 12 words. That's it. But you have to make sure that you keep that in a safe place. That's it. That's all you have to do. But that's what makes it a little bit different than any other thing that you're gonna do in like if I tell you like, hey, I want you to create a Twitter account. You don't have to fucking so long as you know your password, which is small, you're gonna be okay. But these are longer things that just about everybody has to write down. And normally when you hear like, oh, and you're gonna have to write this down, you're like, oh, I'll remember it. No, 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 you have to fucking write this down. You will create your fucking, you'll create your wallet. You'll get some donations. You might buy some stuff, and then you'll be like, oh, yeah, how do I get in there again? And then you'll recognize that long phrase that you needed was on a crumpled up piece of paper that you threw out years ago. So, keep that in mind. I would tell you though, the Twitter, um, the Twitter. So we were looking. We talked about NFTs a little bit. The Twitterverse, in particular, when you go onto X, like right now, what would we be listening to? It would be, you can go, like, if you just type in BTC, that's Bitcoin, um, that that will have. Well, let me say this: if you just press spaces, you can find a whole bunch of really interesting shit that isn't even cryptocurrency related, but we'll talk about cryptocurrency. So, what are the most like the hottest spaces right now? Right now, there are. So this guy calls it October is real. Don't leave. This is Bitcoin MLK. He's a friend of mine. He's in there. The guy who's hosting this is an investor, so he might be talking about stocks, but cryptocurrency will be mentioned as well. Another one, up to October, AlphaCo. Now you're hearing this because these are made for me because I'm very cryptocurrency related, but that's fine. So you might not know October. October means, and usually we do see this with a seated president. They want the economy to look really good. So right before people are about to vote, so they call it October. They make it look like the economy's doing really great. Okay, what's the next thing? Dig Node special with Michael Taylor and the Chia Bit. This is a Monkey Zoo project. This is an NFT that they have. Okay, so here are the other
Will
ones.
you ever drop a coin?
I will. It'll just be Rabbi token, and it'll be
Nice.
big. Uh, so we have what's happening right now. Um, there are a bunch of like television discussions. We don't want to go into those. There are um, like political discussions. There are so here's an interesting thing. When you start doing these spaces on X, they start paying you, and their X pays pretty well. So when
Really?
yeah, they
I
do.
never knew that.
Yeah. So does Kick, I would say. Like all of these, even I, stream for money, I make money when I do this on Rumble. It's not a lot of
How
money,
much?
10 cents. Like not a lot, but it's something for just a little bit. Very few people who see
What is
me.
what is the platform you make the most money on?
Rumble.
Do you make any money right now, or you're still running on the savings you had from before?
When I need to make money, I do projects for people. So,
So you do projects? Because I always wondered if you were active doing projects while
yeah.
you stream.
Yep, I do.
Or if,
I did that.
you just
Yep,
were
I
just
did that.
streaming on
I did that this
just hanging
summer.
out.
Yep, I did that this summer. So I had a nice contract
What
with.
kind of projects do you do?
Well, the easy one for me, in the past, app launches and like projects for Fortune 500s. I've done onboarding of different countries, different regions of the world, including Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, Europe, South America, Central America, also United States and Canada. So I've done projects all over the world for Fortune 500s. Now, could I do that again? Yeah, but that means I'm gonna wear a suit and tie and I'm gonna not be able to stream on YouTube and all the other stuff simultaneously. So I don't want to do that right now. I want to be able to do projects that I can just sit in my clothing and be able to work on things. So whenever I need more money, and most recently I did that this summer. I did a project for cryptocurrency, where I was paid to essentially market it. So what did I do? I created 20 different. This is an easy way for me to make money. If I ever need to make money, I just I mean, I have people ask me projects for them, but I create the top 20 social media platforms. This is the package that I offer. Depending on the size of the cryptocurrency, it could be $10,000, it could be $1,000, and I've done it for friends for like 200. But basically, there'll be a cryptocurrency that's like, look, we don't want to do any of our marketing or anything. We go to you, and what I do is I create a YouTube account for them, a Facebook account for them, a Twitter account.
One second. What's going on? Hello?
Yo. Hello.
I think my.
Okay, leave and come back. Leave and come back.
Can you
Leave.
hear me?
No, leave and come back.
My audio is.
Oh, I can hear you.
Going back.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yo. Excellent. I can't. I will. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Excellent. So what I do is I'll create a Facebook account, a YouTube account, a Gmail account, a Twitter account, a Twitch account, a Rumble account, a Kick account, a Snapchat account, a Flickr account, an Imager account, a Reddit account, a um, basically the top 20 platforms. I have different packages. I can do 20, I can do 30, I can do 10, whatever someone wants. Then
Did you have to pay to stream with Rumble?
no, it's free.
What? Because I was trying to do it before, and it was trying to get me to pay for premium.
Yeah, you just don't do that. Rumble's the best, in my opinion.
So it'll still let you even if you don't pay. I gotta keep trying that.
Rumble's the best platform, in my opinion, of all the platforms. And the reason why is they allow for free multi-streaming. What does that do? It allows me to stream live on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, DLive, Trovo, all that shit for free simultaneously. No other platform allows you to do that simultaneously for free.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I used I think I still use. I need to switch to Rumble. I think I use like Restream or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And that one is like I can do.
You can do
like
two
platforms.
Two.
And it's like tries to get
Two.
me paid.
Exactly. You can only do 2. Why not do 20? It's free and it's really easy to use, and it's also all web browser based. So you can do it on a Chromebook or your phone, or you can do it on your computer, and it's the way to go. It's amazing. And I'll tell you what, without even trying, I make money on it. It's not a lot of money, but like it's something. And then also, I get a lot of views on it that I just don't like. I try 0% to promote my Rumble stream to the point if you want to find me on Rumble, I'm at test, 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 test. Why, Rabbi, are you at test, 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 test? Because I was Rabbi Rothschild on all of them, and Rumble didn't want me to be able to stream 5 different accounts at once. So it's just too much. One person shouldn't be able to have 5 different accounts. That's not fair to everybody else, which I understand. So I just created 5 different accounts that were different. Like
Oh,
one,
I just found the test,
exactly,
test.
exactly.
That's funny.
And so
41 followers though, nice.
well, exactly. That's without even
And
trying.
you do get views on all of them.
Isn't that crazy? And look how much content I have.
Yeah.
You just go through and it's page after page, and look how long the videos are. They're 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours,
I know.
11.
It's like 12 hours most of them.
Yeah.
And all of them have views. I'm not seeing 0 views on anything. Some of them, the most I'm seeing is like, okay, I see one with 1 view, but most of them have like over 10 views. Some of them get like over 100 views. Very interesting.
Isn't it? And YouTube is 0. Isn't that amazing? I put out so much YouTube content. All my views.
I need to get on Rumble. That's very interesting.
That's what I'm saying. And you will play up to the camera, and you'll be right there. It's a different kind of stream that you have, and I think that it's a really good platform. Okay, so when it comes to so we're talking about Twitter. So like here, there's a crypto town hall, meme edits, and then they promote different cryptocurrencies. So what do? How do you make a lot of money in crypto? I mean, look, I'm not the person who messes. Well, okay, I can tell you some really good ways. If you have no money, there are these things called airdrops where people who are launching a coin need holders. They just need people to hold on to their coin for a long period of time. When I say a long period, for months generally, just so that their metrics look good. So let's say I'm launching a token and I need a bunch of holders because people look and they're like, look, you only have one holder. You're the only holder. That's not a good token. I want a bunch of different people to hold the coin. It gives more diversity. It also gives more stability to the coin. So let's say I don't know anybody. So I go to other people. Hey, I'm doing an airdrop. Will you, it's going to be on this certain date. You'll be able to get it for these 24 hours and you get it for free. You get my coin for free. And all you have to do is hold on to it. But you don't even have to. You can sell it right away. But basically, you can get coins for free. I know a guy who became a crypto millionaire just doing this. He would find out about different airdrops on Twitter Spaces and on Telegram, and he would just he goes to them, he gets them for free, and he holds on to them. And then, given like 3, 6, 12 months, they end up being worth like hundreds of dollars, and he literally got them for free. I can tell you this: somebody gave me an airdrop on Solana. I didn't even fucking know what it was at the time. I knew what Solana was, but I didn't know what their airdrop was. And they're like, "Come on, I want to give you this. I want to give you this." And I'm like, "Okay." And it was at the time worth, I think they gave it to me 10 cents, and it's worth $26 now. It's just like this random thing that they gave me, and I mean, that's like literally, that's just
pretty epic.
that's just one of them. And I'm saying you can get 10 or 20 of these a day. Somebody came to me and wanted to give me one, let alone going out to people, like and getting them yourself.
Where do you find the drops?
Yeah. So.
Also, have you ever done an IQ?
Yeah.
When and what did you get, if you don't mind?
Sure. Well, IQ tests vary, as you know. I can tell you.
Yeah, I know.
That I had a very the only time I've ever taken one that had a genius level anything was the PSAT, which is like the pre-SAT, and I think out of it was a scale of at the time of 180, I was at like 107, and I was offered some opportunities to be in like I don't want to call them genius clubs, but like higher level opportunities. And my parents didn't want me to
You went to university?
Yeah. And I would
Where
say
did you go?
I keep parts of my private life private, and I don't give away
That's
all of
fair.
that information. But I went to a very good university. I went to one of the top
Word.
universities, and
Nice.
because of that, I um, I would say that I'm not any gifted than any other person because I've taken a lot of tests that just show that I'm an average individual. But I have had some pretty good results from some tests. I would tell you as well that I've considered becoming a member of Mensa. You know what Mensa is? And I've had a qualifying
Yes.
test with the PSAT, but at the time I remember I was a very cocky. I'm a cocky individual, and my parents didn't want me to be any cockier. And it was like, and I would
That's
have
funny.
been, I would have been like, I'm better than you. That's not what my parents wanted me to do. They wanted me to live a life of high morals and high character, and to treat people well. And when you start getting into that world where what's your IQ versus my IQ, you start to think that you're better than other people. My parents taught me that you are fortunate to be here on this earth and you should be appreciative for what you're given. And if other people were given the same opportunities that you were, they would have done really well on that test. You're not necessarily any more gifted than any other person. Now, I'm not saying they didn't nurture me, I should say, and um, do everything that they could to make me a successful individual. They did that too, but they didn't want me to get too big of a head. And I know at the time I would have gotten a big head.
Do you mind sharing? Do you know what your parents did for work, or is that too private?
Uh, I can tell you that my father worked for Fortune 500, and my mother worked at a university.
Word. Interesting.
Yeah, she worked in investment.
I'm just interested how Rabbi Rothschild came to be. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's
Yeah.
a very interesting person. Wondering how does that happen? You know what I mean?
Well, certainly. Yeah. I mean, but I'm really pretty. I like to refer to myself as Joe Average. Basically, as average an individual as I've seen really great times in life. I've seen not so great times, and um, but I can tell you this: I couldn't have had the successes that I've had in life without good parents and without them having some stability. But in no way have I had some of the opportunities that other people have in life, where they don't have to worry about a bank account, or they don't have to worry about um, some of the worries that normal people do. However, in the future, I think I'll be able to give my children that kind of world where they don't have to worry about a bank account. They'll never have to worry about a check bouncing or a debit card not clearing. They will literally have bank accounts that it would be a challenge for them to try to generate.
God willing. Do you plan on having many children, or would you have a small family?
I think perhaps I may have more offspring than any person in global history. The reason why I say that, I know it sounds funny, but the reason why I say that is I will be
I
the.
was expecting that response.
It's the truth. The reason why the reason why I say that is I think I will be the most eligible bachelor perhaps in the future because I have more data than any person ever. I fight for world peace. I fight for the little guy, all the cool things. But when it comes down to it, women want to be famous. It's this innate desire that everyone has, not just women, all people want to be famous. Why? There's power that comes with fame. And when I'm able to say to my progeny that we are taking over the world, and I am at the pinnacle of that. And when you see this in the future, you know that we are essentially declaring war on the human race, and that we are going to do everything that we can to claw and climb to the top and ensure that we create a species that travels the stars. That is very exciting for people to hear. And on top of that, it is essentially a declaration of war against every single other person. So what do I mean? What am I saying? If I ever give to a sperm bank, all of the people that come from that sperm are going to know that they have a history that is documented going back to essentially the pandemic. That their lineage has been forecasted for perhaps decades. Other people are just going to be random ass motherfuckers who came from some dude who jerked off in a tube. You, for those people who are out there who one day come from me, are part of something much bigger. You're part of the global story. You're part of essentially a new scripture that is digitized to video. When women start hearing that, they're gonna flock to want to be a part of that bloodline.
I don't doubt that.
So if you know what the
are your parents still alive?
Yeah. Thank God.
Do you communicate with them often?
Not since I started. I made it a conscious effort.
Have you communicated with them at all since you started this?
I made it a conscious effort that I didn't want to. I didn't want to know what I was doing.
Is there any particular reason, or
yeah,
you think like they might not like it or something?
Yeah, I couldn't speak with as much honesty as I do if I knew my mom was watching this. I couldn't talk about making a woman come until her mind explodes, or watching a girl squirt and saying that I want to document this from a scientific standpoint and be able to study what this female ejaculation is from a biological standpoint, but we haven't been able to do so in a proper university setting and academic setting because it's too awkward to be able to get to a woman to get to orgasm in public to be able to study her fluids. But I think we'll be able to do that. I can't talk about this if I know my mom's wife.
Yeah, I get that.
Absolutely.
Understandable.
Absolutely. So yeah, I do my best to, not that I don't love my parents, I don't speak highly of my parents. And I think they're wonderful people, but I do my best to get that communication as much as possible. And
but do you still communicate at all with them? Like, you ever?
No, I told my mom like 3 years ago that I was essentially going to be working on a project and that I'll talk to her when I need to. And this isn't something like I've gone out on my own on other things too, where I don't want to say I didn't talk to them for times, but this was unique. But it wasn't the first time that it's happened, and she understood that. And if she wants to find me, she knows exactly where I live. She's been to my house. She can, if she wanted to, Google me and probably find my streams if she wanted to. I just do my best to consciously think that she has never seen any of this, nor do I want her to. It's just too awkward when you're out there. You're like, hey, here's my cum shirt, and people,
I remember when you showed me the cum shirt.
Exactly. Nobody wants their mother to know about those things. So almost.
Yeah, I would not want my mom to.
Exactly. So almost in my head, I have just separated it. Again, not that I don't love my family or my aunts and uncles and cousins and all of them, but I could not do this knowing that my mom was watching. It's too hard for me. I couldn't be as honest as I can. If I knew my mom was watching directly, I wouldn't want to talk about sex. I wouldn't want to curse or cuss. I would not be as comfortable. You wouldn't get who I am, and very few people would, unless you're really, really comfortable with your parents and talking about the most taboo subject on earth in front of them. And if you are, that's fine. But my parents and I never had that kind of relationship. We were child and parent and child. There was always a level of respect there. I would never in a million years call my parents like by their first name or some of the things that I see, children doing today. It's much more traditional. And in a traditional household, you do not talk about sexuality openly, and I do.
True. Yeah, that's very understandable. Yeah, because I wondered that because you are just such a open person on your screen. You document so much of your life, like literally every single aspect. I just wonder what they might have thought about it, but I guess that checks out.
Yeah, I could tell you this. It wouldn't surprise me. She knows that I'm an
Really?
Yeah, I mean.
Do you think there's any possibilities?
I'm an only child. Do I think that she
Do you
has
think
found this thing?
any relatives you know
They could.
or just anyone from your personal life before streaming?
I told my friends before I started it, my friends from school, that I was not going to be going after having gone for years and years and years, religiously, obviously,
Going to where?
to synagogue every single day.
Oh, gotcha.
It was during the pandemic, so we weren't attending every single day anyway. We were doing it virtually, and I just continued to do that. And I told them that I was embarking on a project where I was going to essentially do what we were doing in synagogue, but I wanted to open my life to the world. And I can tell you, my friends didn't know how to take it. They were like, "What are you doing?" Like, I'm live streaming my life 24/7. It started when I was hitting golf balls, and I thought it was a good idea. And if you ever want to see me, that's how you can do it if you want to check in. And initially there was some, okay, that's not normal, but I've had at least the friends who I told, which weren't a lot of them, they check in on me and they say, "Well, we're glad that you're still okay. And is there anything that you need?" But I didn't go out and tell a whole lot of people I was doing this. And also um, on Facebook, I did a little bit on Facebook. Yeah, so I would say this. Let me put it this way. People know I was at least doing something because I did put a little bit of it on Facebook, but I didn't really want people to know because I would just
Fair.
I would hear negativity.
It would feel awkward. Yeah,
I
with
would
like
hear
people
I
from
would
your personal
exactly.
life.
I would hear
When
negative
you're trying to be this open.
exactly. I would hear negativity as well. No one else does that. Why would you want to do that? Data isn't that important. You're not that interesting. I would hear the same
Because
thing.
I hear that from people when I tell them about what you're doing. I'm explaining like the thing. They're like, why would anyone ever do that? That's crazy. Like
Exactly.
generally negative stuff.
Exactly.
So I do understand. It's,
But
yeah, it's very interesting how much
yeah, I
people I guess are against it. So like
here's
there's nothing really
here's the thing.
wrong with
Here's
what
the
you're doing.
thing. Here's the
Also,
thing.
it's very interesting to me how I guess sane you are as a person. How like normal of I mean you're not a normal guy, but like pretty normal of a guy you are. I mean at least what you the trip you're embarking on is not a normal journey. You know what I mean?
I
But I would say
completely understand.
as far as communication and as a like nature, you're not like that crazy of a person, but I feel like almost any other person put in your scenario would be batshit crazy.
Yeah, I could see that. I think that when
I can't imagine any other person I know in real life that could do what you're doing and not be like in like psychosis or something.
well, I mean, I'm not that, and I'm not
So
close to that.
respect is what I'm saying.
I appreciate that.
It's like
I would
very
say
impressive.
I would say that I grew up as an only child, so I had to be very comfortable with myself. I had to be very comfortable with going out and making friends and meeting people. And so I would say that perhaps what I call approach anxiety, either in real life or digitally, I've had to be able to work through that challenge probably at an earlier age than most people. I really what I think though, when people are negative towards this, I know there's a sense of jealousy, a deep, deep jealousy that some people have because they didn't do it first. It's such an easy thing. Hey, record everything that you're doing. Just that. That's it. All you have to do is that. Okay. And what
I think
happens?
people are even jealous of the lack of anxiety you have. Because I feel like most of the people I know who are negative are just generally anxious people.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, this person has like basically seems almost like you have no anxiety, saying that you're willing to document this much of your life and being like, okay, this. It seems like you have full faith in what you're doing, which most people don't have almost any faith in anything they do. You know what I mean?
I I understand what you're saying. It's pretty natural to me. When I first started, I was a little. I mean, my very earliest videos, I wouldn't even go on camera not in a suit and tie. I'm very, very traditional in them. And
Really?
oh,
So
totally.
originally it was all
Oh,
suit and tie.
all suit and tie every single day for like months.
Wow.
And but
That's pretty funny. Do you have those archived?
yeah, they're all archived. Yeah, definitely. And I have them.
That's so funny. I'm excited that one day suit and tie streams. Would you ever bring it back?
Oh, that's what I plan on doing. When I can normally dress the way that I dress, I have a different
So what? So when
colored
you
tie.
when you own the crib and you got the camera, you have the TikTok house.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable in a suit and tie than anything.
Respect. That's what's up.
Yeah,
That's
and
awesome.
I've been wearing suit and ties for like most of my aside from this, I was in a suit and tie for years, every single day, and um, that's just my natural way of dressing. So, um, this is a little different, but I do. I mean, it's comfortable, but I'm promoting a cryptocurrency. I know that in the future, that this cryptocurrency is going to be worth. I mean, it's already worth 22 cents. I've seen it. That's a 22x, and it's just going to continue to grow. Did you download Twitter?
No, I'll do it right now. Also, if I am to send you any clothing, what type of clothing would you prefer? Hats, t-shirts, pants, long sleeve, a hoodie? Like, what would be the best item?
To be honest with you, I don't want anything. What I'm gonna do is when I blow up, I will wear all your shit all the time. I'll have more storage than I know what to do with. But right now, I don't have a lot of space, and I don't want people necessarily sending me stuff if I'm not gonna be able to represent the best way that I want. I want to be able to represent your brand in my.
I would be happy for you to represent it how it is right now, just as a historical thing. Even if you wear it like a few streams and then got rid of it, just to have
No. I don't.
any images of the rabbi era.
I understand. I want you to know that I really, like I told you, I intend on wearing your clothing a lot. But as of right now, I am. I don't want a whole lot of people sending me stuff. I don't have that much space to be able to store it. I've already had to get rid of some stuff, and I don't want to get rid of anything more. I've already had complaints from owners of the house that had too much stuff already. So,
Really?
oh yeah,
How
definitely.
many people do you live with?
10, and we've expanded that since 5 when I moved in.
And
So, I used to be able to keep stuff in the hallway, and they got rid of that. I used to be able to keep like I already have had to get rid of stuff for clothing, and I want to wear your stuff when I feel like I have the most amount of ability to promote it. Right now, I understand it, like on the OG version of it, but um I want to be able to make your brand something that I can really like be proud of myself. Right now, if you sent me, let's say, a hoodie, I'll wear it for 10 minutes and then not wear it anymore, and I'm gonna feel bad. You took the time to make this thing, to send it to me, for me to wear it, and now I'm not wearing it. If you give me something, I fucking wear it till it fucking falls off. But I can't do multiple things at once. Right now, I've got Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 E. They sent me like here's a perfect example. This right here is a $500 hoodie. I have worn it.
what the fuck is that? Wait, can you show me it?
But this is exactly what's gonna happen to your stuff, and this is what I don't want. It's a $500 hoodie, and it is. It's
It's
been
actually where I've
sure,
never heard of this.
sure. It's This is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 E, and that team sent me this, and it's
Is
very
it emu or
Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 E, INU. It's a type of dog, and it's like Shiba
like the
Inu.
Shiba Inu? Yeah.
Exactly. These guys sent me this. It even has a target where I'm supposed to fire my cub. Okay? And I never wear it.
That's crazy.
And I can tell you this. They sent me.
Did you nut on it though? Did you
No,
nut it on
I
it,
didn't.
though?
I did. I can go get them for you. In fact, just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. I have to go in a box, but just one moment. mean, just what I could
What's
find.
up?
This is just what I could find. So in addition to this, which is a lot of money, somebody spent $5
Yeah,
million.
they sent you hella stuff.
Exactly.
That's
Somebody spent
crazy. I can't find the hoodie online, but that's an interesting hoodie.
Well, the reason why you can't is it's a limited edition, which makes it more expensive. And they got it through
Got you.
this company. It's really really nice. But I've worn it 0 times. I I can tell you that they sent me so much clothing that I don't want to have to get rid of it, but it's too much. They said they just sent me. I got this. This is just what I could find. This they basically tricked me out and I got these kind of shirts, these kind of Harry Potter Obama size 10 Ene shirts. I've got like maybe dozens of these. It's too much.
Really?
It's too much. I mean, I'm not telling you this. The people who own the house are telling me you have too much stuff, Michael. That's how they refer to me, and that's how it is. Come is illegal.
What does it say on it?
Come is illegal.
Is illegal. Are these made special for you?
Some are.
That's funny.
And then, so I mean, I already have a lot of stuff. But what I can tell you is that when I can have a house of my own and I'm able to wear my clothing the way that I want to wear it, you need to wear your clothing. But until then, I got too much shit already.
Yeah, just let me know, send the signal, and I'll send the clothes in.
Absolutely.
I got you.
Just one moment.
Eventually, if you're down, I would want to do a collab hoodie where it's a full zip, but you know the zip hoodies where it zips up your whole face?
Sure.
Like a hoodie of that, but it's you. So if you become Rabbi Rothschild.
Baller. Love it. Anything you want to do, once we got to go, and I have 100 people in here, I'm gonna say send me all the shit that you want. You know why? Because I know that I'll be able to buy a house or afford more than just one room and be able to. I'll be one of the greatest fashion icons, probably the greatest fashion icon of global history. And
I think you definitely will be. I'm very interested in the nut shirts in the museum.
yeah, exactly.
Like that's good. That's so weird that those are actually going to be in like glass displays in the future.
Why wouldn't it be? Right? Part of it. So,
Exactly. I'm interested. You'll probably get your own museum, to be honest. How much stuff you have documented.
It's gonna be the Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem. I'm just gonna.
Or lit. That sounds epic.
There you go, big man. All right. It's been great shooting the shit with you. I've got some spots to program, and I've got the history of India that I'm going to continue. If you're not familiar, we just watched the 5,000 year history of China, and now we're watching the 5,000 year history of India, and we're just watching lectures, professors, and this one from UCLA. So if you're wondering what's going on in the background,
That's awesome.
I'm listening to the history of India. All right,
Nice.
good done.
You ever listen to any Manly P. Hall lectures?
Yes, not in years, but yes,
His are pretty epic.
I agree.
You got so many of them too.
Hey, did you hear? Did you hear that Donald Trump? I think is going to be on the Joe Rogan Experience according to Elon Musk.
No way, for real. That's very interesting.
Dog. You got to get on
What are
Twitter.
your thoughts on Trump these days? I feel like he's more cringe these days. He's not as funny.
I'm not a fan of politicians generating.
No, I just mean on like funniness. I'm not really a fan of Trump either.
He's a character. You can turn.
I would say he used to be very funny, but now not so much.
He's a character. I would tell you that, in my opinion, he's probably the best politician, perhaps if there's ever been. Why? Because he's just so overtly, so overtly ostentatious, so overt. Period. So just he can be very obnoxious without even recognizing it, and like what he does from a politics standpoint is very very smart. You don't refer to the enemy by their real name. They refer to him with I don't know what it's called, Hillary beaten Hillary or whatever, and then you have
Yeah.
like all the people have a nickname. He does all that shit really well. But the thing is, he's up against the most unified, uniparty, corporative, technological organization in the entire world, and he's not going to be. Did you see?
Very true.
Did you see these fucking voting machines have had the same password for the last 18 years? I can tell it to you. It's DVSCORP 08 exclamation point. How do I know that? Because the governor of Georgia, Kemp, just took a picture that's going crazy on Twitter with these women who have a shirt that say that like if you know you know IYNY or IYKYK if you know you know, and then it's the fucking password of it's the password that this company that's supposed to be really secure has had for the last 18 years straight, and they're next to the fucking governor of Georgia, and there's a whole case about it. I mean, like this is like very
That goes hard as a shirt, though. That's kind of awesome.
it does go hard as a shirt. So anyway, check it out. And the other thing is, people don't recognize this, but the company. Do you know the company that owns the voting systems?
No, I don't.
It's called. You're not even allowed to like talk about this on television. Fox News got a $1 billion lawsuit over this Dominion voting system. It's called Dominion Voting Systems. Notice though, the name. It's DVS, Dominion Voting System. DVS, Devious Corporation. It's DVS Corp. Devious Corporation. Do you understand?
That's kind of crazy.
And there are many companies that you don't.
Dude, we were actually just playing Pink Floyd backwards. That's crazy, man.
This has nothing to do with that. This has to do with real facts.
No,
There's
I'm
a
just joking.
password
That's
out there that hasn't been changed in 18 years. I have to change my fucking Discord password once every month. Why is it that I have to be so fucking secure, but the people who control our voting systems don't have to change it once in a generation? 18 years.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
There's nothing theoretical about that. That's hard facts. And anyone who wants to talk adversely to that, Caspian Sea included, has to basically, I know he's making a joke, but has to basically confront the fact that they want to hide from the truth. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I want to look facts in the face and say, from a network security or information security standpoint, to have the same password used by multiple people over the course of an 18-year span is, in my opinion, either complete laziness or concentrated maliciousness to be able to subvert the voting system. One of the two.
So with this being said, do you have any election predictions?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is going to win.
Word. You ever go to Poly Market?
No.
You know Poly Market?
No.
Go on it right now. It's pretty fun. It's a pretty funny website. It's I think it's just polymarket.com. POLY market. Poly Markets maybe? Let me check it right now. If you just Google Poly Markets, it'll come up. But it's a gambling site for current events.
I see it.
I think you might find it interesting.
Well, I can tell you right now that.
But hey, if you have confident predictions, you could be making a lot of money. You seem like you know the future.
I don't know the future. I can just tell you this. Look at the picture of Governor Kemp that was taken within the last week with these women with a T-shirt that has the password of the voting company on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like AI. It's not Photoshop. It's literally the password. It's DVS Corp 0808 exclamation point. And if you read, and I know Caspian Sea was just making a joke, but this is the joke that they play on the pawns of the world. There's a reason why it's called Macy's. Well, when it goes back to Macy's, it's actually Federated Department Stores and has been for 40 fucking years. It's called Macy's. That was its original name. But the reason why they went with Macy's and not one of the other stores that they own or that they took over is because it's a pun. We may seize your money. We may seize your items. Macy's is up to us. We can take it if we want. DVS Corporation. DVS Corporation. At the end of the day,
Did you come to this conclusion on your own, or where did you find this?
I've seen it. Well, I've heard it. These are just of people with whom I've been around. If you control a corporation, sometimes you add little jokes in it to yourself, and as you begin to other corporations, you may take into account a certain pun or a certain play on words that people may not see. So like, what's another one? That I can think of off the top of my head that's a pun like that. I don't know. It's just a DVS corporation. It's literally DVS. It's Dominion voting system. I know, like Macy's always kind of stood out in my head.
But yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's like some fucking. It's probably they're like Freemasons. Freemasons love that kind of stuff.
I can tell you as a Freemason that I don't think any of these things have ever been.
You're a Freemason.
Yeah.
How long were you a Mason for? Wait, but I thought you weren't allowed to like study Kabbalah. Isn't like Masonry like all about Kabbalah?
None of it is.
What rank are you? What rank are you?
I'm as high a Mason as you know. Within the blue line. I can tell you that it's not very high, so to speak, but it's as high as you get. Any Mason associate.
Is that Scottish Rite?
That's a different rite, and I am.
So it's not Scottish Rite.
I'm a Shriner, which is
Scottish Rite is the one that's like all that. Some of the other ones are.
It's a shrine. I'm a Shriner as well, which is a higher level than just your normal regular Blue Lodge Masonry. Without divulging any secrets within Masonry, I can tell you within Blue Lodge, I mean, if there's Kabbalah, I'm not aware of it, and the reason why I say that is it's pretty, well, it's an ancient philosophy. There's like, we don't discuss like the cube of Metatron. There's no discussion of like higher enlightenment. There's nothing like that. So if you think that's
that might just be certain rites that are about all the stuff.
Okay.
Is it associated with York Rite, or is it just completely different than either of them?
Is what?
The rite you are from.
I
don't know a ton about the different. I know a bit about Scottish and York Rite, but I don't know too much about
it's
stuff
clear.
outside of that.
It's clear you don't know. Okay. Every Scottish Rite, every York Rite is a Mason from the Blue Lodge. Every single. You can't be a Scottish Rite without being a Blue Lodge Mason. You can't be a York Rite without being a Blue Lodge Mason. You can't be a Shriner without being a Blue Lodge Mason. Everybody has to make it through the degrees of the Blue Lodge. And then from there, you can open it up to whatever you want. The reason why I didn't want to become well, I shouldn't say I desperately wanted to become I shouldn't say desperately, but like I will say, at least in the Scottish Rite, I made arrangements. The reason why I didn't become a Scottish Rite Mason immediately, like I did a Shriner, is the Scottish Rite ceremony took place on Friday night, and I couldn't make it because I had synagogue, and I couldn't miss synagogue, and I wasn't going to do it for any other reason. Now, what changed? The pandemic hit. We started going to an online format. We started bending the rules a little bit. And once I saw rules being bent, well, then I'm just going to embrace the virtual world. But I was so dedicated to my religion and synagogue that I made arrangements with the local Scottish Rite that we were gonna do my initiation um on the on the on the summer solstice because that would have I would have the most amount of time to be able to do the initiation and get to synagogue at the same time. But it was just and I even wrote them a check because we were gonna do it within a weekend. You can do like a whole year long process or you can do a weekend. They can do it you can become a 32nd degree Mason in one weekend. It's not that big. There are ways to do it where it can take you a whole year, but most people think it's just too much work. Um, and but if I would say I didn't want to do that, I wanted to do the full. I wanted to see it in all its glory as well. But I in fact they they still email me at the Scottish Rite Lodge. We still have your check, and I told them I so I had plans on being Scottish Rite, and I still want to be, but I just didn't make at the time I wasn't going to drive on Shabbat, and nor do I still. But I was gonna have to do that, or I was gonna have to ride in the car because to be made the Scottish Rite, I was gonna have to be in Anaheim. My synagogues were in Irvine, and I um, didn't have the ability to be able to make it to both places at the same time.
So how long were you a part of Masonry for? I guess. So when did you join?
Years.
If you, or I don't even know how much you can talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I joined in. I first had interest in like early in my life, I would say, but I didn't really know anything about it. 2015 or so, 2016, I wrote a letter. 2016.
Do you have to be asked to join, or was it like you could just join or apply? I guess.
To be one is all you do is just ask a local
Or
Mason, and they'll take you through the process. And so it was like 2016, 2017. I think 2017. I initially started going to lodge, and it's interesting because my lodge is in Long Beach, which is near where I was living at the time, and it is, I would say, traditionally known as a Jewish lodge. However, um, it's a really small lodge, and the reason why it was seen as a Jewish lodge is, at least at the time in Long Beach, like 100 years ago, there was a split within the Masons there, whether to allow Jews in or not. And because there was this contention that other lodges started, but I did not know it was a Jewish lodge. I just wrote an email to a lodge that met on Monday because I was going to class on Tuesdays and Thursdays in my synagogue to study Torah and Talmud, and I didn't want to miss the classes, so I had to find someone who met on Monday or Wednesday, and I couldn't meet on Friday, obviously. So I was able to find one. It's Los Cerritos, number 674, Long Beach Lodge, and when I got there, I was shocked that while Long Beach Lodge is like probably I would say most people are like agnostic. Maybe not agnostic, but like they might be some whatever their denomination. Generally, it's Christianity. Um, there was a segment, like a small segment of this lodge that was Jewish. So I was delighted to find that out. However, they don't keep kosher, so I couldn't eat at the lodge and some other things. But I would do all the things that need to be done. And then I had my rabbi come to the lodge because I didn't know of any Orthodox Mason. And without going into some of the secrecy of the right, there are some things that I wanted to ensure were done so that I could ensure that I could be a Freemason and a Jew in the highest regards. So, like what? There were some things like I didn't want any kind of like uh, I didn't want the Christian Bible associated with my degrees or anything. So we made sure we already had a Hebrew Bible, but there were just some other things that you're not supposed to necessarily have as an Orthodox Jew, and I did my best to make sure that I knew all of the slight differences that I was going to have, and then I also brought in my rabbi to make sure. And it became so kosher, I would say that um, my rabbi still has interest in me. And then I had some friends who joined me to at least have um, we had like community dinners, and while we didn't eat at them, we still enjoyed the merriment and camaraderie. And that happened in 2017 or so. And I've been a Freemason since. I am also a Shriner, so I became a Shriner in 2018 or something like that. And what you find is most people do what I have done. You get really, really excited at the beginning, and then after a few years, you don't go anymore. This is very common. I can tell you, my lodge of 200 guys, 10 of them show up every day. It's just not a lot. Why? There's so much better shit to do in the world than sit there and learn essentially outdated lectures that no one else is going to care about. You can't talk to your wife about it. You can't talk to your kids about it. So they don't care. And yeah, so I told guys.
So it's mainly lectures and a meeting. I don't even know how a meeting works. I've just read
If you want to
a decent amount of Masonic books. I mean, like a lot of mainly all stuff.
There's
His stuff is good. I mean,
there's
he
a
was
lot
a Mason for most of his life.
there's a lot of ritual. It's just a lot of ritual. It's a lot of memorization. And um I I would say that I mean I even ran a project at my lodge where I wanted to get more of these older guys back because it seemed like everybody was doing what I've done, which is like you're really excited for the first 5 years or so, and then either you don't want to. It's not that you don't want to continue, but it's like it's boring. I mean, I think so. It's a lot of ritual. What's ritual? Basically, like footwork. People having to walking in lodge, and if it's not done correctly, you have to start all over. It's a lot like the military, and I don't know, so you have to practice it and all kinds of other things. But I'm not saying that it's not a rewarding process, that I don't enjoy being a Mason, but when people come in and go, oh, the Masons are the people who control the world, okay, come to my lodge. I see a bunch of old guys who don't control shit. They're all retired, or for the most part. What did they do? What did they do? Were they the high financiers of the world? No, they were like one of them is like a marketing executive. Another one is
I mean, but isn't the
works.
one they say
Uh,
like all about the highest like master almost all of them like doesn't mean
yeah, exactly. I'm a master Mason. I can tell you that from a Masonic standpoint.
gotcha.
That's basically the
Yeah, because it's like from everything I've read and like even in the actual Mason, like it seems like up until like it doesn't start getting into like anything weird until like literally the very end of it, and then it starts becoming like kind of weird, and it doesn't even explicitly say it's weird. So it's probably like they let you see how willing you are to do weird stuff, but it's like it seems for the most part that it's like pretty harmless.
If you're interested, be one. It's simple.
So for you said you study Talmud. You study.
Yeah. It's called the.
Wait, sorry, you cut out.
If you want to be one, ask one. So go to your local lodge. If you don't know where one is, look one up. We're all over the world. We're the largest fraternity in the world. And do what I did. Write an email. And just say, hey, I'm interested in becoming a Mason. And they will invite you in for a dinner to check you out. If you're interested, you ask for an application. And then from there, um, without going into all the process, there's like, you have to
I mean, it seems interesting.
You have to pass.
It's just like, to be honest, I don't even know if this is all Mason, but I've seen that as part of the initiation, which seems to be general for all Masons. Part of it is a blood oath, and
yeah. So
like,
so here's the thing.
If you could join without that, I probably would, but I don't really want to make a blood oath to anyone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I understand. I haven't ever made a blood oath. I made sure of it myself. As an aspiring rabbi, I even brought in a rabbi to make sure I wasn't making any kind of. I know that I changed what I said slightly so that I could avoid making any kind of oath. But
gotcha. Yeah.
It's not a
yeah, because that stuff is like, to be honest, Masonry seems pretty chill, like most of it, but like I don't fuck with any blood oath stuff where it's like, yeah,
there's no.
We have the right to fuck with you.
What's
a
no? Oh, okay. Now I know what you're saying. I know what you're referencing. Is there a blood oath?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Now I know what you're referencing.
I think you can just look up Masonic oath, and it's like at the very end, it's like spill the secret or whatever.
Yeah.
Up your body.
Hold on. I didn't.
Burn in.
Hold on. I didn't understand what you were referencing. Yeah. No, that's definitely. They will in the Masonic degrees. I can tell you this. I've never read a way of fucking somebody up so many times that you have to memorize than that.
That's what I'm saying.
Than that. Yeah, but the thing is that okay, now I know what you mean as a blood oath. Yeah, and mine was slightly altered. I can tell you though that for the last 100 years, at least, nobody has been punished like that. I can tell you, I think it happened in the 19th century. Something
I mean, I know they don't even like enforce it. I don't even want to be saying stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, well, you can certainly ask.
Or like doing stuff. Can they amend it, or is that?
And that's what I had done. And essentially, the lodge saw how heartfelt I was to the point where I'm bringing in my rabbi. Not only do I maybe want to make sure that I'm not taking an oath, but I want to be so sure that I'm going to bring in a colleague. That basically allowed me to be able to do whatever I wanted. You could change it to whatever the fuck I wanted to say. But in general, if you wanted, I mean, it's almost, it's to me less of quote unquote blood oath, which certainly you could interpret it as that, and more like you are saying lines in a play. This is like an ancient tradition, and you are saying lines. Do you? I mean, let's say you wanted to avoid any punishment. Well, then just don't talk about the secrets of freedom.
No, I mean, it's not even about that I would talk about it. It's just like, I'm just not trying to make that kind of. I mean, again, even if it's lines in a play. But
so,
you said you study Talmud?
Yeah, yes. So what you would say is to perhaps the lodge is that I have an issue with something that I would have to say, and you ask if it can be amended, and they can tell you no. So you could say, for educational purposes only, I'm going to recite, and they will probably allow you to.
Interesting.
Yeah. So as I said earlier, I studied Talmud for years, and I can tell you that it is an incredible work that even I, who have studied it for years, don't know as well as I would like to one day. It's
You actively study it, so
yeah, it's over 2,000 pages. So to really have a big grasp of it, studying it at one page every
the
single.
Talmud is over 2,000 pages.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 40 books.
How many pages do you
I
think
thought it was
that
like
is?
way longer.
How many pages do you think 40 books encapsulate?
I thought it would be like, I don't know. I thought each book would be like 100 pages. I don't know that much about it.
Okay, so it is a compilation of essentially the discussions on Jewish law, and I would tell you that it is to be interpreted with eyes that are perhaps different than you may interpret it today. So it's a classical work of hundreds of years old. We look at it today and say some of the things that may be written in it are hurtful or hateful or aggressive, but you're not putting yourself in the shoes of the people who were writing it then, and that essentially they would
Yeah, because I've seen some aggressive stuff. I was just wondering, you probably have a better understanding of it than any other person I've ever met. Like, I just don't know that many people. I actually don't know anyone who's actually studied this. I was just wondering, yeah, anything about that.
yeah. So
I don't know that much. I've seen it, and I'm like, there's got to be more to it than just like it's that. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
everything needs to be taken with you'll see some quotes like even the best, even the best non-Jewish. Okay, what does that mean? I mean, well, that really sounds like, hey, if there's going to be a culling of the herd, even the best of the best non-Jews. Okay, but you can look in context, and depending on the context, it can differ. So, what would it be? If we are doing everything that we can do to survive, and there's no food left, and there's no water left, even the best of the best non-Jews, we're going to have to not let live because it's a struggle for survival. It's either their family or our family. What are we going to do? And so when you take things into context, it makes more sense from a survival aspect of some of the things that perhaps are said. And if something like that is of interest to you, you certainly can search for resources. I would tell you that the the key philosophy when studying Talmud is context. Context means everything. So people will just take a quote and say, like, let's use this from an American standpoint. If we were going over um, the um, the Star Spangled Banner, and we were to just take one little phrase from it, like, okay, so Jose, can you so if we take uh, just a phrase like, and the rocket's red glare, just a phrase like that, whatever the rocket's red glare is, okay, um, the bombs bursting in air. Well, if you just take that phrase, the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, it makes the Star Spangled Banner sound like a very aggressive song. I mean, it's about bombs and rockets and things. Like, what the fuck is what is our national anthem consist of? Well, that's only if you take those phrases, but put in the course of the entire Star Spangled Banner, it makes much more sense of a song, as a song. People do the same thing with Talmud. They pick out a little section and don't recognize that it has a much larger context that they may be missing. And so I think usually a lot of things that have to do with Talmud are misinterpreted or can be misinterpreted, and that's just based on context. People are taking literally one sentence or one phrase in a thousands of pages of uh, out of thousands of pages and not having any context and saying this is why we don't like you.
So for the Talmud, I'm kind of confused how it works. Is it that like it's be abided by the stuff said, or is it it's just discussions around it's discussion about the Mishnah, right? It's a bunch of like discussions and debates about how the Mishnah is interpreted. Is that correct?
Yes.
So some of it is just like this is what some guy said and it's documented here, but you're not even supposed to follow it.
Most of it. Yeah. It's
Gotcha.
it's like
Okay.
basically the discussions of different rabbis, and there are majority opinions and minority. So, are we supposed to follow the Talmud? It's impossible to follow the Talmud completely because sometimes it's a majority opinion that people follow, and sometimes other people follow a minority opinion. And so, who knows? Truthfully, it's what your family does. It's essentially what is your minhag, your custom. What does your family do, which is usually what your rabbi does, which is usually what your community does, and and then you can feel comfortable in what you're doing. But even to say that like did we follow Talmud, does everyone follow Talmud? It's impossible. Um, do most Orthodox Jews do their best to follow most aspects of Talmud?
So what is study? But do you study the Mishnah at all, or is it mainly just and how much do you, like what is the ratio of how much most rabbis, I guess an Orthodox rabbi, since you're an Orthodox rabbi, would study Old Testament versus Mishnah versus Talmud?
Sure. I would say that now any program can differ. Mine, we study club Chumash, it's Torah. One night a week, Tuesdays, aside from Shabbat, we would study it as well, but not counting Shabbat because you can study anything. Thursdays, Gemara class, which is so it's like 50%, I would say, Torah based, 50% Talmud based, and then also I would study what's known as Mishnah Torah, which is like the discussions of a different rabbi named Rambam, Maimonides, known as Rambam. Mishnah Torah. I would do that on Sundays. After I would say that uh, Talmud is probably 50% or more of what I study. Thank you. All right, my friend. Hold on. I've got 3 robots I got to program, and I'd love to answer questions, but I've been answering
No worries.
a couple hours.
It's this has been a long conversation. I appreciate talk to you.
Absolutely.
Sorry for
no.
hour.
I understand. I can talk to you for long periods of time. I just have I have to stop talking for a while to be able to program some shit and then be able to talk to you again. Or my robots stop and I want them to continue. Basically, here, in closing, look at this. This is what I've been doing while we've just been shooting a shit. Go to Kick. Do you have the Kick app?
I actually do have the Kick app. Do I still, or did I delete it? Oh no, I still got it.
Okay. Yeah, even when I wanted to happen is not happening. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, okay, so go to browse. You see at the very bottom it says home, browse, following, search.
Yeah, I'm gonna browse.
Yeah, go to browse. And then do you see where it says categories, live channels, and then if you scroll over live channels, you'll see clips.
Mm-hmm.
Click clips.
Oh, clips now?
Yeah. And then just start scrolling down and you should see like a bunch of random spam, not like a ton of them, but some that say join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord or Rabbi Rothschild or whatever. Scroll down, like you'll have to scroll.
Yes, I'm starting to see them.
Exactly. So these are robots that I have. Normally all of these say Rabbi Rothschild, but because some of them have like broken, I have to reprogram them. So that's what I'm working on.
Gotcha.
But that gets people in here, and if those bots.
Wow, yeah, that's impressive.
And I want it to continue to be impressive. So
yeah,
I got to reprogram some. I got 3 of them that went down at least. But here's what I want you to do.
No worries, dude,
whenever you have questions, come on in and just. I mean, you can sit and ask me questions for 2 hours if you want. But just understand the points I'm going to need to be able to reprogram.
No, you got it, man. I completely understand you running a crazy operation right now.
Excellent.
So I'm gonna
Whenever you're
let you keep doing your thing.
whenever
so you
you're
get
lonely,
that
though,
trillionaire status.
absolutely, come on in. Whenever you're lonely, come on in. We'd love to see you.
Cheers, bro. I'll probably hit you again soon. I'll probably be able to hop on the stream a lot more often now that I've got a regular place to stay.
That's
But yeah, it should be great. I should be streaming a lot more. Thank you for your time and thank you for all the inspiration more than anything.
absolutely.
Go,
All right. Take care, buddy.
Have a great night, man.
Peace, bro.
Take care.
Great. Now, okay, so I'm talking about the elephant. You see all of the writing, marking. Maybe over 50 attempts, or 50 claims. The attempts probably run into the hundreds. Over 50 claims by scholars, they have finally deciphered the Indus Valley script. None of these claims is accepted. Okay? And we don't really know what this script is. There's some conjectures about what it may have been like. And we've got a few problems in trying to look at the script. It's not phonetic. And it cannot be phonetic partly because you have, where if you said that each symbol represented one letter of the alphabet, the problem is you've got about a couple of hundred symbols. So you can't have a language which has an alphabet of 200 or 300 letters. That's way too big. Okay? If, on the other hand, you said that each of these seals represents one word or one concept, then the problem is the vocabulary would have been a few hundred words, which is also easy. Right? So if you've got, let's say, 300 different kinds of seals, and you say each seal, okay, if one certain image, and you might find that image in 10 different seals, how many seals have they found? A few thousand. Okay? And then, as I said, you could say, okay, so there are 20 of the elephant, 15 of the tiger. I'm giving you just random numbers, hypothetical numbers. And you say that each of these represented one word of the language. Well, if there are 300 different images here, the problem is that this language, then we're saying, would have been confined to 300 words, which is an absurdity. It's not possible. It would have to be much larger than that. Right? But it seems that the script would have to be read left to right. Right? And as I said over here, what you're seeing is the elephant, which they had domesticated. They had tamed the elephant. Number of animals that they had tamed and domesticated. You've got sheep, you've got goats, you have cattle, right? You've got the elephant. You're going to see the humped cattle, the water buffalo, and then the tiger. I'm not saying that they domesticated the tiger, but obviously tiger was in close proximity and they were aware of the tiger, right? And here you have this is something that represents what you might describe as a humped cattle. It's not quite clear exactly what this animal is, but that's what it seems to be. And here you have a very interesting figure, and there's been a lot of speculation about this. This is described as a proto-Shiva. You're going to hear more about Shiva much later on. Shiva is going to be one of the major Indian gods of classical Hinduism, and today, he is one of the major gods of the Hindu pantheon, right? So this is supposed to be a representation of the proto-Shiva. But again, some speculation on this point. We're not quite sure. He's seated in the posture of a yogi. And that's one reason why there's speculation is that he's Shiva, because Shiva is very often shown in the posture of a yogi, right? Somebody sitting there meditating. And now you have here, again, Shiva surrounded by a number of animals. Yes. No, the idea that this is a proto-Shiva means that there may be some Hindu gods whose origins go back to the Harappan. Right? That's why it's called the proto-Shiva, because there's obviously the iconography of Shiva as it's going to develop later on is going to be a bit different, but elements of that have certainly borrowed from the Harappan culture. So if you're trying to look at the Hindu gods, right? And very few people here at this point know about the Hindu gods because we're going to get into that obviously much later on. Or so. Right? But if you look at, let's say, gods such as Vishnu or Shiva and so on, then the question is, well, what are their origins? In the case of Shiva, it seems that the origins go back to the Harappan civilization, which means that some elements of what becomes known as Hinduism, okay, are in fact elements that go back to the Harappan period. Right? This is what we mean here when we speak about the proto-Shiva. And here again you have the tiger, the stripes. You can see that through the stripes, right? And this is how because obviously if you're looking at the horns, it doesn't look like a, but the stripes seem to indicate that this is in fact actually a tiger. All right. So I just wanted to give you a sense of what some of these scenes are like, some of these images are like. Let me say a few more words about the Indus Valley civilization, and then we're going to move on to the coming of the Aryans. Now, I've already mentioned to you the circumstances under which it disappeared, and as I said, roughly 3,000 BC, 1700 BC is when this civilization flourished. The layout of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro is in fact quite similar. So you have a citadel, right, and you have this mound. Both of them had granaries, okay, granaries. Now that's interesting because that means that there was excess grain that was stored, right, and this grain is produced somewhere else, maybe in the near vicinity. The nature of cities, of course, today has changed quite dramatically, so we don't very often understand what is the relationship between the city and the food supply that it gets. But cities had to be dependent upon the food supply, which was coming from somewhere within close proximity, right? These granaries are too big to be the granaries of wealthy individuals, right? In other words, we can't speculate from this and say that, well, in fact, these were probably the the warehouses where extremely wealthy individuals stored their grain, because the size of these granaries is really, in fact, much too big. To give you an idea, the one that existed in Mohenjo-daro, estimate according to the excavation is that this was 45 to 46 meters long and 50 meters wide. Right? So that's a huge size for a granary. Now, alongside the granary, in close proximity, you have rows of small tenement houses. Okay? And these small tenement houses suggest that this is where the people who pounded the grain probably lived. Okay? Because if you have grain, it has to be pounded, and this is probably where people live. But again, this is an educated sort of guess based on the archaeological evidence that has been uncovered up till this point in time. I've already spoken about the town planning. I mentioned to you that the streets are right angles and the cities seem to be quite nicely laid out, right, according to the archaeological evidence that we have. Pottery was produced, almost mass produced, all right? Considerable fragments of pottery have been found, in some cases full pots, not very many, but considerable evidence of pottery, right? And there seems to have been some amount, perhaps considerable amount of trade, okay, with Mesopotamia. Bahrain was probably the port which was a point of exchange for this trade between the Indus Valley and the cities of Mesopotamia. All right. Now, there are some other interesting questions that we might want to think about. Right. I mentioned to you before that there's a body of water very often close by, a river. Right. Most of these cities have developed along the sides of river, which meant that probably they had some source of fish. The rivers were also used for transportation. Right. And if you're wondering what were some of the kinds of items that were exported to Mesopotamia, ivory, peacocks. Okay, and there have been Indus Valley seals that have been found. All right, in Mesopotamia, quite a substantial number of these seals have been found in Mesopotamia, which seems to be again clear evidence of the fact that there was in fact this kind of trade that went on between the two. The alluvial soil that you have there is fertile if watered, and the irrigation came not from canal irrigation. It just isn't enough evidence to suggest that there was canal irrigation. But if you had obviously a river, the city was on the banks of a river, you are growing crops, you need water. Well, you can obviously draw water from the river, right? I mean, so there's obviously some source of being able to irrigate the land, relying upon also natural rainfall. But you wouldn't have had much natural rainfall because this area, as I said, is quite dry, quite arid. All right? Right, so these are some of the key features. Now, as I said, there are a few interesting questions. Was there some kind of class division of labor, right? One way to between the people over there. If you have a city, the likelihood is you're going to have some kind of hierarchy. All right? I mean, this is what it means in part when you have cities, when you have urban culture, is that you establish hierarchy within a population. Right? And this granaries here, as I said, suggests that there's some kind of hierarchy. If you have very large granaries, it also suggests some machinery of state power. Some machinery of state power. We don't know to what extent they had this kind of machinery, but they would have had to have some machinery. And you would have had to have some kind of machinery of state power in order to obviously build a planned city, which these were, right? Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, those are planned cities, so there has to be some, if somebody is doing the town planning, you need the equivalent of a modern day committee that's sitting down there and deciding how you're going to have the layout of the city. And this is what I mean when I talk about the machinery of state power. And when you do have the machinery of state power, that itself introduces some political distinctions. All right. Religion, as I've said, can't really say much. Right? And I've already read that quotation to you from Bhasham, trying to indicate that why we might be a little bit, agnostic about this question. I don't want to incidentally endorse necessarily Jawaharlal Nehru's view, which I mentioned to you, where he says that this is an evidence of a secular civilization, because I think that errs on the opposite side. That is that in the 1930s, 1940s, there was pressure, political pressure, to try to produce an argument saying that, well, essentially the nature of Indian civilization is completely secular. But the idea of being secular is a relatively modern concept. And how does one transplant it back to something like 2000 BCE? And so this is why I think the preferred position, the position that I have, is that I think one has to be largely agnostic on this particular matter. I could add a great deal more, but I don't really have time to get into all the details. For example, did these people have both? Well, yes, there is evidence. Right? There's evidence of the fact that they had factories or shops, okay, which produced beads, because they found lots of beads. Right? So if they produce beads, they produce jewelry. If they produce jewelry, then the likelihood is that, again, there were some people who had the leisure and the means to buy jewelry. Okay, and this is how you would make inferences about whether there was, in fact, some kind of strategy in this society. Right? But this is what we're dealing with. What we're dealing with is largely archaeological evidence. We're dealing with artifacts found at these sites, and then you try to put together a little story. Now, sometime around, as I said, 1750, 1800, right? This civilization is going to begin to disappear. The decay is setting in earlier. Some scholars have divided the Harappan civilization into three phases. The early phase, the middle phase, the late phase. In fact, I used to do that myself. I'm not quite sure that that's very productive now, because again, we keep on uncovering evidence which upsets some of these traditional distinctions. Okay. What is clear is that sometime around 1800, perhaps a century or two before that, signs of decay begin to set in, right? And around 1800, 1750, 1800, this civilization is going to more or less disappear. Now, the reasons have already been mentioned. One of the reasons for that, and this is what leads us into the next segment, right? The next major segment, and according to the Hindu nationalists, this is where Indian history really begins, frankly. Okay, from their point of view, is the coming of the Aryans. That this civilization may in fact have been overrun by the Aryans. I want to tell you a little bit about the Aryans and some of the controversy. Let me push this screen up first. Because some of the things that I'm going to mention to you will not be transparent unless we look at some related points. All right, now we are talking essentially about three groups of people that we need to be thinking about together. Okay, so we've got the Aryans, and then we've got the Harappans. And remember what I said to you, that Harappans there means basically, right, the people who lived in Lothal, Mohenjo-daro, all of that. A spread of about 1,000 miles north to south, from the northeast to the southwest, going along the river. Okay, and then we're talking about a group of people called the Dravidians. Okay, now where did the Aryans come from? Well, they come from west of India. They come from perhaps what is Georgia, somewhere around the Ural Mountains, okay, and what used to be the former Soviet Union. right? Okay, they're coming into India. There used to be what is called Aryan invasion. And the word invasion is an ugly word in the English language. Frankly, even the invaders don't want to use it because it has them in a bad light, and obviously those who have been invaded certainly are not happy about it, right? So most people don't really speak about the Aryan invasion. It can be quite common to speak several decades ago about the Aryan invasion of India. Now we use a gentler word, migration. Okay, the Aryan migrations into India taking place over a long period of time. Because who are these people? I mean, they're basically pastoralists, right? And one of the things they're going to bring with them is the horse. You do not see the horse on any Indus Valley at all, right? And there's no osteo evidence, no bones of horses to be found that can be dated to before 2000 BC. Now, so some of the dating that they've done suggests that the horse first, which more or less coincides with the beginning of the decay of the civilization. Remember, I said that by 1800 it disappears, but perhaps a century or two before that it begins to decay. So the Aryans are beginning to come. There is, by the way, a group of people, okay, who are firmly of the view that the Aryans never came to India because their claim is that India is the original homeland of the Aryans. Okay? India is the original homeland of the Aryans. These are what we call Hindu nationalist historians. Many of them are not historians. They're actually supported by people living in Silicon Valley, working away on the internet and filling up the internet with claims, thousands of such claims. Okay? But the scholarly evidence, by and large, is still solidly on this side of the story, namely that, yes, the Aryans came into India, okay, and they started coming sometime around roughly 2000 BC, right? And these migrations continued over a period of time. Why should people want to make the other claim? Partly because then you want to show that India is in fact the homeland of the great Aryan civilization. And from India, they dispersed to other parts of the world, such as Iran, okay, or into portions of Europe, right? So, Hitler's ideologues would have to rethink the whole question of, who were the Aryans, where they came from, so forth and so on, if we went with this view. But as I said, the scholarly consensus is quite clear that the Aryans are coming into India and they're coming from further west, right? This is again, my notorious map here, okay? And they're coming from much further west into India. All right. Now, as they came, they probably pushed the people who are living there further south. Okay? And this is where we now get into the third term, the Dravidians. There is a group of people here in the north, okay, or now not in India, now in Pakistan, a group of people speaking a language called Rahui. Now, this is not an Indo-Aryan language. It's an island of people speaking a religion which has very close affinities with the languages spoken in South India, over here. Okay? Very close affinity, linguistic affinity. So the supposition is that when the Aryans started coming, that they pushed these people who were living here, let's call them the Harappan people, okay? But maybe the Harappan people are the same as the Dravidians. I'm not saying I'm entirely certain about that, or that anybody else is entirely certain about it, but that's one conjecture. And then they were, and why should we say that they might have been Dravidians? Because this language is related, linguistically speaking, to languages spoken in South India, not to the language spoken over there. So, in other words, when the Aryans came, a pocket of these people got left behind. They got left untouched, which is quite possible. I mean, in the Himalayan range, there would be lots of little villages here and there, and many of them might have been left untouched, right? Okay, so that's one theory which suggests that the present-day Dravidians, right, the people living in South India, the speakers of Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, and so on, that these people might have been the same as the Harappan, or that they are the descendants of the people who were the Harappan. Okay? Now, so the Aryans start coming in, and this one interesting little thing we have to contend with right away, that there's absolutely no archaeological evidence for the study of the Aryans. None whatsoever. Absolutely zero, frankly. There's no archaeological deposit. This was not, the Aryans did not produce an urban civilization. So you actually went from an urban civilization to something that was more, the Marxist historians would have called it more barbarous, because it was not urban. Goes back to the prehistoric, age, right? So so in other words, it's not that you're going from rural civilization to what eventually becomes an urban civilization, which is perhaps the trajectory that one might expect. And in this case, it's the other way around. The Aryans come in, they're basically pastoralists, and they don't really produce a settled civilization, which is one reason why you don't have archaeological evidence. I mean, you have to have lived in a place for a period of time, and then you can, as I said, there are going to be layers and layers that you're going to be able to excavate. These people didn't do that, right? So we have this strange contrast that for the Harappans, we have significant archaeological evidence, but we don't have any text, right? We have a language which we can't decipher. In the case of the Aryans, what you're going to have is a huge corpus of text, right? Originally not written down, originally passed down in the oral tradition. Something we'll think about later on. Originally passed down in the oral tradition, right? But you can now look at the language used in these texts and make inferences as to when this language was first used. How far back does it go? For example, UCLA has a scholar, who's a scholar of Vedic Sanskrit, right? So she specializes in the Sanskrit that is to be encountered in the earliest Vedas, which are the texts that are going to be produced by the Aryans. Right? More about that later. Here we're just trying to first understand some of the major distinctions. Okay, so the Aryans come into India, and their migration starts somewhere around 2000 BC. So you're going to get the beginning of the early Vedic period, and then you have something called the later Vedic period. So the early Vedic period, you would say, is roughly around 1800 BCE to something like, let's say, about 1000. Okay, and then the later Vedic period is about 1000 BCE to about 600, right, roughly. Okay, now the Aryans bring the horse, and since they bring the horse, it means that at least they have superior military technology in comparison to the Harappans. Because if you have a horse, you can tether the horses, and then you can have a chariot, right? And the Harappans didn't have that. The toy cart is not a chariot. It's just a toy. Let's not mistake it for a chariot. It's a little toy. Now we're talking about a chariot, and we're talking about people on horses, and we know that cavalry has an advantage over infantry in modern military terms. Okay, but both are obsolete now, of course. Drones. So that's what we're speaking about. Okay, so they come, and in fact, the Rig Veda, which is the major of the Vedas, and there's some extraordinarily anomalous things that we're going to try to understand about the Rig Veda. It's a compilation of 1028 hymns or songs. 1028. There are 4 Vedas. The Rig Veda I want to spend a few moments on. You can read about the rest of the Vedas in the little book that you have by myself. Okay, just an information. The first thing that is anomalous about it is that, let's say, if you were speaking to a modern day, and say, what is the foundation of Hinduism? And somebody might say, the Rig Veda. So, for example, in the 19th century, there's a man who's going to come along. His name is Dayanand Saraswati. This is what I meant when I said that sometimes I'm going to move away from the chronology for a minute, just so that you understand some of the politics of what it means to do this kind of history. So in the late 19th century, early 20th century, Dayanand Saraswati comes along. He's an Indian who's going to argue that the true foundation of Indian culture is what Aryans brought with them and the Vedas. So he says we have to return to the teachings of the Vedas. Okay? And these Vedas, the teachings of the Vedas have been corrupted over a period of time. All right? So now, think of it this way. If you're a Muslim, we know that the key work, okay, key one authoritative work is something called the Quran. And you're supposed to know the Quran if you're a Muslim. But among Hindus, it doesn't work that way. In fact, hardly any Hindu knows the Rig Veda. And in fact, it's very interesting that there is a press in India called the Gita Press. So the Gita Press publishes huge amounts of Hindu literature. Right? So they publish various editions of the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras, the Bhagavad Gita. One work that they will not publish. Because the Rig Veda, they say, is apurusha, which means it's not made by the hand of man. And what is not made by the hand of man cannot be replicated by the hand of man. You're not supposed to really read the Veda, and I don't know any Hindu, frankly, who actually knows the Rig Veda. So this is very unlike, let's say, a Muslim or a Christian or devout who know the New Testament, maybe even the Old Testament, right? But certainly the New Testament, and certainly portions of the New Testament, maybe, the Synoptic Gospels, for example. Okay? But that's not the case with this. Is one of the things that is highly anomalous. Okay? If the Veda is not made by the hand of man, and is not meant to be read by people, it's not meant to be reproduced for the most part. And you don't have to be a Hindu to know the Veda. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. Okay? So I'm going to stop here because we're running out of time. I'll continue with my discussion of the Aryans and move into a discussion of the Upanishads and related material. Okay? And a reminder to you, no class on Monday because it's a holiday, so our next week. Okay, continue my discussion of the Aryans and talk a bit more about the Rig Veda. And I want to remind you of what I had said about the Rig Veda, which is that it is a highly anomalous position in Indian/Hindu society. Because, for example, as I mentioned to you, if you make a comparison to the Quran, I mean, if you're a Muslim, the Quran is an indispensable part of your life, right? You're supposed to read the Quran, you're supposed to know it. Now, that's not the status that the Rig Veda actually occupies among Hindus. Right? And I have given a description of that, which I'm not going to go over again at this point in time, but I just wanted to remind you of that. So we're going to talk about the Aryans, the Rig Veda, keeping in mind that the Rig Veda is being used here as an illustration for certain kinds of arguments, not really as an illustration of its supreme importance, but rather that because it's the earliest text that we have in any Indo-European language, right? Roughly dated to about 1500 BCE, somewhere around that point in time. Right? Existing in the oral tradition, again, something we'll talk about later on, because we're going to find that this is going to be true of most of the texts, that they first exist in the oral tradition, and then at some point they're going to get written down, and then we're going to run into various complications, which we don't really have the time to address in this course, because if, for example, you have a text that has been handed down in the oral tradition, as it continues to be handed down in the oral tradition, the text keeps on changing. People add to it. They delete stuff. And then the scholars much later on, 2,000 years, are going to worry, what is the original text? What were the portions that were added later on? Right? So forth and so on. And this is a profound problem in the study of early Indian texts. But it's going to be of importance to the Rig Veda because we're going to find that certain elements of the social structure of the Aryans are going to become transparent in the Rig Veda as well. And then we're going to eventually move on to the Upanishads and eventually then to Buddhism and Jainism, which are the so-called heterodox religions, right? So that's more or less the agenda for today. Parts of it will be carried on into the lecture on Friday. Now, I mentioned to you that there are actually four Vedas, the Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda. The Rig Veda is the one that most people are concerned about, 1,028 hymns, right? And again, passed down in the oral tradition. But before I talk about that, let's just go back to the Aryans for a second, right? So you recall what I mentioned, that the Aryans have come from much further west of India, from the Ural Mountains, from the area around Georgia, somewhere around there, and then they're going to disperse. Now, there is a theory which we need to know something about. It's a theory that is going to be first put forward by a man called Sir William Jones in the second half of the 18th century. And what he's essentially going to argue, because he is an Englishman who's living in India, right? So we are now jumping, of course, much later to the late 18th century. And William Jones is a scholar as well. He's a judge, scholar. He does a study of Sanskrit. He's already extremely well versed in Latin and Greek. All right. Now, William Jones is going to come to the conclusion, to cut a very long story short, that essentially there is a family of languages which is known as the Indo-European family of languages. So if you look at India, you've got essentially, according to the conventional view, you've got three families of languages: Indo-European, usually, by the way, abbreviated as I-E, Indo-European. And then you have the Dravidian languages, which are the languages predominantly found in South India. And then you have a third family called the Austro-Asiatic, which again is, by the way, rather jumbled up category, because there's a lot of tribal languages, but these tribal languages are highly dispersed throughout India, right? So in a way, it's, if I may put it this way, a category of convenience where you put everything that doesn't really belong in the Indo-European and Dravidian. Of course, the linguists would say that there are reasons for why they put all these languages in the Austro-Asiatic. Now, the Indo-European language, family of languages, includes a language, of course, known as Sanskrit, which is the language that William Jones set about studying, right? And then you've got all these North Indian languages, which I'm simply going to mention for you here. I mean, just a few of them so that you know which ones we're thinking about. Hindi would be an example. Marathi and Gujarati are spoken in Western India. Then you've got languages such as Bengali, spoken in Eastern India, right? And many others. But these are all derived from Sanskrit. They're all derived from Sanskrit. That's the parent language. William Jones has a theory. In brief, the theory is the following: Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit are all intimately related to each other. And they are all derived from one common language, which the linguists call Proto-Indo-European. Okay, that language is not really known, but the way that William came to this conclusion was he essentially did a grammatical study of this. He looked at the vocabulary of Greek and Latin and Sanskrit, and came to the conclusion that there were enormous similarities, and there were similarities not simply in vocabulary, similarities in grammar, and so on. And this is essentially the view that you have this language, called the Indo-European, and then you have languages which are spoken in South India, such as Tamil, Kannada, and so on, which are Dravidian languages. Now, this Indo-European, this theory is really a theory about language, but it's not a racial, because the idea is that the Aryans, when they dispersed, wherever they, whether it was Georgia, somewhere around there, the Caucasus Mountains, the Ural Mountains, wherever they dispersed from, these different languages such as Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit ultimately were different branches emanating from the one common stock. Okay, right? So this is that they dispersed. So if you let's say they dispersed from this point in time, and some went east to Persia, and some went further east to India, and then you have some who are in Europe, Western Europe. All of these people are intimately related to each other. And of course, one of the problems with this whole theory has to do with the fact that eventually race, language, ethnicity, all of these are going to get confused together. So if you look at what the Nazi theory is about Aryanism, in fact, it's actually going to conflate all of these categories. All right? And this is important for us because remember that what I mentioned to you, one of the interesting problems we have is that if you think about who the Aryans were and where they came from, so this is that rough map of India, and we said, over here you have this linguistic group, okay, the Brahui. And the Brahui language is related to the Dravidian languages spoken over here, right? And so this gives us an idea that when the Aryans came and pushed their way further south, right, the people who were living here in the northwest got pushed down further south, but there's a small pocket of people who got left behind, all right? So what we are saying about the Aryans is that these people are coming from much further west. They're largely pastoralists. Immense differences between them. Okay. okay, and the Harappan people, who may or may not be the same as the Dravidian people, right? And some of those differences are, for example, the fact that the Aryans are going to have a complicated language. It's going to be called Sanskrit. The word itself, by the way, means the perfect tongue. That's what the word means. Now, there's a little conceit there. Somebody who likes to think of his or her language as the perfect tongue, right? Okay? And the Harappan people, by contrast, they have a language which obviously not that well developed and hasn't been deciphered down to the present day, but you've got immense archaeological evidence. Comparatively, for the Aryans, you have no evidence at all. And then I've mentioned to you, just to complete my summary of what we know about the Aryans, or what I mentioned up till this point in time, we know that the horse is brought by the Aryans with them, right? Because you don't find any osteological evidence, any bones, for example, from the remains of horses dating back to before 2000 BCE. You begin to get that after 2000. So that suggests that the Aryans first started coming to India roughly around 2000 BCE. When they bring the horse, they also are going to have the spoke wheel. And with the spoke wheel and the horse, you can put together a chariot. And when you put together a chariot, you also introduce certain forms of social differentiation in a culture, right? Because those who can use the chariot and those who cannot, well, obviously they have a certain form of hierarchy, right? So this is sort of roughly the sort of thing that you need to bear in mind. I mean, there's a great deal else. I mean, a lot of the people who write about the Aryans write about the importance of the fire, okay, the element of fire in early Aryanism. You know, you get fire altars. And we know that many of the sacrifices are done around the fire. We know that the early Aryan rituals, some of which have persisted in India down to the present day, right, would include the use of fire, as, for example, in a Hindu marriage, where the Hindu marriage takes place around a fire, okay, right, and so forth and so on. So one could add that kind of element to it, but I think that this is more or less enough for what you need to know. Now, if we go back to the Rig Veda, right? Because what is a Rig Veda? As I said, it's a collection of hymns, 1,000 hymns. And
did you just talk to me?
probably the collection was first put together sometime around.
Did you just talk to me? No. Hello.
1500 BCE, right? Now, one of the hymns that you find in the Rig Veda is what is called the hymn to creation. Okay, and I want to read out this hymn. It's an extraordinary work, and I'm going to ask you to keep in mind, when you listen to it, the difference between its account of creation and the account of creation that you find, for example, in Genesis. Right? Well, if you know the account in Genesis, you know it's mentioned very clearly what happened. It takes place over a period of several days, right? The waters are parted, right? And there's a kind of if I'm going to put it this way, a finality to it, right? That this is what creation was. Now let's look at this account by way of contrast. There was neither non-existence nor existence then. There was neither the realm of space nor the sky which is beyond. What stood? Where? In whose protection was there water bottomlessly deep? As you think about this verse and the verses that are going to follow, think about what's happening. That what we're really encountering here is the first kind of speculation, okay, about the nature of existence, right? Where do we come from? Where do we go? Right? And you're not going to get much about the soul. You're going to get that in the Upanishads later on, right? But what is the nature of existence, right? How did this world come about? I mean, that is the set of questions that the author or authors of this hymn are pondering about. There was neither death nor immortality then. There was no distinguishing sign of night nor of day. That one is probably the primeval one, the creator, right? Breathed, windless, by its own impulse. Other than that, there was nothing beyond. Darkness was hidden by darkness in the beginning. With no distinguishing sign, all this was water. The life force that was covered with emptiness, that one arose through the power of heat. Desire came upon that one in the beginning. Now, this is a little clue, by the way, how life begins. There's something called desire, right? The desire to multiply, for example. That was the first seed of mind. Poets speaking in their art with wisdom found the bond of existence and non-existence. Their cord was extended across. Was it below? Was it above? There were seed places, there were powers, there was impulse beneath, there was giving forth above. Who really knows? It's a mystery. Right? It's a mystery. Certain kind of agnosticism about it. Who will here proclaim it? Whence was it produced? Whence is this creation? The gods came afterwards with the creation of this universe. So there's one, the gods came afterwards. So there's some God before the gods, right? Or the creator, the ultimate being, whatever language you use to designate it, with the creation of this universe, who then knows whence it has arisen? And here you get this stunning last paragraph now. Okay? Whence this creation has arisen. Perhaps it formed itself, or perhaps it did not. The one who looks down on it, so it's like the creator is up there looking down on the creation, right? Everything that's been created. The one who looks down on it in the highest heaven, only he knows, or perhaps he does not know. Right? I mean, even the creator doesn't really know how all of this came about. Right? And so there's this very refreshing kind of what I'm describing as, in a way, spiritual or intellectual agnosticism, that we have to remain skeptics about our understanding of how creation really came about. Right? Now, the Rig Veda has a number of other hymns. Of course, we're going to look at one or two of them in due course of time, but what I want you to do for a moment is to turn your attention to what I've written on the board here. And I've written in big, bold letters in the hope that those of... Can you see this in the back? What I've written over there? All right, good. So, you've got the four Vedas. The four here happens to be a coincidence, shall we say. We don't have to get into numerology or any of that sort of thing, okay? I mean, there are people in India who are always getting into numerology, and there's four Vedas, 4 stages of life, and then, somebody will say, well, the number 4 has some supreme importance. Not really, okay? You've got the Chatur Varna, or the 4 Varnas. And we need to say a little bit about that. And what I'm going to say here is going to have repercussions for everything in the course, because one of the things that is supposed to distinguish Indian society from any other known society is what is called the caste system. Okay? The word for caste is not an Indian word at all. It's a Portuguese word. All right? It's a Portuguese word. So we are constantly running into this problem, aren't we? That everything that we have used to describe India, including the word Hinduism, including the word India, including the word caste, I mean, all of these words are not really Indian words. Okay? But the caste system as it is known, right? The Sanskrit is Varna, okay? And Chatur means 4. So one of the things that you find is in what is today called Hinduism is the presence of the Chatur Varna system. But we have to make a little distinction, okay, between 2 words here. So I have to introduce another word here, and that is between. So the English word is caste, and then, as I said, it's usually the Sanskrit equivalent would be considered to be either Varna or sometimes the word Jati. Okay? And I'm going to explain the difference in a moment when I go through what these 4 classes are supposed to be. And now, according to the Rig Veda, and there is another hymn here, I'm going to read just one paragraph of that hymn, not the entire hymn, and this is called the Hymn of the Primeval Man. The Hymn of the Primeval Man. Okay? So now, the work of creation that we had witnessed before, now this is being differentiated further. Okay? I mean, how did different things come about? Right? How do we distinguish between cattle and horses? When did all of this come really about? Okay? So when they divided the man, okay? When they divided the man, and they here is the gods. When they divided the man, the primeval man, the primordial man, into how many parts did they divide him? Right? What was his mouth? What were his arms? What were his thighs and his feet called? The Brahmin was his mouth. Okay, that's the Brahmin. The Brahmin was his mouth. Of his thighs was made the warrior. Of his arms was made the warrior. His thighs became the Vaishya. Of his feet, the Shudra was born. Okay, so you've got, so the Brahmin is associated with, the top, the mouth, the warrior, which is the Kshatriya comes from the arms, the Vaishya comes from the thighs, and the Shudra comes from the feet, the bottom. Okay? Now, according to the theory of Varna, or the theory of Chaturvarna, you have these four Varnas. Each of these Varnas is associated with a profession, with a calling, right? The best word, frankly, actually is occupation. Okay? So the Varnas are supposed to be, or if you're more comfortable with the word caste, think of it as caste, but we'll see what are some of the complications there in a moment, right? That each of these castes was associated with an occupation. So the Brahmins are supposed to be the repositories of sacred knowledge. They're the priests. And again, when we use the word priest, we're sort of using Christian terminology here. I'm not quite sure that the word priest completely describes what a Brahmin is, but they're the ones who are in possession of sacred knowledge, and they pass down the knowledge from one generation to another. The Brahmins are also those who are going to be present at the sacred ceremonies associated with an individual and an individual's life, such as the rite of marriage. A Brahmin priest is usually has to be there in order to preside over a marriage. All right, then you've got the Kshatriyas. So the Kshatriyas are the people who are the warriors, right? And they do the temporal work. So one of the things we can do is we can make a distinction here. We can say that these two are a pair. Because the Brahmins exercise spiritual power, the Kshatriyas exercise material or temporal power. Right? They're the ones who do the muscle work, if you have to be colloquial about it. Okay? Then you've got the Vaishyas, and the Vaishyas are the people who are merchants, traders, shopkeepers, right? The middling caste. And then you've got the Shudras, who would be considered, I mean, if you had to use the English equivalent, it would be something like slaves. But again, slavery is a concept borrowed from European history. Did we have something equivalent to slavery? How was it different? One would have to get into those questions. That if you had to render the Shudras are the people who really are the disempowered ones, right? They are the ones who do the dirty work, some of the dirty work, the leg work, right? And there is a distinction made. Sometimes the three top castes together are called the Dvija, or the twice born. They are the ones who can undertake certain kinds of rituals that are going to be then associated with Hinduism. The Shudras cannot. Right? And many of the people who are, of course, ferocious opponents of the caste system will look at this particular passage, the one that I just cited to you, and suggest that this form of discrimination, right? Because what does this do? It sets up a hierarchy. That this form of discrimination has been present in India right from the outset. Now, there's another view. The other view is that, in fact, actually, this is simply a way of demarcating occupations, right? And there is nothing in the early text, according to this view, which suggests that the Brahmin should be viewed as being superior, for example, to the Shudra. It says that different people have different callings in life. Okay? And so one of the things that was argued, for example, by a man called RabbiRothschild, who wrote a little book called The Hindu View of Life. And RabbiRothschild, by the way, was the example of, if you might put it this way, borrowing the Platonic example, he was a poet king. Okay, I mean, he's going to become the president of India after independence, shortly after independence, but he's also a philosopher. Right? And one of the things that he writes is that if you look at ancient Indian society, you're going to find that the Brahmins were never adequately compensated for their work, because the idea was that a Brahmin, since he exercises a kind of spiritual power, that in itself is reward for what he does. That if you're much further down the ladder, the work that you're doing may not be pleasant, and therefore you have to be financially compensated for. Okay? I mean, this was a view that he took, just to give you an illustration of how one might understand some of these things. Now, there's a little problem that we have to be alert to. And this is a problem that you'd have to think about, because its repercussions that come down to the present day. One of the texts that is used to understand the system, the caste system, because the Rig Veda doesn't really tell you much. You've got this hymn to create, but then it doesn't tell you, well, what are the social relations between the four castes? For example, can Brahmins and Shudras eat together? Can they marry together? Can Vaishyas and Brahmins eat together? What are the consequences if they eat together? Okay, is the punishment for stealing a chicken the same whether you're a Brahmin or a Kshatriya or a Vaishya or a Shudra? Right? So what you have is a huge word. It's going to be called the Manusmriti. Okay, Manusmriti, and it's actually mentioned in my little book here, and translated into English as the Laws of Manu, dating to roughly around the 2nd century AD. Okay, and the second century of the Common Era. Now, Manusmriti has an elaborate of these social relations. Now, if you read Manusmriti, one of the things is that a Brahmin, being the person at the highest order, okay, could easily get contaminated or polluted by even the mere presence of a Shudra. Right? The mere presence of a Shudra. Right? So if you're a Brahmin and you're walking down the street and a Shudra is coming from the other end of the street, the Shudra is supposed to announce his presence. For example, by ringing a bell. Right? And why is he supposed to announce his presence? Because if he should cross paths with the Brahmin will get polluted. He'll get contaminated. And if he gets contaminated, then he has to undergo a series of penances. He may have to go home, take a ritual bath, right? Purify himself, purify his house, etc., etc., etc. The Manusmriti is in fact going to tell you all about that. Now, this is where the problem comes in. Let's suppose that you're living in modern India, okay, and you're traveling on a bus, and if one of you has ever traveled in one of those Indian buses, which was designed for 30 people and holds 100 people, right, and the person next to you doing this, you're not asking them all the time, are you a Brahmin or are you a Shudra, right? Because, hey, I happen to be a Brahmin, and so the person next to me is a Shudra, and I'm going to get completely contaminated, right? In other words, the problem is this, that this description of the Chaturvarna is a textbook version. Always be wary of textbooks. Okay? No matter in what shape or form they come. Because what textbooks do is they standardize, homogenize knowledge. Right? So this is a textbook view. It says that, this is a relationship between a Brahmin and a Shudra. But of course, in modern India, there are tens of millions of encounters taking place every day between Shudras and Brahmins. And not all of those 10 million encounters lead to 10 million ritual baths by Brahmins afterwards. Right? So this is what we mean by the distinction between Varna and Jati. Varna is the understanding of caste when it's a textbook. Jati is actually how these castes really operate on the ground. How they operate on the ground may have little relationship to what the textbook is. I'm not saying that there is never any relationship between the two. Don't mistake me. Okay? So, for example, who you marry, well, then Varna might become very important. Jati might be important too. Right? Relations on the ground as opposed to the textbook view. And of course, if you were the Orientalist, what would you do? You would look at the Manusmriti, which was written in the 2nd century CE, and then imagine that what the Manusmriti is describing holds true for 1900 or for the year 2000. That's where Orientalism comes in. When you take these texts and then imagine that they can be understood in exactly the same way that they were to be understood 2000 years ago. Okay, so these are the 4 Varnas that are described in the Rig Veda. Right? But we cannot make too many inferences about the nature of the social structure. We can make some inferences because obviously someone will come along and say, well, we can make an inference that there is a real hierarchy there because why is the Brahmin at the top and the Shudra at the bottom? Right? But let me complicate that for you a little bit now. For example, what is called the Bhakti tradition. I'm going to hear a lot more about that when we get into the 6 weeks, somewhere around there. The Bhakti tradition. I'd actually mentioned it in passing before. So the word Bhakti translates into devotion. Okay, so there's going to be this huge movement. It's called the Bhakti movement. In the Bhakti movement, there is this idea that you have to reduce yourself to zero. You have to become nothing in order to really receive the love of God. By the way, this idea is not something that is alien to Western thought. I mean, if you read medieval Western mystics, they will argue exactly the same thing. Okay? And one of the things that you were supposed to do to show your sign of devotion to your spiritual teacher is you wash the feet of your guru and you drink that water with which you wash the feet of the guru. Okay? It shows your ability to reduce yourself, to say, I have no ego at all. No ego. I'm completely egoless. Okay? Right? And so what I'm saying is that, well, yes, the feet is the bottom, but of course, if you didn't have any feet, well, you would be incomplete. Right? You would be incomplete without the feet. You would be incomplete without your arms, without your legs, without certain things that you have on your face, your tongue, right? Ears, whatever the case might be. So the question is this only a hierarchy, or do these different varnas exist in a complementary relationship? The complementary relationships may still have certain forms of social differentiation. Right? This is what I want you to bear in mind when we begin to try to understand what is the nature of the varna system. And why are we doing it right now? Because we are saying it exists in the early Veda. And therefore, this tells us something about the social structure of the Aryans. Right? Because we were not able to make inferences to this degree regarding the social structure of the people known as the Harappans. Now we're able to make more inferences because we've got a number of texts which begin to emerge from the Aryans. Right? Now the early texts are also going to mention the 4 stages of life. That everybody goes through 4 stages in life. Okay? Now this is a different part of understanding what is the nature of organization, social organization in the society. How are people thinking this far back about what is the place that one occupies in a society and what kind of duties and responsibilities and rights one has. Okay? And I'm using these words provisionally because the idea of rights, for example, is again a relatively modern idea. Relatively modern idea, right? So we have to be a little circumspect in our use of these words. But what are these 4 stages? So the first stage of life is what is called brahmacharya. The brahmacharya is when you're a student. You're supposed to be devoted to learning. Okay, the word is also, by the way, rendered as celibacy because the idea is that when you are devoted to the pursuit of knowledge and learning, you should also be celibate during that period of time, right? So that you can be fully devoted to the pursuit of learning, right? This is the first stage of life. Then you move into what is called grihast or grihastya, which is when you marry. You become, to use the English word, a householder. You acquire a spouse, you have children. And when you have children and you have a spouse, you have certain kinds of responsibilities that come into place. You have to be responsible for your spouse, you have to be responsible for feeding your children, right? Educating them, so forth and so on. This is the second stage of life, right? The third stage of life is what is called vanaprastha, which is when you decide that you're slowly going to withdraw from this world. Slowly. You haven't fully done it yet, right? You haven't become the complete renouncer. And the Indian text, some of the Indian texts say, well, how does one know one has entered vanaprastha? Well, when the first white hairs begin to appear, right, on you, that's when you know you have entered the stage of vanaprastha. Now, why should you begin to withdraw slowly from life? In order to understand that, we have to look at the 4 ends, right? So just keep that in mind for a moment. But this is how you mark this stage. And then finally, there is a stage of the renouncer. Sannyas. The person who undertakes sannyas is called the sannyasi. Okay? Sometimes rendered into English as fakir or the yogi. But sannyasi. Sannyasi is the person who renounces life. Says that, look, all right, I've had a family, I've had children, I've done my duty, I've paid my taxes, shall we say, okay? Right? Right? Now I'm tired of all of this. I want to contemplate on richer, more profound questions. What is the nature of existence? How does one get liberated from this cycle? You know, and there is a cycle. Every day you wake up and it's the same humdrum things in life. It's tedious after a while, right? Who wants to go to a job 9 to 5, you know, right? That's one good thing about being a professor. You don't do 9 to 5, right? It's humdrum life. So what sannyas here means you decide you're going to withdraw. from life. You go into a hermitage, you retreat into the mountains, you isolate yourself, right, to ponder over the fundamental questions of human existence. The nature of good, the nature of beauty, the nature of truth, so forth. Right? These are the 4 stages of life recommended in the early text. All right? And I want to make a little distinction here, right? Because you're not really going to find a full-blown account of this in the very early text. And this is where now we have to make a little distinction, okay, between 2 categories of Indian text, right? And those 2 categories of text, it's not, frankly, that useful a distinction, but it needs to be understood, is a category of text called Shruti, okay, which is what the Rig Veda falls into, right? Shruti is what is heard. So revealed text. There are not that many revealed texts. In fact, the only revealed texts really are the Vedas. But the word Vedas itself, by the way, is sometimes used in 2 or 3 different ways. So sometimes it includes just the 4 Vedas. So when somebody says the Vedas, they may be referring to the 4 Vedas, or they may be referring to the 4 Vedas plus a series of texts called the Upanishads, which again you are reading very brief excerpts from. We'll talk about these later on. Sometimes it includes that as well. And so Shruti may include the Upanishads, but it includes the Vedas. And then you have a range of texts which are called Smriti. Okay? Right? You've already encountered this word in Manusmriti, right? Manusmriti. Smriti is remembered. Remembered. Texts that are remembered, right? That is a second category of texts, and they have to do with such things as conduct, law. There are many different kinds of smritis. So one of the smritis that you get are the law books. Okay? Right? The dharma, various kinds of dharma smritis, law books. Books that describe the conduct that we're supposed to engage in. Right? What are the responsibilities to others? What are the responsibilities others have to us? What is my responsibility to the state? What is my relationship to the state, to government, to civil society? Right? What is the different relationship between the different orders of society? All of this is going to be found in the Smritis. All right? And so these are now, as I said, the 4 Vedas, the Chaturvarna, the 4 stages, and now let me end with a description of the 4 ends of life as described in the ancient text. Right? The 4 ends of life are, and you can pair these. So you can see that these 2 constitute one pair. Artha and Kama, Dharma and Moksha constitute a second pair. Okay? And many of the people who have looked at Hinduism say that, well, actually, the description of these 4 ends of life suggests the comprehensive nature of the examination of society that was going on at this point in time in India, because in a sense, 4 ends of life are supposed to encompass the totality of human experience. So what are these 4 ends of life? We have an obligation to acquire artha. Artha is money, material well-being. There's going to be a text later on. It's going to be called the Artha Shastra. The Artha Shastra, right? The Artha Shastra is the science of not making money. You know, that sounds like one of these books, right? 7 Steps to Becoming a Billionaire or whatever, right? Okay? No, it's not the science of making money. It's the science of material well-being, the science of materiality. So the Artha Shastra is a huge compendium which is actually going to give you a full-blown account of the nature of Indian society at that point in time in which it was written, right? How many elephants and how many horses did the king have, right? What are the different forms of obligations that a state has? What are the different kinds of revenues that it collects? But the word artha means literally here money and material well-being. So we have an obligation. The 4 ends of life means the 4 things we should, the 4 goals we should keep in mind. We should think of our well-being. Kama, love, sex. And of course, some of you have heard of the Kama Sutra. Well, that's where the word Kama is, the Kama Sutra, right? Then physical pleasure. But again, we cannot reduce it simply to physical pleasure. The Kama Sutra is a lot more than a description of physical pleasure or the various kinds of positions that you can have, you know, right? No, it's a lot more than that. It has to do with what are the relationships between husband and wife. You know, how should each of them prepare for the other, right? So on and so on. Okay? So this is supposed to be a pair, physical well-being, okay, sexual pleasure, all of that, as well as material well-being. And what is one of the reasons, by the way, that one needs to think about artha? Because, for example, when you are in the stage of grahastya, when you're a householder, you have to take care not only of yourself, you have to take care of your spouse and your children and your parents, right? And you need some amount of material well-being in order to be able to do that. These are two ends of life that can be paired together. They can be considered the lower ends of life, according to them. They're necessary, but in some ways we have to realize that if we limited ourselves to these, this would be a rather circumscribed view of the potentiality of human beings. Now, the other two ends of life are dharma and moksha. Dharma is one of these words, if you look at the Sanskrit dictionary, the definition goes on and on and on. Okay? So very often, you remember my first lecture where I said that, well, actually, there's no word for religion in Indian languages, right? It's certainly not in Sanskrit. And the word that is used is dharma. That's a word that is used, but dharma means law, morality, conduct, righteousness, virtue. Now, there's one thing that's very interesting, seldom talked about in discussions of dharma. That is that each one of us has our dharma, but so do all other animate beings. If you have a pet dog and the dog is barking away and you get furious, well, you have to remind yourself the dharma of the dog is to bark. That's the dharma of the dog. The dharma of the snake is to hiss. Right? Each animal, each species has its own dharma. Of course, we are fundamentally interested in the dharma of human beings. Right? What is my dharma? If I am placed in a certain position, which is a morally precarious situation where it is not clear what the correct right course of action would be, then I have to think about the nature of dharma. Maybe that might help illuminate the path for me at my moment of uncertainty. Right? That's what dharma means. Okay? Right conduct, right adherence to law, morality, virtuous, so forth. And then finally, we have moksha, the supreme end, according to the Upanishads. Okay? And what is moksha? Moksha is liberation, spiritual emancipation, where you come to the realization, right, that this is the nature of life and this is how you free yourself from the burdens of life. You become the liberated one, the emancipated one. The Buddhists don't really use the word moksha. They use the word nirvana, as we're going to find out when we start looking at Buddhism shortly, next lecture, right? But in Hindu terms, if I may put it this way, or Sanskrit terms, the Buddha achieved moksha, spiritual emancipation, and then you become fit to teach others as well. All right? These are the four ends of life, and what we see in part is that if you look at early Aryan society, early Aryan/Vedic society, all of these things are coming into place. So now we know a great deal more about the social structure. Right, and all of this is developing it's not developing right in a jiffy, right in a moment with the coming of the Aryans. I mean, this is developing over a course of several centuries, maybe even a millennium. Right? The Upanishads, which we're going to look at later on, the earliest of the Upanishads is dated roughly around 800 BCE. The Rig Veda, as I said, about 1500 BCE. Right? And you're not really going to get, so for example, if you start looking at the Upanishads, we're going to see that there's some fundamental distinctions that are going to come into place which haven't even existed at the time of the Vedas. But what we're saying is that from the time of the coming of the Aryans, for the next 1,000 years, what they're developing is a certain social philosophy, which also gives us some indication of the social structure of life. Now, let me say a little bit more about the kind of religion that the early Aryans might have had. The Rig Vedas have many gods. The Rig Veda describes many gods. In fact, one of the chief gods that is described is a god by the name of Indra. Okay? And he is described as a destroyer of cities. Now that tells you something, right? That why is he described as a destroyer of cities? Remember, the Harappans had cities. Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Lothal, right? And Indra is quite accurately described as the destroyer of cities because the early Aryans, right, they saw themselves, the word Arya, by the way, is to be found in Old Persian as well, and of course in Sanskrit, and it means the noble one, the fair-skinned one. Okay? And the Rig Veda, by the way, describes the Aryas, the fair-skinned one, destroying, smashing in battle the dark-skinned one. Now you get the color distinction. Right? You get the color distinction. But I'm going to ask you to bear in mind that there's a difference between color consciousness and race consciousness. The two are not identical. Just keep that in mind. We're going to get to that point much later on in this course. Okay, but you see a distinction between the fair-skinned ones and the dark-skinned ones. It's also the dark-skinned ones are also, by the way, they're called dasas. The word dasa, so in plural here, means roughly slave. Okay, servant. Okay, but again, to illustrate the complexity of this, think of that example of the foot that I was talking about, right? In the Bhakti movement, some of the greatest saints have names such as Surdas. Okay, same ending, Das, Dasa, same word, Tulsi Das. Okay, the slave of or the servant. Okay, that is it. The idea is that when you become spiritually empowered, you also realize that you are a vehicle for the love of God. And you have to extinguish yourself. This is a different way of understanding moksha. What is this goal called moksha? It's the extinction of yourself, the extinction of your ego. Right? Now, the Rig Veda, so now we're looking at this idea of dasa in two different domains. Okay? So in the Rig Veda, if you go back, the Rig Veda talks about how Indra is to be understood as the chief god. He is the god with a thunderbolt, right? And he's a god who is a destroyer of cities. And the Rig Veda talks about how Indra, helped by others, helped in the destruction of the dasas, who were probably the early Harappans. Now, remember that the Aryans are people who are largely pastoralists. Okay? Their gods also are gods of nature, principally. Right? So I've already mentioned to you Indra, chief of the gods, the god of rain, the god of weather. Agni, the god of fire. Vayu, the god of wind. Varuna, the god of rivers and seas. Right? Ushas, god of dawn. Rudra, god of the storm. Right? So these are the gods, the others as well, that are going to appear in the hymns of the Rig Veda. And it gives us some kind of clue into who these people were, what were their concerns. They're dealing with the elements largely. These are people who are not going to develop a complicated urban civilization. Right? Any question at this point before I move on to the next segment? Anything about the Vedas, the four ends of life, the Chaturvarna, the distinction between yes. No. This is, you remember I said that there happen to be four of everything here, but it's not like Brahmins have an obligation to acquire moksha and nobody else does. Or the Kshatriyas have an obligation to engage in grahastha and they have no other end in life. No, each person has the four ends in life. Okay? It may be the case that a Brahmin is better equipped to acquire moksha. Maybe. That's a different argument. But you can't say that these four ends of life only apply to one of the varnas and do not apply to the other varnas. Right? All right? Okay, I think that we're going to have to pretty much, we're at time right now. So we're going to end over here and just make sure you read the reading for this week that you finished it before you come to class on Friday, because we're going to get into a discussion of the Upanishads and then move into Buddhism and Jainism eventually. Right? All right. All right, so we're not likely to get to this transition to classical Hinduism today, but I just want you to bear that in mind. Now, what I've been describing to you in my previous lecture was what was essentially happening in India from the time of the early Aryans coming in, right, till around 800 BCE, roughly. So we're looking at a period of about a millennium, right? Considering that, as I said, the early Aryan or early Vedic presence, early Vedic period, if you want to put it that way, excuse me, dates to about roughly, as I said, 1800, 1700 BCE. And then, as I said, over the course of this millennium, there are a number of things that are going to develop. So there's this idea of Varna, Ashrama, Dharma, which is Varna, Ashrama is those 4 Varnas that we have, right? And then the 4 stages of life. So there is a social structure, a social philosophy that is developing in India over this period of time. But I haven't mentioned anything to you about the political structures of early Aryan life. How were the Aryans organized? What they basically organized is into tribes, right? And the Rig Veda itself will actually mention, by the way, the Panchajana, which is the 5 tribes. There's supposed to have been 10 tribes, 5 of which were supposed to have been predominant here. The word Panch here means 5, all right? Jana is people. And so there are 5 major tribes, which are, and there's a mention of this in the Rig Veda, in the early Vedic literature. The tribes are led by a person known as a Raja, king, also known as Rajan, leader. And there's a reasonable speculation based on the material in the Vedas that they had various kinds of political organizations such as the Sabha and the Samiti. Okay, so what is a Sabha? Sabha is an assembly, and it's probably an assembly of the people who were the elderly members of the tribe. The Samiti is a general assembly. All right, and these tribes were often at war with each other as well. So they're not only subduing the people who had been living there, the Dravidians or the Harappan people, let's just call them the Harappan people. And of course, what's happening over the course of this millennium is that gradually the Aryans are moving further east. They're moving further east. We're going to find that when Buddhism begins to develop in India, that it's going to develop in the Gangetic Plain. So they're moving away from the Punjab, right? The Punjab is in the northwest, right? That's where they come into from the northwest, they come into the Punjab, and then slowly they're going to make their way eastward and eventually southward as well. There's something that can be said about the position of women as well in the early Aryan society. If you recall, one of the things I mentioned to you was that in the late 19th century, there was an attempt made to return to the teachings of the Vedas. I mentioned a man by the name of Dayanand Saraswati. And one of the reasons why Dayanand Saraswati returns to the Vedas, because he sees early Aryan society as quite progressive. For example, with respect to the question of the status of women, what we're going to find much later on in India is that girls are going to be married off at a very early age. And marriage before puberty was in fact quite common. But in early Aryan society, that seems not to have been the case. Right? From what we can infer from the Vedas itself, that it seems to be the case that girls were married after puberty. Now, to what extent they or to what extent boys had any role in determining who their marriage partner would be, something that we can't be quite certain about, obviously, right? But I mention this only because I'm suggesting to you that if you look at the Vedas, it seems that the idea that girls should be married off very early is something that is not really present in early Vedic literature. All right. Now, women might have had other kinds of protections, or they may have engaged in other kinds of practices which later Hindu society might have frowned upon. So one of the practices that is mentioned in the Vedas is what's called niyog. Okay, and this is a practice where a woman would cohabit if she became a childless widow. She would cohabit with her brother-in-law until she had a son. All right. So if a woman dies without having a child, she becomes a widow. then according to the norms of that society, she was permitted to, in fact, actually cohabit or live with, right, on intimate terms, obviously, with her brother-in-law. Right? And this is a custom that's apparently took place, and there seems to be some evidence of this, again, from the early Vedic literature that we have. Property, by the way, is handed down, so the practice of primogeniture, that is a practice of property being handed down to the eldest son, is very common at this point in time. To what extent there was polyandry is difficult to say. This is a question that we're going to defer for the moment. When we get to the Mahabharata, of course, we're going to run into a very famous case of that, and that will be the appropriate time to take it up. Right, so this gives you just some general sense of what are some of the other kinds of political and social norms that we're talking about. Let me remind you of what I said earlier. Virtually no evidence, at least in the early Vedic period, of urban life. The Aryans were most likely illiterate. And you might say, well, how is that possible considering that they generated all these texts? Well, these texts were generated in the oral tradition. You can be illiterate and still be a poet. There's no contradiction between the two. Right? There seems to be virtually no words associated with writing to be found in the Vedas. Right? So there seems to be the general speculation that the Aryans were probably illiterate. Right? All right, so this is a kind of a general overview. Now, what's happening here, as I said, so think of the Vedas, as I said, somewhere around 1800, 1700, we're now moving to the age of the Upanishads. And we have to understand what this shift really signifies. Now, if you look at the Vedas, there isn't really what you might describe as a theory of knowledge there. Okay, the word Veda itself, by the way, the root is vid. Okay? Vid, which means to know. Okay, and hence, for those of you who know Hindi, for example, Vidya, the word Vidya, which is derived from it, which means knowledge. Right? Now, the Vedas itself do not, however, have what we might describe as a theory of knowledge. How does one acquire knowledge? What is knowledge? Right? What is the theory of moksha? Remember, one of the ends of life, moksha, salvation, spiritual emancipation. So what is the theory that the Vedas might have about spiritual emancipation? Because we would say that one thing that you find in all religious tradition is some kind of theory of how you achieve spiritual emancipation. I'm not using the word salvation because that has a Christian connotation to this. Some kind of spiritual emancipation. Now the Vedas don't really have that. What they do have is this idea that the correct performance of rituals, right? And there are all these rituals. Many of these rituals take place around the fire. There's a fire altar. That the correct performance of rituals is likely to yield good dividends for you. Right? But it's not a very elaborate theory. And you don't really have a theory whereby you would begin to distinguish between false knowledge or true knowledge, between ignorance, between knowledge. What is the nature of discrimination? What is the nature of human reasoning? Right? This is the transition that we are going to now find. So what are the Upanishads? There are 108 Upanishads. 13 of them are supposed to be what are called major Upanishads. The word Upanishad itself is sometimes understood to mean secret teaching. It can also mean learning at the feet, I should say rather, at the feet of the teacher. You go and learn at the feet. And generally, the way in which you learn in ancient India, and there's some institutions which have tried to persist with this practice down to the present day, is you go to the house of a guru, a teacher. You all are familiar with the word guru. Nowadays, of course, they're gurus of everything, right? Management gurus, etc., etc. But the word guru back then, in that context, meant somebody who was going to give you instruction, usually spiritual instruction, right? And you would go and learn at the feet of the guru, which often meant staying at the house of the guru. So you would leave your natal home, right? If you were a young boy, perhaps a young girl, we'll get into that in a moment, right? Because there is a question, to what extent was knowledge available to women, right? Could they partake in it? Were they prohibited from it? And what about the lower caste? Who could be a student? This is an important question. Who is entitled to go and receive instruction at the feet of the guru? Right? So this is the context of the Upanishads. Right? Now, a couple of interesting things before I get into the teaching of the Upanishads, to flesh out their social context of the Upanishads a little bit more. If you look at the Upanishads themselves, it's very clear that women were certainly partaking in the debates of that time. Okay, and this is not a lame attempt by scholars, in recent years to try to suggest that Indian society was completely egalitarian and so on. Sometimes some of these arguments are driven by political obsessions that are very contemporary. So you wanted to, because there has been an attempt made in Hindu national circles to argue that Hindu society was completely egalitarian. I think that's completely erroneous. I don't think there was any society that was completely egalitarian, particularly with respect to the sexes and the position of men and women in these societies. However, there is but no question, and all you have to do is look at the Upanishads themselves, that there are women interlocutors in the Upanishads. One of the major interlocutors is somebody who's asking the questions and engaging in a dialogue, is a woman called Gargi. Okay, and she appears in the Upanishads frequently. And in fact, Gargi has such a probing, questioning mind that Yajnavalkya, whose name I'm not going to bother writing, but you can see it, look it up, he tells her eventually, stop questioning or your head is going to fall off. In other words, like, your questioning is so relentless that it's going to cause severe brain damage to everybody. Right? Okay? So she constantly is questioning. And she is a major character in the Upanishad. Now, there is a later text, which I have referred to before, called the Manusmriti. You might remember I mentioned it on Wednesday, the laws of Manu. But it's a much later text. Right? And this text dates back to, because remember the early Upanishads are about 800 BCE, but the Manusmriti is roughly dated to around the 2nd century AD. Right? So there's probably a 900, 1,000 year gap between the early Upanishads and the Manusmriti. Much may have changed in that long period of time. It's possible that Indian society had become much more patriarchal. Because if you read the Manusmriti is very clear that the Shudras, the people who are at the lowest, right, order. And by the way, there is also a suggestion, as a little footnote, there is a suggestion has been made by, for example, scholars such as B. and Jha, right? And he's one of the more interesting scholars who's worked on in India, that, in fact, this hymn to creation, which I had read out for you on Wednesday, and which is a part of the Rig Veda, the Rig Veda itself is composed in 1 day or 1 year or even 10 years. It's composed for a very long period of time. It could have extended to centuries, right? And it's all in the oral tradition. Then what you have to do is this is where an expert in Vedic Sanskrit would go through the text and try to figure out which portions of the text are early, which portions of the text are later. Now, B. and Jha suggested that this hymn to the premier man, right, which points out the 4 orders, right, the 4 varnas, the Brahmins come out, that this is a later portion of the Rig Veda, right? Because he argues that in fact it's really only the top 3 orders that appear initially, and then the Shudras is the name of a subjugated tribe, and that they are now inserted into the text at a much later date, if I may put it this way. That on the question of the Upanishad and who is entitled to instruction or not, if you look at the Manusmriti has a passage which many people have found very offensive. And in fact, actually, the text was burnt in public by women in India about 10, 12 years ago. Right? Because the Manusmriti says very clearly that Shudras and women are not to hear the Vedas. And if they try to hear the Vedas, you should put wax into the ear, fill up the ear so that they can't hear anything at all. It says it very clearly. And now is, well, had Hindu society become patriarchal by then? Is this interpolation by people who are patriarchal? Right? What is it that transpired over the course of 1,000 years? Because the Upanishads themselves have another story, a very famous story where a young man appears at the house of the Guru and says, I want to receive instruction. And he says, what is your name? Okay? And when he gives it, it is immediately apparent to the Guru that this young boy is not a Brahmin. Incidentally, even today, 99% of the time, it's from a person in India. Okay? What their background would be. All right? So he immediately knows that this young boy is not a Brahmin. Okay? And he says to him, who was your father? Right? And he says, I don't know. So he says, go and find out. So he he goes to his mother. And the mother says, well, I don't know. And the reason she doesn't know is she probably slept with many men. She has no idea about it. So then he goes back to Guru. And the Guru says, because you've told me the truth, you must be a Brahmin. Okay? Now, there's an interesting argument here, because is only Brahmins tell the truth? Or is the fact that telling the truth makes you a Brahmin? And of course, if you're a Shudra and telling the truth, you are a Brahmin. And so he says to him, you are entitled to receive my instruction. There's just no question that you're a person who is devoted to the truth. Because of course he could have come back and said something else. Right? So the Upanishads in that sense, you see, I'm suggesting to you are in fact quite ecumenical. Right? That there may be real substantive problems of interpretation here as to who is entitled to receive these teachings, what was the nature of these teachings, what was the social context, but I think we can make some inferences about some of these matters from the Upanishads themselves. Now, what are the teachings? That's for us the question, what are the teachings of the Upanishads? Before I move into that, let me just make a distinction between a few words here. I'm going to make a distinction and then I'm going to tell you that just try to keep the distinction in mind, but don't take these words as seriously as many people have taken them to be. Okay? And these words that I mentioned over here are dualism, monism, polytheism, monotheism. Let me just go through them very quickly. It's going to be important for you to understand this and understand why this debate about the differences between these, or at least a part of the debate. Polytheism means polytheism gods, right? Okay? Belief in gods. Monotheism, single. I know that there's some religions that are supposed to be monotheistic, right? And those would include, obviously, the Semitic religions. Right? Islam is supposed to be a monotheistic religion. Right? And then there's religions which traditionally, by scholars, or by some called consensus, were viewed as polytheistic. Right? Because as I said to you, the classical religion is there's 330 billion gods and goddesses. Right? Now there is a debate going on today. Again, in some sort of Hindu national circles in India and beyond India, in the diaspora, in the US, I don't know how many of you read that 5 or 6 years ago, there was a huge controversy over the content of California books, state textbooks, particularly portion of world history for 6 and what they said about India. And one of the things they said was that Indians were polytheistic, Hindus were polytheistic. So a huge number of Hindus here said, well, that's rubbish, we're monotheistic. Now, see, why do you want to be monotheistic is what I want to know. Okay? Because of course that assumes that the true religions are monotheistic. And of course, you have to remember these are categories of thought which are not in Indian knowledge systems. We did not think of it as monotheistic. And this is a very good illustration of where the majority of India of the world have now fallen into the terms of debates which really are not a part of their culture. Okay? So then you have monism. Monism is different from monotheism because monotheism assumes a single God. Monism assumes a single God. It assumes a single essence. That there is one single essence, one single spirit which pervades everything. Okay? And then you have dualism. You'll understand a little bit better. I want you to just keep that aside for a moment. But I want this text is necessary if we're going to look at what are the teachings of the Upanishads. So how are the Upanishads cast? They're cast in the form of, if you want an example from the, you can think of the Platonic dialogues, but it's not really quite an accurate analogy. And what are the Upanishads? What these are a series of texts. And as I said, remember 108 of them, 30 of them are called major Upanishads. So very often you pick up a big edition of the Upanishads, it's only the 13th principal Upanishad. Right? And the Upanishads are essentially the question of transcendence. How does one with the absolute, if I may put it this way? That sounds a little mystifying, of course. Right? There's a nature of knowledge, wisdom, nature of discrimination. And what is the intent of the Upanishads? Well, there's this very famous quotation where the characters very often say, lead me from the unreal to the real. Lead me from darkness to light. Lead me from to immortality. The thing about it is that when you forward, there's a multiplicity of forms. Right? Things appear in myriads of ways, thousands of different ways. Now, is there something common? How does it distinguish what is transient, temporary, from what is permanent? You have there are certain moments when you're filled with joy. right? Your favorite basketball team winning the championship through the roof, right? Or you've won a lottery of $1 billion, and the next day it collapses. Everything collapses around you, and it takes your now, if this is the context you have to keep in mind, how does a translation like that? So, of course, one intent of the text is that we have to understand what is enduring in life, what is transient in life. And most of us will find it fascinating if we understand that, right? So, one of the themes of the Upanishad is to try to understand the truth, to distinguish between truth and knowledge. And many of you have heard of the word Maya. Okay, right? The word Maya, which in English is rendered inaccurately, but that's how it's rendered. It's rendered as illusion. The old Christian in India, beginning from the 18th century onwards, was that the officials and scholars came to the conclusion that Hindus believed that the entire world was right. And so this became justification for colonial rule. Since Indians actually believe that the world is all an illusion, well, we'll govern the world for you. Since you're not really interested in transient things. The word Maya, of course, actually means ignorance. So it says, lead me from the unreal to the real. Right? Lead me from ignorance to knowledge. And there's a very simple parable that is mentioned by some of the commentators. One of the interesting things, the footnote, is that when you read these ancient texts, they were usually read with a gloss or commentary or something. And in the case of the Upanishads, the commentary that was read most often is by a man called Shankaracharya, who was writing in the 7th century of the Common Era, much later on. Okay? And he has a particular standpoint from which he's going to argue. We're going to look at him later on. So that is very important when you're reading. Right? Now, what is this parable? So one of the parables that you find in the Upanishads, there's a traveler. He comes back home after a long trip, tired, he's got a long journey, right? And in order to get to his home, he has to go through the forest. Okay, so when he's going to the forest, it's late in the evening, he can't see properly. He's walking along, and then suddenly he's incredible. And he immediately thinks, it's a snake. And so he holds it. He holds it, he stays motionless, that thing doesn't move. Gradually, after a minute or two, he has a bit, he takes another step forward. Then he takes another step forward. And he keeps on taking a slow step forward until he comes to this thing which he thought was a snake. But then he comes very close, he finds that it's a rope. So, which looks like a snake. And so the commentator says, the road to be a rope destroys the illusion that it is a snake. Okay? So the Upanishads are interested in. How does one come to an awareness? What is the nature of knowledge? And one of the greatest stories that is told in the Upanishads is what is called the Chandogya Upanishad. Right? It's a story about a young man called Ketu. So this is one of the readings that you have. And for those who have done the readings, you will recognize the story immediately. Ketu. So Ketu is a young man, and he goes off to the house of his guru to receive instruction. Right? He comes back after 12 years, full of himself, conceited, thinks he knows everything. After all, he's had 4 years of instruction from a very famous guru. And so his father says, what do you know? And he starts reading. He knows algebra, he knows arithmetic, he knows something about the nature of the planets, right? And by the way, all of this is not unlikely at all. I mean, as you're going to find out very briefly, knowledge of astronomy, mathematics was very advanced in India at this point in time, right? And so then the father says, well, all that is well and good, but do you really know anything at all beyond all of this? And he says, what else is there to know? And he says, do you know the distinction between the unreal and the real? And the boy says, what could that be? I have no idea what you're talking about. Right? But he says that, look, bring me a glass of water, put some salt in it, and let's talk tomorrow morning. So the glass of water, and he put some salt in it, and next morning they appear together. And the father says to Ketu, well, have a sip. Right? So he drinks a little bit. He says, how does it taste? He says, salty. So he goes, throw away half of it. Now taste from the middle. How does it taste? Salty. And then he says, throw in more right from the bottom. How does it taste? He says, even more salty. Right? And he says, look, you put the salt off, but the salt dissolves the water. It pervades the entire realization that there's a distinction between the self and the other. These are distinctions that we create. We create borders, but there is distinction, right? This is so. There's a very famous formula which is mentioned in the Tattvamasi in the Upanishads. Before in English they used to practice that thou, which doesn't, or thou art that, which in effect means that you, the self, the soul, and the word for the soul is Atman. And that's the word for the soul. You and the Brahman. Okay, remember there's no God here. Remember, this is the difference between, let's say, the Upanishads. The Upanishads are different from the Rig Veda. There's no God here. There's Indra here. There's no Agni. There's no Surya. Surya is the sun god. They're appearing here. And then you're going to get the later gods of Hinduism, the gods who are now worshipped all over India. Or the goddesses who are worshipped over. There's really no God. This is what I mean by that. The Upanishads are rigorously monistic. Monism, meaning one single essence, right? One spirit pervades everything. And we have to understand that the Atman, the individual soul, and the Brahman, the universal soul, are one and the same. They are one and the same. And of course, some people would argue that this becomes the ground for the teaching that violence is not permissible, because we can only perpetrate violence upon others when we make a distinction. Right? This, in essence, really is going to be the teachings of the Brahman. Now, of the Upanishad. Now, the interesting dialogues where, so Gandhi, for example, would say, what is the nature of this Brahman, this universal soul? Right? And some interlocutor might say, well, it's a way which might describe God. God is all powerful, all just. Whenever you give attributes, even if they are positive attributes, the argument in the Upanishads is going to be you actually connect Supreme. When you say the Supreme Being is all beautiful, all knowledgeable, in fact, you're not simply giving a positive attribute, you're actually limiting. Because, in a sense, you cannot give any attribute to the Brahman. Right? And so, whenever a person says, this is what I'm like, the other person says, neti, not this, not this. Not this. Brahman, or if you use a God, but keep in mind the two are not the same. Okay, but for convenience sake, you might want to use that word. When you say that God is all beautiful or all divine, right, or the supreme embodiment of justice, beauty, whatever attributes, these attributes are also limiting, because that means that God is not something. And so this is why it's constant, because the idea of being not the idea is that, in fact, limit the nature of the Brahman. And again, I'm trying to suggest to you over here that the point of these teachings is A, to help us distinguish between ignorance and knowledge. So there's knowledge, what constitutes knowledge, and which activates, that's the second point now, that one has to be able to distinguish between that which is transient and that which is endurance, that which is unreal and that which is real. Right? This is essentially what the Upanishads are about. Right? And so what you have is you have, in a way, really grand tradition taking place at a very early date. Right? And it gives you an idea, obviously, how we have now transitioned from something called that to the Upanishads. Now, the Upanishads and what they represent are not the only speaking about. Okay, and when speaking about Upanishads, what we're really speaking about is an age that begins roughly around 800 BC, and turning all the way into the beginning of the Christian era or Khan era. All right, these Upanishads are going to be composed over a very long period. There are Upanishads, some are composed early on, some are composed later. So right now, speaking simply of early 9th century, 800 BC, about a substantially long period of time, but we're saying that some of these thoughts are coming at the time. Now there are other developments in place in Indian society at this particular juncture. And I'm going to start talking about Buddhism and Jainism. I also want to mention that there are schools of thought, such as a school of thought known as the Charvakas. And the Charvakas are materialists. For those of you familiar with the Greek philosophy, you might want to think of the atomists or the materialists, school of thought that you find in early Greek philosophy. All right? Okay? So you've got the Charvakas. The Charvakas are not going to be interested in such things as the soul, the nature of the soul. They think this is all a form of imitation. What is this thing called Atman? Because how does one actually demonstrate? What is the evidence? Right? They might ask questions of that sort. Right? But Charvakas, and again, if we were to shift to obviously Buddhism, right? And represented by the particularly Buddhism at this time, because Buddhism is now going to slowly become the dominant religion. And here we've got one paradox, which I'm going to explain it further now, probably a week and a half from now. And I did this at the outset in my first lecture, that Buddhism is going to eventually disappear from the land of its birth. Right? Now it's born in India, right? The Buddha himself is going to be born in a place called Lumbini, which is now in present day Nepal. But of course, back then, Buddhism didn't exist in that day, right? All right? And we can find that over the course of a few centuries, era, right, the Buddhism is going to become really the dominant religion in North India. Right? So there's patronage, and that's one reason why, of course, patronage. That reason, of course, relative to the Dharmakas, the study of Buddhism becomes a lot more important, especially in this time. All right? So let me now dwell on Buddhism. Who is the Buddha? What all this means, right? So the Buddha himself actually comes from a tribe called the Shakya tribe, and very often he is also referred to as the Shakya Muni. Okay, it's the sage of the Shakyas. So Shakya is the name of the tribe. One of the most interesting words of the Buddha, and I know that the scholar Buddhism will probably frown on this session, the very serious scholars, is 8 volumes of his manga. It's called Buddha. 8 volumes. The greatest Japanese manga artist of all time, Osamu Tezuka. Okay? And it's absolutely engrossing, beautifully done. And it's in 8 volumes, as I said. Okay? But it's a very interesting exploration of the life of Buddha and his teachings and the turmoil that he went through, the political opposition that he did, right? Leading to his nirvana, the great death, great emancipation death, right? Now, in any case, the Buddha is born, is age roughly 563 BC to 483 BC. You notice immediately 563 to 483. Something here. This is the first concrete case I have given you. You know, usually we speak in Indian history, things happen in 2000 BCE, they happen for 700, they happen in 1800, you know, you round it off. Right? Now we're talking about 563 BCE to 483. It's interesting that the first concrete dates that we have are for a non-Hindu tradition. And for this is one of my theories, which you're free to read and hurry, right? But it's a point, maybe at the ancient, you don't use the word Hindus provision because they know themselves. But the people who then go and question Hinduism, they were totally indifferent to his. They were reading historical records, they couldn't care less about dates. That's still the idea, by the way, in India, you know, where you've got, in my home city of Delhi, you've got monuments dating up to 100 AD. Right? I mean, in any other country of the world, they would be specially guarded and protected. And in India, it's basically for garbage. Right? It's worse without an incident for like, right? Right? Before. Probably only like 1200, 300, you know, 700 is not bothered. Of course, maybe nobody could be bothered because there's so many of them. And then you choose and pick which one you're going to protect. Right? But this is the first concrete things are looking for the Buddhist tradition. Right? There's an attentiveness now. Dates over here. So the Buddha is born in Buddhism, and there have been many renditions of his life, cultural, cinematic, literary, philosophical, of course. But we know that he had a very sheltered life. Right? He had a very sheltered life. And he has no idea of the nature of suffering in the outside world. That's the predominant form in which his early life has been passed. That his parents wanted, that he would have no idea what it means to be crippled, what it means to be blind, what it means to have a disease, and to wither away, where the body starts to wither away. Right? And then one day when he goes out into the real world, he sees all of this. And it's absolutely shattered. It's absolutely shattered, right? That's sort of, and so he has a kind of epiphany, you might say. Many of these lives, by the way, are always the lives of the founders of the religion, of the saints. You know, there's a tradition in which you write these lives. A word in English is called hagiography. Okay? And in some ways, might say the biographies of the Buddha are hagiographies too. So, you know, they often have the womb of mother, the condition of this child is going to become great, right? And that's virtually all of it. Right? And there's something too in the life of Buddha. All right? If you read in detail. But the crucial point for us is that he will leave the comfort of his sleep, okay, at the age of 30, and he's going to go out and work. So there's a famous scene where he takes his most loved attendant with him on his horse, and then they arrive at the banks of the river, and he takes his clothes and everything, and then he sends back his robe and he goes off a mendicant, right? A fakir, somebody who's going out into the world who's going to beg for food, right? And he sends all these back with his attendant on a white horse, and of course the attendant stops, right? So there's a famous hunting that you might, you know, I mean, it's all of these kinds of lives, all right? Okay? And so he then is now going to become a mendicant, an ascetic. He's going to try to discover the nature of truth. What is the nature of truth? What is the nature of existence? What is our purpose in this world? Why have we been born? How do we understand the nature of human existence? What is it that should accomplish? Should we seek material rewards? Should we seek to become the greatest engineer or whatever? Or should we seek something more spiritually interested? And he's going to take the level essential. And he's a sculptural representation where the Buddha sits under a tree and he becomes to eat for a very long period of time, and then he's representing the show entire rib cage. There's nothing there for flesh. A very long story short, this is going to go on for some years. Okay? This is going to go on for some years, and the Buddha will eventually say, well, I think I've had probably, but it hasn't really gotten me anywhere. Maybe there has to be some other insight into the kinds of questions that I'm interested in. And finally, he's going to get enlightenment. And he's going to get enlightenment. He's going to give his first sermon at a place called Sarnath in 520 BC. Okay? And present-day India in the Gangetic Plain, right? Many of these Buddhist sites, and on Monday I'm going to show you some slides, Buddhism, and he's going to give us some here. What is enlightenment that he gave? What is the nature of the sermon? So the Buddha's essential findings can be encapsulated. He says that there are 4 words, right? You can put them in the form of 4 propositions, if you like. The first proposition is that all existence is suffering, right? Right? Particularly if we have to be reductionistic, all existence is suffering. You might think, right? But that's the insight he has. The first insight. The second proposition, the cause of suffering is what? Think. In light of what the Upanishads said, ignorance. The cause of our suffering is avidya. Avidya. Remember the word vidya from the Greek? You remember the root was vid for the word Vedas? I said that the root for the word Vedas is vid, which means to know. Vidya is knowledge. And then if you add an A at the beginning, okay, it's the negation. And you want to keep that in mind because, for example, one of the things that the Buddha is going to talk about, ahimsa. For those of you who know a little bit about the life of Gandhi, you would recognize the word immediately because the word himsa means violence, and if you add the to it, the prefix ahimsa means non-violence, right? So the cause of suffering is avidya, ignorance, lack of knowledge. And so for example, when a calamity takes place in your life, you suffer. And you suffer partly because you do not realize that all of this is transient. It's not enduring. Things change. One day you could be a millionaire and the next day you could drown in the Titanic. Right? That's suffering. But we don't realize it. And so the cause of suffering is avidya. But of course, I'm doing retrospectively now. If he's going to be a great religious teacher, he's not going to leave it there. There has to be some way to ameliorate your suffering. I mean, you can't become a great religious teacher by simply going around and saying that the cause of suffering is ignorance. Then everybody is going to come to you and say, well, what do we do about it? Right? And so then the third proposition is, if there is suffering, there is a cause for it. There is a cause for it. And finally, the fourth noble truth is, there is an 8-fold path to the elimination of suffering. What is this 8-fold path? Right belief, right speech, right conduct, right mode of livelihood. That's important. It's not just enough to feed ourselves and to have a livelihood. Livelihood should be gained in the proper way. Not, for example, by exploiting others, by becoming arms traffickers, right? Or one of the various other myriad professions that you might find today. Right effort. Right effort. You think about it. It's important. It's the effort. You may not always get the results. Right? And you might be disappointed, but that's not what matters. It's the effort. Right effort. Right? which is a lesson you should think about when you're taking the class here and doing your exam. Put the right effort into it, right? Don't worry too much about the results, right? Right meditation and right aspirations. The list varies a little bit, by the way, depending on who's doing the translation. You can use different words, but this is the eightfold path to the elimination of suffering. So the Buddha is going to arrive at the conclusion. He's going to give them, as I said, the first path, and then to our disciples, right? He's going to lead quite a rich life, rich meaning a long life, right? Where he's going to acquire disciples all around, and he will then be crystallized, right, into a series of texts, not in his lifetime though. That's not going to happen in his lifetime. That's going to happen much later on. And then, of course, you can imagine what's going to happen. There's going to be a dispute, right? The disciples all forget about many of these teachings and they start to squabble and start to dispute, right? Which is going to happen here as well, right? But we're going to leave it over here at the moment and continue with this narrative. So let me just tell you, keep in mind what we're going to do for next week. We're going to finish with Buddhism and Jainism, and we're going to move into Ashoka, the first great Indian empires in the modern sense of the term empire, right? And then we're going to move into the epic literature, okay, and classical history, right? So a long, complicated agenda in front of us. All right, if I could have your attention, please. So what I'm going to do is continue with my discussion of the Buddha and Buddhism, and move on to a discussion of Mahavir and the beginning of what is called the Jain religion. And I'm also going to very briefly describe the political ambience of that time, some of the other major developments that were taking place in India roughly around the 6th century BCE to around, let's say, 350, 300 BCE. And then, of course, we're going to eventually move into the invasion of India as it's described conventionally in historical books, the invasion by Alexander the Great, and the Indian response to it and what kind of sources we have for it. And I'm going to conclude probably, I mean, depends on how far we get, with a description of by a modern Indian novelist of the encounter between Alexander and some Indians that is reported to have taken place, but you'll hear about that a bit later on. So let me refresh your memory about what we had been talking about in my previous lecture. I've been talking to you about Buddhism, right? And remember I told you that the first concrete dates that we get in Indian history are for the life of the Buddha. However, these dates are contested. Don't assume that these dates are not contested. So, for example, the dates that I gave you, 503 BCE roughly to 483. In fact, actually, the date, the latter date here, which is a date that he's supposed to have died, according to some sources, that's the date that he was actually born. And so some people date him from 483 BCE to roughly around 411 or 400 BCE, right? But so, we still have some disagreement depending on the sources that we're using and which traditions. The Sri Lankan tradition, for example, is quite different on the dating of the Buddha. So these dates are contested, but nonetheless, the point is that we have a fairly good idea of when the Buddha was in fact active. And in my concluding remarks to you on Friday, what I had pointed out was in briefly what the teachings of the Buddha amount to, right? What is the cause? What is the cause of suffering? What is the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, and so on. Now, let me try to explain in a different language what is the real significance of the Buddha and of his contemporary Mahavir. The Mahavir's dates are also contested, but generally the conventional rendering is 599 to 527 BCE, right? So a near contemporary of the Buddha could have been a complete contemporary depending on which dates we describe the Buddha. And of course, it's remarkable that who together signify what is called the Shramanic, that's the word over there, Shramana or Shramanic religions, which is the non-Vedic religions, usually rendered into English as the heterodox religions as opposed to the orthodox religions, right? It's remarkable that these two individuals should have come about in India roughly around the same period of time. And what are the characteristics of the Shramanic faiths? Recall something of this I had mentioned to you in my previous lecture, but I want to add a few things. One of the, right, so this is one feature of the teaching of the Buddha and the Mahavir, rejection of the caste system. The rejection of the Vedas as revealed text, right? And recall, of course, that we have already been moving in that direction even before we came to the Buddha and Mahavir, because that's what the Upanishads did, right? That the Upanishads, in fact, took us from the idea of the Vedas, where in the Vedas, what is important is that if you perform certain rituals or sacrifices in the correct fashion, using the authority of the Brahmin, you will accrue good merit, right? But in a way, it exculpates you, the individual, from moral responsibility. That is, if you simply perform the sacrifices according to the prescribed fashion, well, some good consequences will accrue to you, right? But what the Upanishads are trying to do, and the Buddha is going to take this teaching much further, is to say that, well, what is the notion of moral responsibility? What is the notion of individual responsibility, right? So, in effect, what the Upanishads have done, and the Buddha and Mahavir are going to take much further, is to, in a sense, introduce a democratic, if I put it this way. That is that that responsibility lies with the individual, right? And simply performing the rituals in the prescribed way is not going to yield good dividends, right? Because you could perform the rituals in the right way and still be a murderer, obviously, right? So then, obviously, at all, right? There's no moral culpability. So what we have in the Shramanic teachings here, then, is the idea that you can supersede the Brahmins as, right? Reject the Vedas and the notion that they are revealed texts, rejection of the caste system, denial of the efficacy of sacrifices and rituals for purification, and the idea that you affirm the highest goal. And now you have to take your mind back to the four ends of life. And the four ends of life, which is moksha, spiritual emancipation. And this moksha can be attained through certain kinds of practices, including the practice of ahimsa. And ahimsa is ideal of violence. But you still need certain forms of intellectual discrimination and so on. Let me give you an illustration of how the Buddha is. This parable is not, by the way, from the lifetime of Buddha. This parable is much later, and it's a parable that is greatly beloved in Zen Buddhism today. You find that it's used all the time. All right? And the parable is the following. There are two monks. And incidentally, how did we get to monks? Because one of the things that Buddhism is going to do is going to introduce the idea of a monastic order. We have not had that in India up till this point in time. Right, so he introduces the idea of a monastic order. So male devotees who, decide to renounce the worldly life, so and so on, they become monks, and women, of course, become nuns. And there is a separation between the two, right? Okay. Now, so one of the things that's going to happen, not in the Buddha's lifetime, is going to happen much later on, is the development of Buddhist monastic order. You have not had any reason, and you're not going to have any much later on. Right? Now, so in this parable, you've got two monks who habitually take a journey from their village to another place. And so they're going along, and this journey always brings them to the banks of rivers, and they know how to navigate the river. They know when it's high tide, low tide, when to cross it, where to cross it from. Okay? And when they arrive at the banks of the river one day, they find an elegant lady standing there at the banks of the river, and she looks quite uncertain. She's sort of trying to find the place where the stream might be lowest, because she's elegantly dressed. She doesn't want to get all her clothes wet. She's not sure that she can actually wade through the water. And they sort of, silently stand there. They watch her a bit. Eventually, one of them simply lifts her without saying a word and crosses the stream to the other side. When he arrives at the other end, the other monk goes with him as well. He puts this woman down. He goes her way, and these two monks go their own way. Half an hour later, the monk who had not carried her says to his companion, "You should not have done that, Ananda." That's his name. You should not have done it. You know that the monastic rules are that monks are not supposed to touch women. Okay? And his reply is, I dropped them half an hour ago. You're still carrying. Okay? You're still carrying. And you're carrying her in your mind, of course. Right? So this is the way in which the Buddha is actually going to proceed. Right? What is the nature of attachment? What is the nature of desire? Right? How do we liberate ourselves from these constraints? Right? And from his standpoint and the standpoint of Mahavir, enlightened as the teachings of the Upanishads are, because they have taken us from the idea of rituals and sacrifices and the correct performance of these sacrifices, which is what you find in the Vedas. Right? Enlightened as are the teachings of the Upanishads because of their emphasis on discrimination, okay, knowledge. Nonetheless, they are still, in fact, rather difficult. They are rather obscure, these teachings. They're esoteric. You know, the idea that the Atman, the individual soul, and the Brahman, the universal soul, are one and the same, right? Well, from the standpoint of the Buddha, this is still a relatively esoteric. And this esoteric teaching does not, in fact, actually tell you about what is the nature of right conduct, what is the nature of right effort, nature of right aspirations, so forth, and so on. Right? So one of the things that you're going to find is that the use of stories and parables is going to become actually quite common, especially in Buddhism. Right? Now, the Buddha's first 5 disciples, who incidentally happened to be the 5 ascetics with whom he had performed all these austerities for many years, right? Hanging upside down, starving yourself, right? The whole series of these austerities which I mentioned in the text. Now, these 5 ascetics with whom he does them, eventually when he gains enlightenment, right? And there are 4 places that are really pivotal in Buddhist iconography and in the Buddhist understanding of what are the great sites. So these 4 sites are Bodh Gaya, which is where he's going to gain enlightenment, right? And then there's going to be Lumbini, which I mentioned to you, the place where he's born, right? This is also, by the way, disputed. Not that he's born, of course, but where he's born, right? And then you have a place called Sarnath, which is where he delivers his first sermon. It's sometimes called the deer sermon, because according to Osamu Tezuka, the Japanese animator whose name I in his volume, manga biography of Tezuka's interpretation, it's called the deer sermon because when the Buddha first started preaching, the deer listened to him attentively that human beings didn't. And one of the reasons human beings didn't is because humans are full of they're full of themselves. But the deer listened to him attentively. And this is one interpretation. It's called, but there's a simpler interpretation, merely that there were deer in that park, which is why it's called the deer sermon. But nonetheless, Sarnath is where he delivers his first sermon, called the deer sermon. And then there's a place called Kushinagar, all of them in relative proximity to each other, 100 kilometers or so from each other, roughly. Kushinagar, which is where he is the final nirvana, where he goes into parinirvana, which is the liberation from this life altogether. Right? Now, the Buddha is going to slowly, spread his teaching. He's going to move eastward. He's going to continue to travel. Enlightenment philosopher. That's what he is. He's an enlightenment philosopher because he lives a very long life. He lives until he's 80 years old. Regardless of which tradition, which particular age you get, until he's 30 years old. And he acquires a gathering, and one of the things that he emphasizes is the idea of the Sangha. The Sangha means the community, and the first community is the community of the 5 disciples that he's going to acquire. So the key words, among the many key words, are dharma, which is a word that you're familiar with, right? The dharma is law, morality, conduct, right? One should pay emphasis on dharma. And there's the idea of the Sangha. Sangha is the community which will begin with these 5 ascetics, 5 disciples, and then slowly grow, right? And we're going to find that during the time of Ashoka, who is going to come to later on, Buddhism is going to spread wide, not just India, but into Southeast Asia. Right? They're going to be going to go. So in fact, actually, Buddhism can be considered the first, at least in the Indian context, the first missionary religion, right? First proselytizing religion, if you want to call it, whether it's proselytizing the same way in which Christianity and Islam are, non-violence, and aparigraha, which is the idea of non-possession. Right? That because being a monk, among other things, means that you decide to give up ordinary possession. Right? And there are these vows that the Buddhist monks have to take, and these vows have to do with such things as ahimsa, aparigraha, and so on. All right. Now, let me add a couple of things in particular about Mahavir. Right? And as I mentioned to you, again, the dates are somewhat sort of contested. He's near Patna, right, which is the heartland. Okay, it's not an accident that the Buddha was born in Vir and Mahavir was born in Patna, because at this point in time, both of these can be considered to be the extremities of the tribal kingdoms. Right? In other words, it is possible that the infiltration of Vedic philosophy and Vedic ideology had not gone that far, which is why it was easier for people like Mahavir and Buddha to arise in areas where the penetration of Vedic religion had not gone far. That's one conjecture that we. But he's born near Patna, not exactly in Patna, in a place near Patna, and as in the case of the Buddha, both of them are from the Kshatriya caste. So now you have to go back to what I mentioned to you about the caste system. Right? So remember that you've got the Brahmins here, and the Brahmins are the priests, roughly translated, right? The priests, the Pandits, they're the ones who preside over the ritual sacrifices. They're the ones who transmit knowledge from one generation to another. They are the custodians of the sacred texts and the sacred traditions, right? And they exercise spiritual power. The Kshatriyas exercise temporal power, material power. They're the rulers, administrators. And so usually the princes would be born into Kshatriya family. The Buddha is born into a Kshatriya family. Mahavir is born. Mahavir, by the way, is translated into English roughly as the great hero. Right? So they're both born into princely families, and you have roughly similar stories. The premonition of the great birth of a great, Messiah is not the right word, but let's, for the sake of convenience, just use that word here. Some great teacher who's going to come around. And again, Mahavir is going to renounce all of these riches, all of this wealth, and he's going to become an ascetic. His followers are called Jainas. Okay? And the word Jainas here, the religion is called Jainism, is from the word Jina, J-I-N-A, which means conquer.
Yo,
Okay?
how are you? What's good, dog?
Which are going to be recorded. In the case of Jainism, it's going to be recorded in the 5th century AD. So it's going to be another 8-9 centuries, 9-10, and it's going to be formulated. Right? And again, subject to dispute, as is the case with most of these canons, but it will take several centuries for this to happen. Now, what are the differences between the Buddha and Mahavir? There are also similarities. They're both, I've already mentioned all the similarities, right? That they're both elements of Brahmanic religion, rejection of the caste system, rejection of one of the big differences, a much more rigid among the Jains to the idea of ahimsa, non-violence, to the extent that the Jainas decided then, and this is still quite common, that they have to renounce agriculture. Why did you have to renounce agriculture? Because if you plow the land, right, you're going to end up killing some living insects, for example. Okay? So the Jainas take to becoming merchant orders as well, and there's a tradition of Jain, particularly Jain monks. Gambras were called the space flag, but they basically go about without any clothes, and they're extremely rigid in their observance of ahimsa. So when they walk, they usually have a broom with which they very gently sweep the street to make sure that they don't step over any insect or ant before they take that step. Okay, and then you have the people who are called the Svetambras, who are known as a white flag. They dress in white clothes. All right, but again, these are things for your information. You don't need to remember. You're not going to be tested. You're not going to get a question saying, distinguish between the Digambras and the Svetambras. Right? All right. Now, 5 vows that a Jain must undertake. Right? What are these 5 vows? Ahimsa. You already know that word, which is not only to be rendered simply as non-violence. I think we should render it more plainly as to cause no harm to living. All right. Truthfulness, or satya, which is going to be a key element in the thinking of Mohandas Singh, who comes from the state of Gujarat. He's not a Jain, right? Or Mahatma Gandhi, as he's known to most people. Right? He's not a Jain, but he's heavily influenced by Jain thinking. The idea of brahmacharya, which you've already heard of, that is the idea of celibacy or chastity. The idea of aparigraha, which I've written over there, non-possession. Detached, but non-possession doesn't simply not having goods, having things, ridding yourself of material objects. Non-possession, not having attachments, not even having attachments to people, because when we get attached to someone or some ideology, lines to other possibilities, right? And finally, you have the idea of asteya, which is non-stealing. Okay, it effectively means not to be in possession of anything which is not rightfully ours. Right? And that doesn't simply mean not stealing something, but that if you're in possession of certain amounts of wealth which you really do not be in possession of, right, or things that you don't really need, but you have them, that could be, by an act of interpretation, considered to be an injunction, okay, subject to the idea of asteya. That's not the things that are not here. And this is roughly, I think, all you need to know about Jainism. But I want to complete it by telling you again another story now, because as I've already suggested, these stories and parables, in fact, is going to be legends, which are going to be composed a little bit before the time of the Buddha, somewhere around that time. Again, the dating is not certain, and one of the things that the Jataka Tales runs into several volumes, by the way, is to essentially convey the teachings of the Shramanic religions through parables. Now, this happens everywhere, and I want you to take note of this, because we're during the course of the 5th or 6th year, exactly when we read excerpts of folk tales, right? And the interesting of folk tales is that you can find the same in many different cultures. And then, of course, the story first originated. And that's what specialists do. They try to determine where a story originated and then how. So this particular story that I want to tell you, and I'm telling you this because it is a specific point that we found in Buddhism and Jainism. That viewpoint, Yadva, which means roughly translated into English as perspective. There are different perspectives from which one looks at. If you put 10 people together in a room, they might have 10 perspectives on how they look at it, right? Which is not to suggest that truth is necessarily relative. The argument is that truth has to be viewed from the point of view of perspective, right? And so this is a story of what is called the 6 blind men and the elephant, right? And I'm giving it to you in a version, which is a poem, put together in the 19th century by a man called John Godfrey Sachs. It was 6 men of Hindustan who learning much inclined. Right? The 6 blind men and the elephant, each ought to satisfy his mind. The first approached the elephant and happily to fall against his broad and sturdy side, and what to God bless me, but the elephant is very like a bull. I think one time my elephants, so what do you think the elephant is? It's a bull. Hasn't seen the elephant, of course. The second, feeling of the tusk, cried, oh, what have we here? So very round and sharp. To me, it is mighty clear. This wonder of an elephant is very like a deer. The third approached the animal, and happening to take the squirming trunk within his hands, thus boldly, quote he, the elephant is a snake. And there is a snake. The fourth reached out his eager hand, fell he. What most this one beast is like is mighty lame. That he is out the elephant is very like a tree. Which here said, given the man can tell what this was most. Deny the fact who can. This marvel of an elephant is very like a fact. The sixth no sooner had begun about his book, then seizing a swinging tail that fell within his scope, I see, quoth he, the elephant is very like a rope. Right? Extraordinary difference here, right? And then this man was here with the following. Okay? And so these men of Hindustan disputed loud and long, each in his own opinion, exceeding stiff and strong. Each of them is absolutely convinced, right, that they have the right idea of what an elephant is like. So each was partly in the right, and all were in the wrong. Right? Okay, and this story is to be found, as I said, in the early Jaina versions. You find it in Buddhism. And one of the things that's going to be used here is this idea of the perspective. And how do we actually do it when they happen to be? What is the nature of truth? Right? So we are now here essentially in the 6th, 5th century BC, right? Depending on exactly which, but those are the dates that we're talking about. Now, I have already explained to you what in my previous what the political structure. Okay, so the Aryan clans were. You've got these tribes. What you're going to find over time is there's going to be an empire that is going to be consolidated. Right? Here, Patna is in fact actually part of that area. That area is called Magadha. Okay, and this is going to start to happen roughly around, let's give an approximate date, around 400 BC. Okay, that you have all of these Aryan, tribes or clans, if you want to call them. Some of them are at war with each other, but power is eventually going to concentrate in the Gangetic Plains. It's called the Gangetic Plains because the river Ganga or Ganges, in the anglicized form, flows through the Gangetic Plains, right? And the plains is named after the river. Now, so power is going to start to cluster in this area called Magadha. And there's a city there. If you look at the blackboard on the right there, Patliputra, which is its ancient name, its modern name is Patna. For those of you who've been to India and you've been to Bihar, because Patna is in the state of Bihar. I mean, it's probably the city with one of the most notorious reputations in India today. Unwieldy, dirty. Nothing appears to get done there, right? But this was the site of the greatest empire to emerge in ancient India, right? The place, and that place used to be known as Patliputra before, right? So this is where power is slowly going to start to gel together. Okay. Now, before we move to the invasion of Alexander the Great, when he comes into India, I want to talk about a few other developments that are taking place. One of them is what is the nature of Indian learning in other realms. In other realms, right? So we know what kind of thoughts people are having on the question of what you might broadly call religion. Keep in mind all the caveats that I said about using that word religion, but things having to do with morality, conduct, and so on, right? But what about other arenas of thought? What about what might be described, to use an anachronistic word here, right? Because there is no concept of secularism at that point in time. But what about other secular or scientific domains of thought, right? And so this is where we have to go to somebody like Panini. Who's Panini? He's a grammarian. Okay, he writes a very comprehensive grammar of the Sanskrit language, right? In fact, it is so comprehensive that even today it's still widely used, notwithstanding the fact that there have been great advances on this linguistics and so on. I mean, it's quite extensive that it gives not only to Sanskrit, but what constitutes grammar. What is a grammar? How does one put together a grammar? How does one distinguish between right? And what was the grammar of the Sanskrit language like? You get an idea of that. Go to like writing somewhere around the 5th. 6th century is usually 6th century BC, etc. Rabbi University at Texas, and we know from the various kinds of inscriptions and archaeological evidence that this is a university in the northwest of India, okay, in the northwest of India, or west of Punjab, where you have students coming from places like West Asia, from Iran, from Mesopotamia, Afghanistan, right, further west, Turkey, and large number of students congregating there. So obviously a place of learning, right? And to what extent it resembled a modern university is not really the kind of question that it says, but what is certainly apparent is that you had obviously a division of the disciplines, right? In some rough form already at this point in time. Mathematics is the other great, mathematics and astronomy, right? But it would be presumptuous of me to really speak about astronomy because I know absolutely nothing about astronomy whatsoever, right? But in the case of, and you can read it up, you know, if you read Nehru's Discovery of India, or if you read some other sources, they'll give you an idea of what are some of the kinds of developments that are taking place in the world of astronomy at this point in time, what kind of calculations astronomers in India were capable of. We know that the first manuals on surgery, for example, are going to be written somewhere around this period of time, 5th century, 4th century, right? But mathematics is the area where it's possible to say a few things, because one of the things, of course, that's going to happen, one of the things that's going to happen is the development of the idea of zero, which comes from India and obviously makes possible mathematics as we know it today, right? The other is the use of letters of the alphabet to designate unknown quantities as in algebra, right? So x, y, z, 20x times 20x equals, so what is x? Well, the use of x here, right, or the use of y to denote these unknown quantities, this is going to be another major development in Indian mathematics, right? The decimal system, right? All of this, and so you've got significant developments going on at this point in time. There is some controversy about where chess was invented. I mean, some people claim it was invented in China. Traditionally, it used to be understood that chess was invented in India, but as I said, this is also not entirely certain. But if you look at chess, also if you're interested in the game of chess, it is certainly very clear that the kinds of pieces that you have, so if you have the rook or the elephant, right, and you have the bishop, you've got the knight, the horse, that these pieces in fact actually come from the use of the Indian army. The armies at that point, war elephants, for example, were widely in use at this point in time. And when Alexander comes to India, we're going to find that, in the battles that he's going to have, that the use of war elephants is actually quite common. Right? So what we're saying is that there's some relationship between the composition of an army, right, and the kinds of pieces that are going to be then used in the game of chess. Okay? So these are roughly, again, very broadly, some of the developments that are taking place at this point in time. Now, in 326, Alexander is invade. You recall my reservations about the word invasion before, because usually, it's a dirty word. But here, we may not have any choice. I think it would be difficult to speak about Alexander's migration to India. Okay, we can speak about the Aryan migrations, but I think Alexander's migration is a bit of a stretch, to put it mildly. Right? So he does come into India. You can read about his campaign in Aryan, who's a historian writing sometime later on. You can read about him in Plutarch, right? Okay. One interesting thing to keep in mind: there are no Indian sources at all, none whatsoever. The first sources are going to come around much later on. They're actually going to be fictional sources, right? You have no contemporary sources, or even near contemporary sources from India. An indication of something that I pointed to before, that is the notorious indifference history that you find among the early Indians, carrying on for a very long period of time. Right? But nonetheless, we are able to say a few things about Alexander's invasion. And then the story is important, partly because it sets up this classic opposition between, an armed conqueror and particularly one version of the story which I'm interested in. And you can read about this on my website, Manas, where I've written up an article called Alexander and the Gymnosophists. Okay? This is a story that began to circulate extremely widely over the centuries. So when Alexander comes to India, he's going to have an encounter with these people. And who are the Gymnosophists? These are, let me just say, fakirs or sadhus. So sages, Indian sages, very scantily dressed in the hot weather of India. Usually, remember that even Gandhi would go around with very little on him. Okay, and so he's going to have this encounter with the Gymnosophists. I'll come to that in a couple of moments. But the story is important because it sets up a classic opposition. It sets up an opposition between an armed conqueror and people without arms. It sets up an opposition, and these might be all stereotypical opposition, but nonetheless, it's important to keep them in mind, between the materialist West confronting a group of people who are representatives of what we might describe as spiritual India. Okay, a classic Orientalist opposition. Okay, and this is one of the reasons why this story is particularly important. So Alexander comes to India, he comes into the Punjab, right? Because like all people coming into India at this point in time, he's coming through the northwest, right? Comes in through the Khyber Pass. He's coming from much further west and then comes into the Punjab, the land of the five rivers. Okay, land of the five rivers, and it's on one of these rivers that there's going to be a mutiny apparently, where because he's going to be in India for a couple of years, right? And eventually his soldiers are going to mutiny, and they're going to say, we're really fed up. We're fed up with the hot weather. We're fed up with the mosquitoes, right? All these beastly things that you find in India, right? From the point of view of the person who's coming from abroad, right? And so there's going to be a mutiny, and then eventually they're going to say, all right, this is as far east as we're going to go now. Alexander decides that he's going to turn his course westward and head back to where he came from slowly. He's never going to get back to where he came from. That's a story which doesn't concern us. Okay? What does concern us is the kind of story about what happened. So he comes to India. He's going to have a battle with a man called Porus. So he's one of the kings who he encounters in the Punjab. And when I was growing up in India, we would always read the story of Alexander and Porus, because Alexander is going to defeat Porus, but he is absolutely, awestruck by the magnanimity of Porus. by the generosity, by his character. So according to the story that we read, certainly in school back in India, Alexander says that, well, I've defeated you, but I'm going to let you rule your own kingdom because you're such a magnanimous king, right? Or such great character, so forth and so on. And what is certainly true, what is certainly the case, is that the story that I'm interested in as the example of this is Alexander's office, who was a stage of mendicant, makes it by going from house to house, community to community with a begging bowl and whatever anybody gives, food, whatever. So he has an encounter with and he has an encounter tells us because he has heard of the wise of the East. Alexander heard of the East, but he says, well, I want to go and actually talk to these people. I want to find out what is their conception of knowledge, what is their conception of truth, why is it that they dress it the way they do or not dress at all effectively, right? And so what I'm going to read to you now is of what happened here. Okay, it's a fantastic, an Indian novelist called Vikram Chandra from a book called Red Earth and Pouring Rain. It was published about 15 years ago. Now, keep in mind, by the way, that Alexander needs translators. How do they actually converse? Sometimes we forget these things. How do they actually converse with each other? Right? Because obviously Alexander spoke one language, or some set of languages that the Sadhus would not have known, and vice versa. So you needed somebody who was an interlocutor who knew the languages of both parties. Right? And so this conversation is actually taking place now between the translator and the Sadhu. Okay? Translator. He wants to know, Alexander, also referred to, by the way, as Sikandar in Indian sources, okay? He wants to know why you're naked, Sadhu. Ask him why he's wearing clothes. Ask him why he's wearing clothes. Interesting reversal here, right? Translator, he says he's asking the question. Because after all, he is Alexander, the world conqueror, right? Sadhu, questions give birth only to other questions. Right? This is the famed Hindu mystification now coming in. Okay? This is how he's, right? Translator, he says people who get funny with him get educated. But later, he's the king of kings. And he wants you to stop asking questions. Sadhu, king of kings? Translator, he came all the way from a place called Greece, killing other kings. So he's the king of kings. Sadhu, fool of fools. Master clown of clowns. Maha idiot of idiots. Maha idiot of idiots. You want me to tell him that? Translator, you're crazier than he is. He says he'll kill you right here, right now. Sadhu, die someday. Translator, listen, don't do this. He's demented. He doesn't realize who you are. He thinks naked people are poor savages. He'll really kill you. Sadhu, I really have to die someday. Translator, he wants to know why you aren't scared of dying. Sadhu, that'd be silly. Translator, he says that's not a satisfactory answer. Sadhu, what sort of answer would you? Translator, he says you should tell him exactly what mystic path you followed to reach the sublime state of indifference. You see this idea of the spiritual richness of the East, this land fused spirituality. That's why this encounter is critical. How did this idea of India develop? And we're not saying, what really happened, who's right, who's wrong. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in how representation get established. Certain ideas become dominant in some ways, right? Okay? He says you should tell him, translator, exactly what mystic path you follow to reach the sublime state of indifference. And he wishes you would stop asking him questions. Really, this is incredible. I think you've got him hooked. Sadhu, mystic path. Translator, mystic path, literal translation. Sadhu, when I feel like shitting, I shit. When I feel like eating, I eat. Translator, I don't think I've ever seen him like this. Alexander, of course, right? He doesn't know whether to be upset or horribly fascinated. You're very good at it. Shitting when you feel like shitting is irresponsible. You should have some discipline in your life instead of lounging about naked under a big tree. He says people who shit when they feel like shitting never do anything with their lives. Sadhu, ask him how often he shits. Translator, you want to ask Sikandar of Macedon, right? How often he shits in public?
Welcome.
Sadhu, I said it, didn't I? Translator, you're starting to get on my nerves with this answering questions with questions dodged. All right, I'll ask him. I think he's speechless. I think he's upset. Sadhu, oh. I thought he looked constipated the moment I saw him. Translator, what? You want me to tell him that? Sadhu, why not? Tell him that's probably why he's invade other nations and massacre tribes and all of that. Any student of yoga, now you have to study yoga. Any student of yoga will tell you that restraining the body leads to mental disorder. Yogic science has shown that people who hold it in are inescapably driven to behavior like running about, slashing at people, besieging towns, and frivolous acts of bravery. Translator, now you've done it. He has those fits when he gets angry. See, he's rolling about on the ground. Last time he did that, he put a city of 80,000 to the torch. No survivors. And so on and so forth. I'm not going to read the rest of it. I think you get a pretty good idea, right? But this is, as I said, what's interesting about it. That here you have an encounter between the East and the West, an encounter between an armed conqueror and people, obviously sadhus, right? Benefit of arms, they have the strength, mental agility, right? So it's the classic opposition that is over here, right, between these two. I think we're going to conclude over here. I'm not able to get at this point to Ashoka, but I'm going to Ashoka and Warrior Empire. And my office today has been revised. I have to go to seminar, so there's 5 instead of 2 before. All right? Okay, so let me refresh your memory about where I was on Wednesday. I had just finished discussing Alexander the Great's invasion of India, and you remember that I ended the class reading out excerpts from a recent interpretation or a recent retelling of the encounter between Alexander and a group of Indian sadhus or fakirs, mendicants, known as the General Sophists, right? And one of the reasons I was interested in that is because it's the first encounter, obviously, of India with the West, and it sets up a classic opposition, as I pointed out in my previous lecture, between the might of the armed conqueror and the might of the intelligence of the spiritual warrior, if I may put it this way. This is how you might think of the General Sophists in some ways, right? The opposition between the overdressed, which is what Alexander is. He's the general, right? And he's got armor and everything. And those who are underdressed. The opposition between the flesh and the spirit, between materialism and spiritualism. And this is not to say that these are the inherent properties of the West. Materialism and spiritualism is inherent property of India. Not at all. That would be an Orientalist kind of interpretation, right? But this is why this particular narrative is of some importance. And then, as I pointed out to you, somewhere around 324, 323 BCE, we're going to have Alexander is going to withdraw. He's going to withdraw from India. There's a mutiny of his troops. This is what Aryan records in his text, and eventually they're going to leave India, the Greeks, but they're going to leave behind these military garrisons, and we're going to pick up the story from here. Now, before I pick up the story, I want you to turn your attention to some of the slides that I want to show you, just a few of the Buddha, and then I'm going to start discussing Chandragupta Maurya and Ashoka. So if you look over here, what you have in this slide is you're going to see a lot more of this Indian sculpture, and when we spend a little bit more time on Indian art, architecture, and such, look at presentations of Buddha. But this is also from Gandhara. It shows the parinirvana, the Buddha going off to sleep, right? That his life, surrounded by some of his disciples. You remember that I mentioned to you that there is a tradition of showing the Buddha as emaciated. This is when he became an ascetic, right? Before that he had become an ascetic, and it's only after he had performed austerities for several years that he decided that, well, this was not really the path to enlightenment. Well, this is one representation. It's an extraordinary representation. You can see the eyes hollowed out. You can see the rib cage, right? Because he's been starving. He's been practicing austerity, and this is the larger sculpture, a similar one from which we had a close-up before. Now, if you turn your attention to this particular slide over here, so this is a representation of the spread of Buddhism from India. So if you look at the middle of India there, it says Shakyamuni lives in the region of Magadha during the 6th, 5th century BCE. And then, the arrows there show the spread of Buddhism to other parts of the world. How and under what circumstances this happened is going to be apparent in just a few minutes, but I just wanted to give you an idea of what we speak about when we think of the spread of Buddhism to other parts of India. So down south to Sri Lanka, and obviously east to Myanmar, Thailand, in fact, actually to China, and then all the way to Japan as well, and obviously large parts of Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, which comprises countries such as Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, it got all of its institutionalized religion, all of it from India, right? Beginning with Buddhism, Hinduism, and even Islam. If you go to Indonesia today, Indonesia is predominantly Muslim, and Java is entirely Muslim. Of course, the last Hindu outpost there, their Hinduism is very different. But the point here is that all of Southeast Asia essentially gets all of its, what we might describe as institutionalized religion, really the three major religions. All of them come from India. Are going to be important to understand at some point. But in some ways, Buddhism is of those people going from India, carrying Buddhist parts of the world. And here you've got a map here, the spread of Buddhism. Again, a different rendition, but now it gives a slightly different sense of how this worked out. So, and you can see the nodal point in India is slightly towards the east because that's where Magadha was, right? This is where Patliputra or modern-day Patna in the eastern part of the Gangetic Plains, and then from there, the transmission of Buddhism to other parts of the world. Now, I would like you to look at this map a bit, and I'm going to explain because this takes us into the next chapter now, which is the establishment of the Mauryan Empire. Okay, the first great empire that you're going to find, which is going to have the unique distinction in a way. This is one way to understand the Mauryan Empire. I don't think it's actually really understood in that way as such. But it's the first empire that brings together Indus and the Ganga together. Okay, so the Indus was the site of the earlier Harappan civilization, the Indus and tributaries, and then we get into the Gangetic Plains, right? Which is where we're going to find the spread of Buddhism and all of that. And we know that the Aryans have migrated eastward, right, into modern day UP, Bihar, those areas, right, which is along the Gangetic Plains there, right? So one of the unique distinctions of the Mauryan Empire is that it is in fact actually going to, as I said, bring together the Ganga and the Indus. That's one way to understand it, right? Now, who was Chandragupta Maurya? What do we know about him? So Chandragupta Maurya is a young man who At least that's what the histories tell us. Essentially, most likely, we don't know this with absolute certainty. Most likely, he actually encountered Alexander when Alexander was there. And the argument is that perhaps having seen how Alexander had been able to put together an empire there, he realized that perhaps he could do the same thing. And when the Greeks are going to leave, when Alexander is going to leave, and he's going to leave behind these garrisons, as I pointed out to you, right? What Chandragupta Maurya is going to do is that he's actually going to, in a few years, take possession of these. Right? Our source for this, by the way, is a Greek diplomat, Megasthenes. Right? He's the major source that we have for what's happening roughly around this period of time. We do have another source. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, and that is a source by a man called Kautilya, also known as Chanakya, so he goes by two different names, and he writes a book called Arthashastra. Okay, so this is one source that we have. It's not a source so much on the history of Chandragupta Maurya, it's a source on what was happening in the empire, how was the empire put together, what were the kinds of responsibilities that the emperor had, right? What were the weights and measures? How many stables did the emperor have? How many war elephants did he have, right? What kind of laws pertained, right, in this area, okay? What kind of espionage services? And there is. I mean, so in fact, Chanakya is very often, or Kautilya as he's known, very often known as the Machiavelli of the East. Of course, you might want to ask why Machiavelli is not known as the Chanakya of the West, because, of course, Chanakya or Kautilya comes 1,500 years before Machiavelli, right? Well, even more than 1,500 years before Machiavelli. But that's typically how it's done in this scholarship, right? So he's the Machiavelli of the East. And for those of you who know who Machiavelli is, you would immediately recognize that Machiavelli is supposed to be the person who, he wrote a book called The Prince, right? Which is a kind of a manual, if I may put it this way, right? On how to govern and how to govern using spies, using intrigue and diplomacy, setting one person off against another, right? This is who Kautilya is. He is the chief minister to this person called Chandragupta Maurya, right? Who is going to put together this empire. So if you look at this slide over here, 305 BCE, that's the portion in blue. Now that to the west is Afghanistan, modern day Afghanistan, right? The Hindu Kush Mountains on top of that, that's modern day Afghanistan. And he's extended his empire all the way into modern day Bengal, portions of modern day Bengal, right? That's what this slide is showing. So Chandragupta Maurya is going to capture Taxila, which is in the northwest. This is where that great university had been set up, to which I had made some reference in my previous lecture in 317 BCE. And sometime around 303 BCE, he is going to essentially gain control of larger chunks of this territory and establish what becomes known as the first great, as I said, empire. Chandragupta Maurya, if you're looking at, by the way, at earlier sources, in Greek sources, he's known as Sandrakotas. That's the name by which he's known in the Greek sources. All right. Down south, actually, the empire is going to extend to the river Narmada. I think the next slide might show that. Yes, so you see the river Narmada over there in the middle, and the empire, the Mauryan Empire under Chandragupta Maurya, is going to extend there. Under Ashoka, it's going to extend much further south, as we shall find out. Right. Now, Chandragupta Maurya is going to have a reasonably long reign, and as I said, we have a reasonably good estimation, okay, of what was happening in his kingdom, how it was organized, and the reason for that is the Arthashastra. So, Artha, you remember the four ends of life, right? So, Artha is material wealth. Shastra means science, okay? So it's the science of material wealth, if you want to translate really literally, but what it is really is a huge compendium. The English translation runs into 400 or 500 pages. All right. The earliest manuscripts, I want to reiterate this yet again, and I will probably reiterate this 10 more times during the course of the next few weeks. The earliest manuscripts do not go back to 300 BCE. The earliest manuscripts are later, written manuscripts, because this text, like all other texts of this kind, is essentially passed down in the oral tradition. And there are also lots of speculations as to why. I mean, it could have been that some of these texts, and this would be a markedly secular, as opposed to, let's say, something like the Vedas or the Upanishads. There's some speculation as to why, there are no manuscripts that survive from that period of time. Is it simply because texts were passed down in the oral tradition, or does it have something to do with the climate of India as well, right? Hot tropical climate, right? Well, how do you preserve manuscripts that go back, this far back in time, right? That's a consideration that always comes up. The important point, nevertheless, for us is to simply try to understand what the Artha Shastra is about. I've given you a very broad kind of idea, and if you read Nehru's Discovery of India, he has, in fact, actually a description of the text to some degree, right? So as I said, it gives you a sense of the political organization of the state, okay? It gives you a sense of the kind of administrative structure. What were the different functionaries of the state? What were the different departments of the state, right? So how would you distinguish the revenue and the agricultural departments from the finance departments, from the war department, right? What was the kind of council, if I may put it this way, of ministers that he had put together? But then from there it goes on to a great many other kinds of things, right? Because if you think of a state, you have to think of many things. How does the state control the sale and purchase of goods? How does it collect taxes, right? You go and buy something, well, there has to be some kind of uniform measure, right? And what were these measures that were used, right? So this is what the Artha Shastra is going to, in fact, elaborate at very great detail. It's going to give us a fairly fulsome picture of the material conditions of the domains of Chandragupta Maurya, right? And to that extent, it is absolutely indispensable source. Nothing like that we're going to get in India again for a very long period of time. Now, Chandragupta Maurya is going to, towards the end of his life, and this is again extraordinary because you're going to find that he, his son, and his grandson are going to represent the three greatest faiths in India now at that time. And this is, of course, long before the coming of Islam. Islam is going to come much later on. And what do I mean by that? Chandragupta Maurya, towards the end of his life, 3 or 4 years before he dies, he decides to abdicate in favor of his son, Bindusara, right? So his son is Bindusara, and he decides to abdicate. He gives up his throne, and he embraces Jainism, and eventually travels far down south, okay, so down to the Deccan, below the Narmada, right, where he's going to eventually fast unto death. He's going to starve himself to death. This is a Jain tradition as well, particularly among Jain spiritual teachers and monks, that towards the very end you abandon your body by starving to death. Okay, it's a particular mode in which you do this, and this is what he's going to do. So he's a Jain. His son Bindusara is going to remain firmly committed to Hinduism. But remember, Hinduism is really Brahminism at this point. There is no such thing called Hinduism, right? And then, of course, Bindusara's son Ashoka is going to convert to Buddhism. So this is what I mean when I say that the 3 generations of this family, right, represent the 3 different faiths. Right? But let's go back to Bindusara, his son now. So his son inherits the throne. We don't really know much about him. I mean, he's sort of like the in a way, we know his name, we know a little bit about him, but he's sort of like the missing link between Chandragupta Maurya and Chandragupta Maurya's grandson, Ashoka. Right? What we do know is that Bindusara extended his father's empire a little bit further south, okay, a little bit further south and a little bit into central India, a little bit more into eastern India as well. Right? Now, Ashoka, the throne, circa 273, approximately 273 BCE, he's going to have a very long reign, 41 years. Okay? And again, we have slightly precise dates for this, and we have precise dates because as I'm going to point out now, that there are inscriptions that have been left behind which give us a pretty good idea what was happening in Ashoka's period of time. So he reigns from 273 to 232 BCE. Now, Ashoka, in the first 10-15 years, is going to have a reputation as a bloodthirsty warrior, right? He's going to extend the kingdom further east. So now if you look at that sort of purple color, okay, and the key there says 250 CPC, Ashoka's Mauryan Empire, you can see he's more than doubled the size of the empire. It's gone much further down south, okay, much further below the Deccan, hasn't quite reached, right, sort of the heart of the Tamil country. At this point in time, Tamil country is down there further south and there, right? But extends all the way through, obviously, south and western India, right? And then the portions of what today would be called modern day Gujarat, and all the way up till Orissa, modern day Orissa, right? So this stays further east. If you look where the Bay of Bengal is, so right on top of that, the purple portion over there, this is the area that today is called Orissa, and in Ashoka's time was known as Kalinga. So 10-15 years after Ashoka comes to power, he wages an intense battle in Kalinga. And there are descriptions of this battle. Some of the descriptions have been left behind by Ashoka himself, because at the end of it, I mean, it's a bloodbath. Tens of thousands of people killed, right? And he's acquired absolute mastery over this domain. But it's a bloodbath, and he's filled with remorse at the end of it, right? And this is going to lead to his conversion to Buddhism, right? So now his father, of course, as I said, remained a Hindu, and his grandfather had converted to Jainism. Ashoka himself is actually going to convert to Buddhism, and we have a very good record of how he operated over the course of the next 20-25 years, partly because he left behind edicts. So edicts are like pronouncements, written, text, right, carved into stone. Right? Now I'm going to show you some of these pillars and edicts. Mainly pillars I'm going to show you over here. So these pillars are something on the order of, let's say, 20-25 feet high, okay, made of granite, right? Sometimes very polished stone, and then on top of that you might have a number of animals there. In fact, the national emblem of India is taken from one of the Ashokan pillars, and these pillars and edicts are going to be spread nearly throughout the kingdom, which gives you a very good idea of the extent of his kingdom. So if you look at this map over here now, so this is another rendition, and the Chola Pandya country, that's the Tamil country. We'll come to that later on when I turn my attention to South India. But here you have a pretty good sense. And Gandhara, Taxila, if you look on the top, so Taxila is a university where there was a university where, as I mentioned to you, there are people who had come all the way from Iran, Central Asia, Turkey, the area west of India. And Gandhara is where a school of sculpture is going to develop, a very, very significant school of sculpture, right? Patliputra, Magadha to the east, right? And then Kalinga before that, just below that, this is modern day Orissa. This is where you have the Battle of Kalinga, where Ashoka is going to establish his mastery. These sculptures that you see, these are from a museum in Paris. These are sculptures from the Mauryan period, so the early Mauryan period. And I want you to just think of the contrast. Just try to remember what they look like here. You can see that at this time, the sense of proportion is not that well developed, because the difference between this and Gandhara sculpture a few centuries later is just absolutely enormous, right? Now this is an Ashokan pillar. Okay, so this still stands, by the way. This is a contemporary photograph, not taken by myself. It's taken from the internet, and you see the single face, a single line on the top. Here you get an idea of the larger sort of backdrop to that. So that's the pillar there, and then you have a stupa, and now you have a close-up of the representation of the lion over here. On the pillar itself is where you're going to find the inscriptions. Okay, and what is it that the inscription says? There are various rock edicts as well. So this is, by the way, you find on top of the pillar in Sarnath. So Sarnath is where the Buddha delivered his first sermon, as you might remember, right? Okay, and this is now the national emblem. This has been taken as a national emblem in India. All right, what is it that the inscriptions and the edicts say? Right, number of different. One, a remarkable testimony to Ashoka's ecumenism. Okay, and you can read the text of some of these very briefly in the pages that have been assigned to you from the Discovery of India. So I'm not going to repeat what Nehru says over there. Okay, but if you read it, you will get a very good idea what I mean when I speak about the religious ecumenism, because Ashoka says very clearly that his subjects are free to practice whatever religion pleases them, whatever religion they want to profess, right? That they should have the liberty to do so. And of course, we have to think as to how this climate of religious tolerance arose. Now, was this because of the nature of Buddhism? Is it because, in some sense of the term, if you look at Hinduism, right, which is the backdrop to Buddhism, Buddhism is emerging out of that. That Hinduism doesn't have a single historical founder. It doesn't have a single historical text, right, that every Hindu is enjoined to follow. And could these be some of the things that contributed? Or was it the character of Ashoka that contributed to this kind of religious tolerance and ecumenism? But the edicts are very clear about that, right? And then the edicts also specify what are the kinds of things that are not to be done. So, for example, Ashoka forbid the slaughter of animals. And some of the edicts say that very clearly. Some of the inscriptions point that out. The inscriptions, by the way, many of them are in Prakrit. Some of you might wonder what language they are in, right? They're in Prakrit, which can be described in some ways as the vernacular tongues. Okay, so now we're moving away from Sanskrit to some degree. The script is what is called the Brahmi script. Some of them are actually written in another script as well. There's also a couple of edicts, incidentally, written in Greek and Aramaic. Okay, one written only in Greek, one written in Greek and Aramaic, and that's more towards the northwest. I want to show you a slide here which shows you the extent of the, so if you look at this map over here, and if you look at the squares there as it points out major rock edicts, you can see spread out over a very large part, including one in Kandahar, which many of you have heard of since that's one of the sites of the insurrection in Afghanistan, right? And then if you look at the small triangles there, this is where the pillar edicts are. This is where the pillars are. The rock edicts are where you simply have a boulder, and then on the boulder they've actually carved out something, right? Okay. This is what I mean when I said that the spread is actually enormous, right? Which suggests the extent of Ashoka's empire, and of course suggests the extent to which Buddhism might have now started to proliferate throughout the kingdom. Yes. Could you repeat the question again? Oh well, look, we don't know to what extent, okay, people might have been able to follow the script. But that's why they're written in Prakrit. Prakrit would be the vernacular, right? The vernacular, yeah. No, but that's only going to be. You remember, I said only a couple. So we're talking about edicts and pillars that are spread throughout the country. You're not going to find the ones written in Greek further down south. You're going to find them in the northwest, right? Because this is where there had been a presence, and there's going to be an Indo-Greek kind of kingdom that's going to develop, the Bactrian Greco kingdom, as it's called, shortly after the demise of the Mauryan Empire. Right? So you're going to find that in the northwest. You're not going to find those written, the one written in Greek. You're not going to find it down south or further east. I mean, those are going to be written in Prakrit, which is going to be the local or the vernacular, if you want to call it. There are different kinds of Prakrit. Prakrit is not one single language, right? So the rough translation is the spoken tongue, right? The spoken tongue, the vernacular. And then the Prakrits might be different kinds of Prakrits. So the Jains, would write their manuscripts. One of the slides that I have over here, let me just turn to it just for a moment. This one over here, okay? So this is a Jaina manuscript, Okay? This manuscript actually dates to 1500, right? But the internal dating of when this first arose dates it back to about 4th century BCE. Not the manuscript, it's not this particular manuscript, but it was copied from other manuscripts, which eventually would have gone back to 4th century BC. This is a Jaina manuscript, and this is a Prakrit. Okay, it looks quite like Sanskrit, but it's quite different actually. Right? So this is a Jaina Prakrit, which is the language in which the Jaina wrote their manuscripts. You see Mahavir over there, and then there's Gautama, which is not really the Buddha here, but it's translated as the Buddha, is one of his followers. This manuscript is, by the way, the cloth is made of gold. And there's lapis lazuli around it, which suggests the enormous affluence of the Jaina community, that they were able to produce manuscripts of this kind roughly around 1500 AD. I'm showing this slide to you at this point in time because this is written in a Prakrit, which is what I'm trying to describe is one of the vernaculars in which these edicts would have been written. But the question there is a good one in the sense that we have to think about, okay, so he wrote these edicts were inscribed by his command, by Ashoka's command. The question is to what extent were people able to follow them, right? And we really can't say much about that. We don't know what the levels of literacy were, for example, at that point in time. This is simply the way to gauge that, right? Yeah, what you should bear in mind is obviously what is the content of these edicts, right? And as I've mentioned to you, many of these edicts essentially promulgate Ashoka's orders, his wishes, his desires, right? So, for example, what he says about religious tolerance, what he says about forbidding the slaughter of animals. And where does this idea come, forbidding the slaughter of animals? The idea of ahimsa, which I've already spoken to you about. Right? And it's going to be, again, carried forward much later on in the 20th century when Gandhi is going to create a whole political ideology, if you want to call it that, out of the idea of nonviolence, including the idea of mass nonviolent resistance. Right? But I think if you read the texts that have been assigned to you, particularly the Nehru's discovery of India, I think you get a reasonably good sense. Now, the other reason why Ashoka is important, right? So one, he consolidates the empire and doesn't simply consolidate it. In fact, he extends the empire and creates what you have is the largest empire up to this point in time. It's probably going to be another, let's say close to 1800 years before you are going to get an Indian empire which is going to extend or fragmented. And especially as we move into the demise of the Mauryan Empire, it's roughly 200 BCE, and move into that from that period all the way until 200, 300 AD. Enormous. There will be some desires being done, but enormous fragmentation. And it's not until we get much later on in the 16th century and get to Akbar to get empire of this particular magnitude. So that's one singular importance. Because mental, and so why is it in itself? Some people are constantly thinking about a question that crossed the minds of Indians for centuries, and certainly crossed the mind of the British. Was there ever any kind of political unity in this place that we call India? Right? Because when the British come to India, they're going to take the view that there is no such thing. What you have is you've got these. What gels here? What makes all of the people living in the landmass, like India? Was there some conception of unity? What is it that brought about the unity? Because, for example, let's say in the case of, just an illustration, you say in the case of Islam, what brings together this unity is the idea that all Muslims, right, believe in the fact that Muhammad is right. His and the the subsidiary things you might put it this way, which are authoritative as well to a great measure, right? And there is this idea of a worldwide Muslim community, the Ummah. Now, what is it that is to get this unity in India? This is why the idea of a Mauryan empire, which furnishes a certain kind of unity, becomes important, especially in a national standard. But it always was, in fact, actually a very past. I'm less interested. What I'm interested in is the personality of Ashoka. I mean, I really progressed it. I quite understand. not just relative to his times, but relative to modern times, you might say. Because if in fact he was a and seriously over this idea that people should be able to religion for other reasons. Beyond the ones that I've already mentioned. In fact, civilization of Buddhism. That's a few minutes to show those Buddhism. How it happened? It happened because Ashoka sent emissaries. In fact, he sent emissaries as far west as Greece itself. And there's a very interesting thing that one of the edicts actually mentions that the Greek is 600 yojanas away. Yojana is a measurement. One yojana is equivalent to approximately 7 miles. And so this edict mentions that Ashoka is sending his emissaries to Sri Lanka, further west to Greece, okay? And the distance is 600 yojanas, 607, because 107, that's 4,000, roughly the distance, by the way, between India and Greece. 4,100 miles. So fairly accurate. Okay? Very accurate measurement here of how this place was. And of course, an emissary is further east as well. Right? And he had to convene a Buddhist council at Patna, Ashoka. Why does he convene a Buddhist council? Because now is going to be the time to start to standardize. I mean, this is the Buddha himself, of course, did not write anything. Right? He did not write anything. I mean, what he says is recorded by people, by his disciples, and attributed to him, right? It's a little bit like Christ, of course. You have to go to the Synoptic Gospels, right? Okay? You go to Mark, Matthew, Luke, and these are the words, these are the teachings that are attributed to Christ. So these are the teachings of the Buddha, and then they are going to be recorded in the oral tradition, and then they have to be standardized because differences are going on among the disciples and among the interpreters. Remember, this is already now a couple of 100 years after the death of the Buddha, right? And of course, memory is easy, and people will manipulate it. So Ashoka is interested in some kind of purpose that want to become right? And this is actually going to rule the 220 BCE. What has to inquire after that narrative that we're going to take on? I want to turn my attention to some other developments. And before we do that, let's make sure we're showing whatever I show you. So this is the doctrine, and this shows you, gives you now a different representation. Now we come back. Now we're talking about Ashoka here to the spread of Buddhism, and you see that the central point is in India, and from there it's going to radiate outwards to Sri Lanka, as I said, Thailand, Khmer, Cambodia, and then further as well to, for example, just south of modern day Mongolia, right? And this is the spread of the territory. So we're going to stop over here as far as this goes. I want to now turn to the developments, because one of the things that we are interested in is what's happening in South India. Like South India does not receive much attention in most of the history that you have of India. The bulk of the history tend to be concentrated on, obviously, what is happening in the north and the north in that area, right? Where the Korean Empire is going to be eventually. And before that, of course, you've got Indus Valley. All the outposts of that are further up north, right? Either north or northwest. If you remember from one of the slides that you saw, that even Ashoka Empire did not extend the southern extremity. Okay, you still have a portion there which his empire. What do we know about what's happening in South India, and particularly what might be described as what's happening in the Tamil? Indian story is something that I'm going to move right. I just want to spend a minute speaking about what happened roughly around the time Ashoka is ending his activities in northern and central India, right? Because by 300 BC, Tamil's presence is reasonably well survived, or at attested to, well established, roughly around. Okay? What kinds of variations of that word is sometimes here says damila or damela, right? These are variations of that word. We know that the people is well established because there are various kinds of inscriptions. Some of these inscriptions found in places like Andhra Pradesh. So Andhra Pradesh, inscriptions spread throughout India. There's of a group of people that we might describe as those are the deity. You're not going to find a deity in the text that I'm not sure I'm going to give you. You might want to copy it down incidentally. The deity was a deity called Murugan. Okay? Also known as who is the son of Shiva. Right? So let me, for a second, just momentarily turn to this diagram over here so that you at least know what this is. So in classical Hinduism, right? How did we get to classical? So we start Vedas, then we move to the Upanishads, and from the Upanishads we move to the Shramanic religions, the heterodox religions, right? As they're known in English, and that would include Buddhism and Jainism, and then there are these materialist schools that we haven't spent much time on, right? And eventually, this is going to pave the way for what we might describe as classical Hinduism, which is several centuries in the making. You could say that the sort of this structure that I've described on the board here, that is the idea of the Trimurti. Trimurti means, okay, the three main gods. And again, main has to be put in quotation marks because this is one of those anomalies of Hinduism that you're going to find. These three main gods supposedly are Brahma. In parentheses, I've written Saraswati, that's the consort, right? Or the wife, spouse of the god. Okay? So his Brahma's spouse is Saraswati, his consort is Saraswati. Saraswati is the goddess of learning and wisdom. Okay? Brahma is the creator. Vishnu is the preserver. So he's usually put in the middle, and then you have Shiva. So this idea is that we go through the cycle in nature. Those things are created. It's like nature, right? Nature rejuvenates itself. It's like trees shed their leaves, right? Winter comes, and then again there's the spring. They blossom once again, right? So you've got preservation, destruction, and creation. Now, when I say the three main gods, and I say something to the extent that there's a little anomalous here. What is the thing that is anomalous? These are supposed to be the three main gods of Hinduism. But one interesting thing is Brahma completely disappeared. Completely disappeared. I mean, of the tens and hundreds of thousands of temples to be found in India, there's only one temple dedicated to Brahma. And that's in a place called Pushkar in Western India. And I figure out why my story. In any case, I think I mentioned that in the book, is that there's something eminently practical about it. Well, the God of creation has done his work. You don't really need him anymore, so let's get him out of the picture completely. You know? And there's no temple to Brahma. And you don't really see these Brahma either. Okay, as I said, emperors are the consorts. Again, this is a very complicated matter because there are many ways to show the gods. Okay? You have to think of the iconography. For those of you in history of art, or you know something about Christian art, think of the iconography of the Saint Christian tradition. There are ways in which John Sebastian, Saint Jerome from Saint Sebastian, from Saint Paul, from Saint Peter. How do you distinguish all of them? I mean, if you just see these saints there, you see the halo around the head. Well, they all have a halo, so that's not going to help you. But there is another iconography. So Saint Jerome will often be shown with a lion. Saint Sebastian is shown with spear. Okay, that's the iconography. Now there is a specific iconography for these gods and for the goddess, the consort. And some it's going to become more hated during the course of due to this again. But let me mention what I say that there are conflicts with this. Shiva is very often known as Earth Ishvara. Half. Nari is one. And Ishvara, Nari Ishvara. So Shiva might be shown as half male, half female. Right? So one half of his body is shown with long hair, okay, with short hair. One half is shown with breast, the other half without. Right? So forth and so on. And of course, one of the things that this iconography suggests that perhaps we should think the idea of what male and female. Both of the fact that gods have some feminine attributes, right? That's a possibility. And goddesses might possibly have some male attributes. Now, one of the reasons why you're reading the Hindu myths is because I want to suggest to you that there is a continuum between the gods. When I say gods, okay, I get cumbersome by saying gods and goddesses all the time, but let's say this, okay, there is a continuum between gods and humans. Gods are constantly tempted by humans. Humans sometimes show the attributes. Right? There is a conflict between gods and humans. Not in this world which I'm beginning to describe to you as classical Hinduism. Now, we got off on this because I'm starting to talk about South India, so you have to keep the trajectories in mind. One is what is happening here, okay? And the other is what is this thing called Hinduism that is now beginning to emerge in India. So, somewhere roughly around 200 BCE, but gets consolidated in classical somewhere around the 1st century of the period. So you've got this three murti, right? The three major gods, and many of the myths that you're reading are myths related to obviously Shiva, Vishnu, or other characters, right? Just give me 2 more minutes. One thing you have to bear in mind now is that Shiva does not have avatars. Okay? And for those of you who are starting to worry about all of these names on the board, let me assure you, you're not going to get tested. I'm not going to give you a question, say, who's Matsya? Okay, don't worry about that. It's just that you need to know this in order to understand, okay, what these Hindu myths are about and why they are important and why you should be reading them. Right? Now, Shiva does not have avatars. What is an avatar? An avatar is an incarnation. What is an incarnation? Because that's not self-evident, right? You simply translate it into English. An incarnation is when God comes down in the form of usually a human, not always a human. So the 10 incarnations of Vishnu there begins with a kurma. Kurma is a tortoise. Then you get Matsya. Matsya is a fish. Vamana is the dwarf. Varha is the boar. Dharma, I will talk about. So that the myth of Narasimha. Half lion. Here you see again the continuum. Okay? And then you move into Balaram, and then of course the 2 main avatars who are the bedrock of Hindu mythology today, much of the bedrock of Hindu mythology today, Rama, that's the character of the lion. That's why you need to know this now, because where did Rama come from? Right? Okay? And Krishna, who's going to be one of the main characters, obviously, of the Mahabharata, the other great epic that you're going to read. So, final thoughts, and then we'll turn to this on Friday. What is an avatar? An incarnation that comes down to the earth to save the world from wickedness. Okay? God sends down an incarnation when things become a little bit dirty. That's what you have to do. So let's continue this narrative on Friday. Let me resume my lecture from where I had stopped on Wednesday. You will recall that I had finished discussing with you the Mauryan dynasty. We haven't reached the end of that. We're going to carry that narrative later on, but there's not much more to be said about it because with the death the subsequent history of the Mauryan substantial political turmoil, particularly beginning around 200 BCE, and there's going to be a number of different dynasties. So I talked about that. Then I started moving to a discussion of what was happening in South India, and I moved on to a discussion so we've got two different trajectories. I'm going to add a third trajectory now. I'm going to finish with the Sangam period very, very soon. That's the South Indian, the history of South India very briefly. I'm going to finish with that in a few minutes and then move on to Hindu myths and the Ram Katha or the Ramayana. All right. But recall what I said to you about South India, that sometime around 300 get to know something about what's happening in the Tamil country. Right? Who the Tamils are, the inscriptions that have been found, refer to the Tamil people, and these inscriptions enable us to say that sometime around 300 their history starts to become a little bit more distinct. In other words, that the ethnic identity of the Tamils as a group has been formed by this period of time. And here we're speaking about really the southern extremity of the country. All right. And I mentioned to you that the most popular deity at that time was probably a god by the name of Murugan, also known as Kartikeya, who is the son of Shiva. And let me add a little footnote here, because all of these names that have come up, just for example in my last sentence here, right? I mean, some of you are probably thinking, how much of this do we really need to know? And I want to reiterate at this juncture once again, right, that I think the lectures will give you a pretty good idea of what are the main trajectories. Right? I mean, if I don't spend 5 minutes discussing, Murugan's history, you should assume that you're not going to really get testing on Murugan. Okay? And similarly, when you read a story such as the Ramayana, right? I mean, the cast of characters run into hundreds. Now, you don't actually encounter hundreds of characters in the little version that you have, because that's a minuscule version of the entire story. Okay? Right? But you do have to know some of the main characters. I mean, if at the end of the day you got a question and you didn't know who Ram was, well, then obviously, you either haven't been doing the reading or you haven't been listening to the lecture. And if you don't know the distinction between Ram and Ravan, and there may be versions, by the way, where the distinction may be quite clouded, that's a different matter, because then we get into matters of interpretation. Then again, we would say that there's a serious issue. But, just keep in mind the major trajectories. This is a course covering a very long time span. We're looking at, some very large kinds of issues, some fundamental texts, right? That's the sort of thing that you have to keep your mind on. But some of the histories will move into details which I have to mention, but which may not be critical for you from the point of view of thinking about what you're going to be examined on, right? So going back then to what I was saying, in the case of South India, we have a deity by the name of Murugan, who seems to be the major deity at this time, known by his name, and he is a the source for the history of the Tamil people at this point in time is what is called Sangam literature, right? So I wrote that on the board, Sangam literature. The word Sangam itself is probably related to the word Sangha, which you had encountered, you might recall, right, when we were having a discussion of Buddhism, as I mentioned that the Buddha is a community, right? A community. So the word Sangam is related to that. And here again, another important sort of digression for a moment. We find many words from Sanskrit which are going to end in, right? Because Tamil is going to develop a very significant literature of, and this literature dates back to roughly 300 BC. Okay, so this is what is called the literature. It's comprised of several thousand poems written by somewhere between 400 and 500 poets. And the word Sangha in this case refers to assemblies, possibly academies. The word collections, gatherings of poets, right, who put together a compilation which in its entirety is now known as Sangam literature. And this Sangam literature runs from around roughly 300 BCE to approximately, let's say, 600, well, not 600, about 350, 400 or so roughly around 700, 700 about these dynasties. subsequent when their history is if we go back to the Sangha literature, what I really want to add there about the Sangha literature is that the Sangha literature is a literature that essentially describes the Tamil landscape, the landscape of the country. Okay, and this landscape essentially delineates into several different categories, right? Depending on the mood, season, and the land. So, for example, there are 5 categories that emerge in the of the kind of landscape. So, what you get is a sacred and physical geography of this landscape, right? And these landscapes are mountainous regions, forests, agricultural land, coastal regions, and deserts, right? So, what the Sangam poetry does is it divides this landscape into these different categories, and then it's a based on these landscapes, and it associates certain moods and seasons with these landscapes, right? The most interesting features of this poetry is the fact that it is immensely secular, right? Unlike the literature that was being produced in North India, the Vedic literature, then moving into the Upanishads, right? And then from the Upanishads, obviously, then moving into classical Hinduism, and we'll encounter a range of other texts, including the Bhagavad Gita in subsequent lectures, right? This literature that is being produced by contrast in South India, essentially secular, and it makes a distinction between the inner world and the outer world. Akkam and Puram, right? So these are the categories that are used in this literature. Akkam, Agam sometimes, right? Which means the inner world, and the Puram, the outer world. Right? The inner world here, the inner world is the world of emotions, right? It's a world of emotions, the world of religion this way. The poems have to do with such things as love, sexuality, human relations, relations. Not with love, but with war. And to get contrast, I'm going to recommend a book for those who are following it, and particularly those of you in South Indian history and South India. You might want to look at a book by A. RabbiRothschild called Poems of Love. The love and words, familiar with this in the English language in various ways. Make love, not war, right? This was one of the things. Okay? It's a difference between the inner and the outer. The world of emotions, the world of larger material social history, right? And this is what this poetry is fundamentally concerned with. All right. So now just keep that in mind, because we're going to resume this history of South India at a later juncture when we will move slightly into the political domain and start to discuss what are some of the kinds of dynasties that developed in South India. Now, the second trajectory, keeping in mind what I said to you about the fact that the principal king in the country was Murugan, also known as Kartikeya, the son of Shiva, is we go back now to the second trajectory, right? And we need to say something about this, about these myths that you read, because to some extent we're going to have to locate the arguments about the Ramayana within that context. All right? And I mentioned to you that in what is known as classical Hinduism is you get the 3 murtis, the 3 gods, Brahma. I've taken him down now because in effect I've done what the Indian tradition did, which is I've wiped him off the slate. Right? He's going to come back occasionally here and there, but recall what I mentioned to you that there are, for example, virtually no temples to Brahma to be found in India. Right? So the other 2 gods are Vishnu, right? And the followers of Shiva are called Shaivites. The followers of Vishnu are called Vaishnavites. One way to think about them and their relationship to each other is to think of a kind of sectarian conflict that develops between the Vaishnavites and the Shaivites. Right? So there is a strand which is known as the Puranas. Right? And for a moment, I just want you to turn your attention to this. You recall that I mentioned to a strand as Shruti, right? Shruti is what is heard, revealed text, and the Vedas are part of Shruti. Okay? They're passed down in the oral tradition, right? And these are the texts of revelation in some sense. And sometimes they include only the 4 Vedas, sometimes the word is used to include the Upanishads as well. Then you have a series of texts called Smriti. In fact, everything else that is Smriti is really. And this equals is a way behind it. For example, you get the right? And I the laws of Manu. write a Purana today, and, right? I mean, you could write a book, and you could call it one rhetorical strategy that we thought is they might, in fact, write a work that is quite contemporary and might point to Purana, right? With that kind of access to kind of this. Okay? The important to understand is Purana. Now, these Puranas fall into categories. There's one Purana, elevate Vishnu as the main god. Okay, so these would be the various kinds of Vishnu Puranas, actually all the Vishnu Puranas, but there are many other Puranas which are not Purana, but which right? The main god. Because remember what I'm saying, there is a sectarian history that you have to think about. And then there is a class of Puranas which elevate Shiva and make him the main god. But what I understand, these Puranas are not exclusive. In other words, the class of texts known as the Shiva Puranas do not simply denigrate Vishnu or put him down. They admit that he's the god, but he's not quite as high up as Shiva. The Vishnu Puranas will do exactly the same thing. They will have a place for Shiva in their pantheon, in the text, in the story, but Vishnu is the main god, Shiva is the substitute. And then there's a third class of Puranas, which can be described as the Shakta Puranas. Okay, Shakta Puranas. And the Shakta Puranas, the word comes, by the way, from the word Shakti, which means energy. And usually it is the goddess who is the embodiment of energy. So this third class of text, what it does is, the third class of Puranas, these are what you might call the Shakta Puranas, they elevate the goddess. The goddess is superior to both the major male gods. Right? So these are the three sort of strands that you're going to find, but one great history there is the history of what I'm describing as sectarianism. Now, just for a moment, turn your mind to the Ramayana. Okay? So the two main, among the main characters, you have Ram. And who is Ram? He's an avatar, he's an incarnation of Vishnu. Right? And then you have Ravan. And even the version that you have, the version which is based on Kamban is a Tamil version, a Tamil writer, right? Even this short version makes it very clear that Ravan was in fact a great devotee of Shiva, right? So one of the ways in which you can read the Ram story may not have been transparent to you at all when you were reading it. But one of the ways, many ways in which you can read the story is to read it as an example of this kind of sectarian conflict that's taking place in India between the followers of Vishnu and the followers of Shiva. Okay? And so this is why this is all important. Now, before we get to the Ramayana, let me spend a little bit of time on these Hindu myths, and in particular on the myth of Narasimha. Right? So we call this incarnation of Vishnu. Okay, so we begin with Kurma and Matsya fish. The tortoise, then we move to a incarnation called Ravana, the dwarf, right? And then Varha, the boar. There is, by the way, in the Kamban version that you have, there is a story about the dwarf. I'm going to go over that story with you in just a moment, right? Then we move to Balarama, Narasimha, Ram, Krishna. The ninth incarnation in some of the lists is the Buddha. I wonder how many of you thought about it when I wrote it on the board, that the Buddha is now an incarnation of the Vishnu. What is this? This is a strategy perhaps for incorporating the Buddhists, right? Because one of the worries is that, I mean, remember, as I said to you in passing, right, that the religion that is going to become the dominant religion actually that can get explained in the heartland of North India is Buddhism. It's spreading very rapidly. Now the Hindus are a little worried. Okay? That is those we call Hindus today. Those who were either Vaishnavites or Shaivites or Shaktos, or they could have been Tantrics. So another school of thought, another sectarian tradition would be Tantra, right? Okay? They're a little worried that they are losing some of their adherence to the Buddhists. So one of the ways in which you defang Buddhism is you simply turn the Buddha into an incarnation of Vishnu. Right? It's a strategy for absorbing him. Right? And then you've got the 10th incarnation of Vishnu, who's yet to come, Kalki. Right? Very often shown coming on a white horse. Right? So these are the 10 incarnations. Now, Narasimha. Let's spend a few minutes on the story of Narasimha. Okay? So who is Narasimha? Narasimha is half and Narasimha sign. And right? Human beings get unduly depressed. They need some kind of savior. Right? That's what the purpose of an avatar is. Incarnation. Now, to understand this story, I'm first going to tell you what the story is. Narasimha. So there is a devotee of Vishnu. And this is why you need to know that sectarian concept first. There is a devotee of Vishnu. His name is Prahlad. Okay? Intensely devout religious person. Completely devoted to the god Vishnu. His father is Hiranyakashipu. He is an intense devotee of Shiva. Now there's going to be a constant endeavor to transform Prahlad, turn him into a devotee of Shiva. But Prahlad cannot be taken up. He cannot be taken up. Okay, and he's going to be put through all of these tests and trials, down, mountains. What kind of happen? The idea is to dislodge Vishnu from his mind and put his father. Here's a sectarian conflict. The son is a devotee of Vishnu. The father is a devotee of Shiva. Okay. Now, the trials and tribulations of Prahlad are so intense that finally, the idea is that he needs to receive some kind of assistance. Okay, from Vishnu. Vishnu says, I'm going to stand an incarnation. Now, why is this incarnation half man or half lion? Because Hiranyakashipu has, because of his incarnation to Shiva, Shiva has conferred a boon on him, a blessing. And the blessing is you cannot be killed either at night or during day. You cannot be killed either on ground or in the sky. You cannot be killed either by a human being or by an animal. That's the boon. Right? Sure. That seems to cover virtually every possibility. You can't be killed. The day is 24 hours a day. It's divided into 12 hours a day, 12 hours a night. You cannot be killed by a or by right? They had So, Narasimha is going to come down as an incarnation, and when Prahlad is being really tormented, one day he is going to break out from a pillar. So the pillar is halfway, right? It's not on the ground, he's not up in the sky. He breaks out from the pillar. And next week I'm going to show you some slides of these gods. And there's these graphic representations of Narasimha, the half man, half lion, and he is going to go into Hiranyakashipu, right, with his claws. Okay? And he dies exactly at the hour of dusk, when it's neither night nor day. Right? Not human, and he's not animal. He's a hybrid. Right? And he comes bursting out of this pillar. Right? Now, you might say, well, that's just a nice story. What does it have to do with the history? Right? But it has a lot to do with the history. Right? Why not? Because number one, we're saying that, look, this story has to be understood within the history of sectarian conflict. Right? There is a, today we might think of Hinduism as one single homogeneous entity, but that was never the case, and it's not the case even today. There is no such single homogeneous entity, and that's certainly not the case with probably any religion, but certainly not the case with Hinduism. Right? So one reason why the story is important is because it is a story about the sectarian conflict, but that's not the only reason. And it may not even be the most important. The second reason why the story is important, because it suggests to us that we have to think of the continuum between asuras, demons, gods, humans, and animals. These are not discrete, separate categories. The great American essayist Ralph Waldo Emerson in the 19th century wrote a fantastic essay, and he said, and I'm quoting you, man is God influenced. Humans have the potential to become gods, and gods sometimes behave like humans. Right? You can move back and forth between these categories, not in this world. These are not categories. Between and animals. And when humans start to behave, we one of the things that the story is establishing is that there is a continuum between these. Right? And whether humans become gods, the way of demons has with epic person. Right? And that's the mind of the world. Right? Thirdly, this story is about what we call liminality. It's a story about things at the cusp, at the border. Okay? That's where they become more interesting. We like to divide the world, into black and white. Right? Remember the whole war. Either you're with us or you're against us. I mean, that's frankly a juvenile way of thinking about it. Because the world is much more complicated. The moral categories that we work with are much more complicated. Now, this story is about liminality. Liminality means being at the cusp. What is the nature of transgression? Right? How do we fall from one end of the divide to the other end? Right? And this is why half man, half life. It represents the idea of death. There are many other reasons why this story is, of course, important, but I decided to review the importance of the myths here and understand the relationship to history. I understand the relationship to history of India. One of the other myths, I'm going to take up that myth very briefly. I want to actually look at the Ramayana book. I'm also going to particularly foresee the book with you to class because there are going to be passages, both the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, which I'm going to want to look at. I'm going to want to read some of those passages and interpret them, and it'll be instructive if you have the book with you so that you can follow. So his story is on page 14 of the version of reading. This is a story of Vamana, the dwarf. Okay, and here, remember there's an encounter between Mahabali, okay, and the dwarf. And who is the dwarf? He's an incarnation of Vishnu, okay? Mahabali was quick to sense his greatness when this man presented himself at the palace gate.
How you living, Ken?
Right? I'm reading
What's
screen.
good? What's good? Yo, dog. That time, Rabbi was like, "Hey, everybody," and you were like, "Hello." Yo, dog. That was Monster 202, everyone. Monster 202, they got the welcome message.
In respect to it, come from afar after hearing of his great. My ambition in life has been to have a glimpse of one who is renowned alike for his valor and generosity. Now, after who I have attained my destination, achievements such as yours cannot be measured. When a poor man like me has a glimpse of your divinity, a part of it comes to me also. Oh, great one, do not face me. Mahabali replied, I am after all a fighter and conqueror. When compared to the learning and special attainments of one like you, I can know how great you can be. I shall be happy if you will accept the gift in return for the honor you have done in visiting me. Right? Again, Mahabali is in fact actually demon really, right? But because he has these austerity, right? With such great devotion, he has the protection of the gods, or some of the gods, right? It's a little story of Ravan. And this is one reason, by the way, why is the story being given here? Partly because one of the purposes is to introduce you so you can understand what the main thrust of the story is. Of I myself. Okay, I want nothing. Says the Lord, I need no other gift than your goodwill. No, please go mention anything you want. If you insist on giving a piece of land, yes, choose it wherever you like. Not more than what measured in 3. The only gift I want you is how much do you want? What I can measure with 3 strides. Now he's a dwarf. So you can imagine that Mahabali is thinking, all right, 3 strides he's going to be able to work about. Okay, maybe 4. Okay, what he doesn't know, of course, is that Ramana is in fact himself. Right? And so then if you read the rest of the text, you find what happened. With the first step, he measured the entire earth. With the second, he covered the heavens. Now what's left? Right? The forehead of Mahabali. Right? No more space was left in the whole universe. And he asked Mahabali, where shall I place the third step? Mahabali, overawed, knelt, bowed, and said, here on my head, if no other space is available. Vishnu raised his foot on his head and pressed down to the nether right? Worlds below. And one of the interesting things about this story is the distinction between appearance and reality. And what was the Upanishads? Because if there are certain continuities in the Indian past, then we have to think, well, how does this story, how does it really come before? And what were the morals, if I may put it this way, of the Upanishads? That we have to acquire the facility to distinguish between appearance and reality. Mahabali comes because he looks at this little dwarf and does not really recognize the reality behind the words. This is how you will begin to look at events. You shouldn't be reading them simply as stories that maybe tell us something about. So if you happen to go to India, all these pictures of gods, goddesses scattered all over the country, on the newspapers, and you see some of that speak when it applies, right? No, but each of these stories amounts to something. It points to something else, right? It points to certain continuities. It points to certain features of the Indian past, which are quite important, right? And with this, then, we come finally to the story of the Ramayana, right? Sort of sense of what are some of the important questions. We're going to look at some of the moral questions, right? But I want to first a different kind of approach. All right. And if you've read Arkin and I's, very short preface to this book, I mean, he says he wrote this in 1971. Of course, this version, not translation, version is about 40 years old. And at that time, the population of about 1 million, something in that neighborhood, like 1.2 billion. But he said at that time, if you read that first page, he said that I'm quite sure there's not a single person in this that does know the story. Right? Right? And so, and now it's just as true today as it was 40 years ago. And I want to say something which I had mentioned in the first time introduction to this class, that you should not think of these as epics of the Iliad and the Odyssey as epics. Your submission will be not with enormous importance to the Odyssey of this, in innumerable ways, that these epics do not have the same standing in European culture, not to mention Greece. Okay? That the Lion and Rabbit have culture. That's how you say it's better than the other. We're simply test out how to locate these texts. That these are works that are very much alive in the Indian imagination. If a political character misbehaves really badly, the press will immediately refer to him as Ajka Ravan, Space Ravan. Okay? Happens all the time. When the Ramayana was shown on Indian television, as I told you, okay, in a serial form, please do not go and watch it. really terrible. Okay, and if you intend to squander 30 hours of your time, you can do that. So there's many movies, each of them 3 hours long, each of them really bad, okay, right? Put together. Okay, I mean the most cinematic thing you've ever seen in your life, but when it was screened on television, I mean it had an also entire country. And that's because people are not looking at cinematic quality. They are gripped by the story, by the interpretation that is going to be put forward. Right? And our interpretation. So the first one is the following. There seems to be made with Ram, which is the Maya is a telling of the Ram Katha. Okay, it's a telling. There's many different kinds of telling of this story. Right? That point cannot be enough. And in order to illustrate that, I'm going to tell you a wonderful story. Okay? Told by one of my teachers who in turn actually wrote the story and another writer. I have heard the story from the writer as well because I know him as well. Is another thing also I know his name and you can make the story by him. But where I first heard it, and in fact A.K. Ramanujan, whom I've already mentioned, right? As the author of Poems of Love and War, which is the anthology of some of these early Tamil poems, which is the distinction between the Akkam and the Akkam. So the story that was told me, I first heard it from A.K. Ramanujan maybe 25 years ago, was, there are hundreds of folk tales which are also associated with the Maya and folk versions. Now, in one version, this Ram Katha, which is a Kannada version, so it comes from South India. Kannada is a language spoken in Karnataka, okay, right? So one of the South Indian states. In one of these versions, Ram and Sita are engaged in a conversation. And this conversation is a conversation that takes place when Ram, after having been informed by his father, Dashrata, that I'm sorry, my dear son, but you're going to have to go into exile. Okay? So after Ram has been told this, right, Ram goes and tells Sita, I'm going to go into exile for 14 years. And you shall stay back in Ayodhya. You shall not accompany me. And Sita says to him, well, that's impossible. I'm your wife. I'm going to accompany you. And Ram says, well, no, you cannot accompany me because I'm going into the jungle. Now, you're a princess. Remember who Sita was? She herself was also known as Janaki. She's a son of Janaka, right? And Ram had won her hand, right, at this contest where he picks up the bow, right? The bow and arrow, so forth and so on. You know that story. But she's been raised in the lap of luxury. And so Ram says to Sita, the forest is not the place for someone like you who has been raised in the lap of luxury. You have no idea what you're going to get into. Okay? Right? There are going to be no luxuries there. You're going to have to sleep on the floor. The food supply from one day to another is uncertain. Right? You cannot accompany me to the forest. She says, no, I must accompany you to the forest because the place of a wife is by her husband. The Hindu texts say that. Now she thinks she's clinched the argument because the Hindu texts say that. Okay, this is a folk version. Then Ram says to Sita, yes, but the Hindu texts also say that the wife shall follow the command of her husband. So I command you not to go. Okay? And so they have this, it keeps on going back and forth. They keep on having this, and each one of them is citing text. Then finally, the clincher is, Sita says to Ram, look, in all the other versions of this, eventually I accompany you. In all the other versions of this story, I accompanied you, and so shall be it in this version. Okay? I mean, enormous self-reflexivity in this tradition. Think of it. Well, fantastic way to sort of think about, okay, how does one resolve this thing? All right? So this is what you have to bear in mind now, right? That, let me reiterate. First, there is the Ram Katha, which is the story of Ram. right? And then there are all these tellings of it. So the oldest telling of it is the one by Valmiki, which is in Sanskrit. So it's Valmiki. For example, where I grew up, the Ramani at all, or Hari at all. It is called the Ram, right? Which is the version in Hindi. It is not quite Hindi, it's a very different work. I will also read up in let me know. So it's written in the most exquisite language. The number of the languages. And also the name of Das. It's important to know that because the United would like to impose classes as the hegemonic or the standard word for all things they could. Okay, so that's why it's all right. And also at this point there is one question because I'm talking about reading the text. The Mahabharata, which is the other great so-called epic. Epic is a Western category. We don't really use that word in Indian languages. In fact, actually, the is very as a kavya. Kavya is another poem. The Mahabharata, like I said, Yasa, which is a bit later on. Okay? Now, the digression was that the Ramayana is meant to be read. You can hear it too. You can see visual representations of it, so on and so on. But one reads the Ramayana, one reads the Ramcharitmanas. In my home, there are people who would read the Ramcharitmanas every day. Okay, as emotional. The Mahabharata, by contrast, is not to be read. It's not to be read. And one of the reasons it's not to be read, like for example, in North India and Bengal also you have this thing. If you read the Mahabharata at home, you will end up creating a Mahabharata in your own home. And remember, Mahabharata is fights between each other. So if you read it at home, you will fight inside the house. They do not read the Mahabharata. Now, of course, as students of literature, they read it at home. That's a different story. But it's not it is never as a text. Let's be very clear about that, okay? That's one distinction between the Ramayana or the Ramsari and the Mahabharata. All right? So I've established point number one for you already, which is that the Ramkatha and there are all different kinds of headings. Number two, particularly those of you of South Asian descent, of Indian descent, now you might be wondering what extent is this historical? Okay, this question might arise for everybody, but this question arises in India nowadays quite a bit. To what extent does it actually depict events that happen? Okay, and you're not obviously here to say you should go in the direction of what you think makes most sense. Okay? But my submission to you would be, it's a misleading question. It's a false avenue of way. Do not be detained by this consideration of whether it's something called history, and what it is historical or not. Okay? And there are many reasons, and we have to be very attentive to this point. Many reasons why we should not be thinking that way. Right? What are the oppositions that we all work with, that we all think about? The oppositions we think. English has unfortunately acquired almost entirely pejorative connotation. Okay? So, you have all these authors who write books, exposing the myth of this or that. Right? This is myth, meaning falsehood. Right? So if you're studying the American West, well, it's full of so-called myths. Was there a character called Butch Cassidy or not, for example? Or White Earth? Did the gunfight at the OK Corral take place or not? Right? Is that a myth or not? Right? And the positivist historian will say, yeah, there are all these myths. The myths are to be, ignored. They're to be undermined. That's not the view we can take when we're going to look at the Indian past. Okay? If we start on this trail of trying to understand what is historical and what is not in the Ramayana, it's going to completely lead us down the wrong path. And fundamentally, the first consideration there is that Indians themselves had no interest even remotely in whether, in fact, the Ramayana represented historical events or not. Nobody in the Indian past was interested in saying that Ram was born 3,258 BC at 2:22 a.m. or whatever. Where you bring together a bunch of astrologers today and they'll come up with some date, and this is when he was born on such and such time. That's all humbug, frankly. Right? And even if you thought that well, yes, he was a historical person. I'm saying to you, nobody in India actually ever had any interest in that question. Then we have to understand why the Indian tradition took that view. We were not interested in historicizing our deity in his right. This impulse to historicize our deity, transform them into historical personages, this is going to begin in the 19th century. I'm going to demonstrate that for you much later on, right? But I want you to just think about what I'm saying here. That this is not a very interesting question, but it can become a very dangerous question. And to illustrate just how dangerous, I want for a moment now to go to the 1980s and early 1990s, when a dispute arose in North India in the city of Ayodhya. So everybody here should know, what the city is. You might not know the exact location. That doesn't matter. But Ayodhya is where the story of the Ramayana, right, is supposed to have taken place. Well, of course, there are other places where it takes place too, Lanka and so on. But this is the kingdom of Ram. Okay? So in the city of Ayodhya, in the 80s, a big dispute is going to arise. Okay? There is even a question, by the way, whether this Ayodhya is not even included, in my view. Okay? They wanted to show that Ram was born exactly at this spot at this exact time. They're going to come up with a time. Well, when did he get interested in showing that Ram was born in such and such place, that he was a historical person? Right? This question was never of any interest to me or to Vaishnavas for 2-3 years. How does this sound? Right? Or if you say that the dispute has a bit of a history going back to the 1940s, right? So how did they get so interested in the last 50 or 100 years? Right? The net result of it, let me conclude with a conclusion. The conclusion here was on 6th December 1992, a crowd of 30,000 people, the state watching by, the Supreme Court had passed orders that you cannot touch this monument until we have come to some kind of decision. With the state standing by nothing, 30,000, 40,000 people went to the mosque, took it apart with their bare hands, using shovels, axes. They destroyed it, made it a problem. Okay? And this is the consequence, in part, of historicizing this religion called Hinduism, historicizing the character of Ram, and then, of course, imagining that there all wrongs that were done. They were done on all sides, giving you the consequence of that. So I want you to keep this in mind. Within 20 minutes, about the within the and please bring the last on Monday to tell you what the still at this moment. Okay, if you check the schedule, you'll see that we're covering the line today. We had started with that on Friday. And I just want to let you know very briefly what the agenda is for the week so that you can think ahead, plan accordingly. The reading is definitely going to start to go down after this week. Because we're going to be finished with the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And in fact, actually, there's going to be a week, I think sometime around week 6, when the reading is going to be really very, very marginal. So, I think you're going to be done with the bulk of the reading, this kind of reading at the end of this week, if you haven't already done so. But the agenda essentially is going to be continue with the discussion of the Ramayana. I'm going to start talking about the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. You're not reading excerpts from that, but you need to know something about that. Systems of India. In philosophy, as they're called, the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, and finally, probably on Friday, the political history of India, which we had sort of covered until Ashoka, as you might recall. Right? So that took us to about 230 BCE, and we're going to do the next 700 years, roughly, going until about somewhere around the 300, 400, 500 AD, right? So about 600-700 years. I'm going to sort of talk about that this week as well. So that's essentially what the agenda is for the week. Now, in my concluding remarks to you on Friday, I have been discussing with you the nature of the Ram Katha, right? And the Ram Katha, let me reiterate, is the story of Ram. And then there are various tellings of, the Ram story. And some of these tellings are very controversial, extremely controversial. They need not be. And they need not be controversial because what I've been trying to impress upon you is the fact that there are many communities in South Asia, manifold. And they have different interpretations and different readings of the Ram story. And there's no reason why that shouldn't be the case. Now, some of those stories and versions may not agree with what Hindus have grown up with, especially, for example, people who belong to the faith and who believe that there is a certain version of the Ramayana. I myself come from the Hindu faith. Whether I'm a practitioner or not is a different matter, but I know what the dominant version is, and the dominant version is the version where Ram is married to Sita. Ram is the ideal. Well, there may be a few flaws here and there, which the Kamban Ramayana, for example, indicates. In some places, he's known more as a king, but largely he's worshipped as a deity, as one of the avatars of Vishnu, right? And then you have his loyal aide, shall we say, Hanuman. There's an interesting question. Why is the person who's most loyal to him depicted in the form of a monkey, right? Why not in the form of a human? And it may be partly because the suggestion is that if a monkey is capable of such levels of devotion, imagine how much more devoted a human being could be, possibly, right? Because, of course, what distinguishes a human being from animals is the faculty of reason, right? The faculty to distinguish between good and evil, between bad and wrong, and so forth and so on. That's what distinguishes from animals, right? And so if you look at the Bhagavad Gita, which we'll be covering either today or on Wednesday, the first line of the Bhagavad Gita is which is on the land of Dharma, on the land of Kurus. The Kurus are the Kauravas. For those who read the Mahabharata, know who they are, the Kauravas and the Pandavas.